After 4 weeks of fun in Germany, the ECS has moved on to Belgium for the first time in 2020. Well, it was in Ghent back then. This time we're in Mechelen and it is a hive of activity. And this cricket ground has a few quirks as well. It's the last ECS before the ECC begins. I'm Mr. Maximo. This is the FanCode European Cricket Series Belgium and it starts right now. Good morning to you wherever you're watching from around the world. It's great to have your company on the European Cricket Network again. It's going to be a big day in European cricket. Well, for the first time, we are visiting Mechelen in Belgium, and it's always exciting to see a new ground in European cricket showcased on the European Cricket Network. So it will be a 10-team series, I should say, 48 matches over the next 2 weeks. We'll have Group A, Group B action. You're pretty familiar with the format if you've been with us for a while now, and we have 4 matches every day, Monday to Saturday. Now, I can tell you that in match 1, we're going to see Antwerp. It's their ECS debut. They're taking on the Ostend Exiles, a team we know a little bit about on the European Cricket Network. Let's go over to Stefan Gooch. He's with 2 captains for the opening match. Coin toss.
Okay. Ostend Exiles the call.
Heads.
Heads the call. It's tails.
Yeah.
Okay. Good luck.
So it is Sherry Butt that has won the toss and has elected to bowl first. So he obviously wants to know exactly how many they want to chase. And look out for Sherry with the bat. I mean, he is a really dynamic striker of the ball. We've seen him playing in the Netherlands ECS before. Also, we saw him representing Belgium last year. And this guy can really crack it. So yeah, Antwerp, like I said, it's their first match in the European Cricket Series. But I think looking at their lineup, they are going to enjoy this kind of format. Let's talk about the Ostend Exiles, though. And they're led by Fazal Mahmood, another Belgian national player, and they are a team that qualified for the ECL earlier this year. They didn't quite get to the group final, but they played some very good cricket along the way. I remember they were second after the initial round robin stage in Group D. That was a group that ultimately saw MSC Frankfurt and Albi Zalmi battle it out in the final, and Albi Zalmi in a memorable one. They got through to Championship Week. The Ostend Exiles, they've got Adel Diwan Ali, who after quite a long time without a hat-trick at the start of the year, he took the first ECN hat-trick of the year. They've got Sultan Diwan Ali behind the stumps, and Fazal Mahmood, he's a very good all-rounder as well. So they've got a lot of firepower as well. I think we're going to see some pretty high scores. Let's talk about the conditions. This ground's a little bit unusual because there are a few obstacles which are just kind of impacting what would be the normal boundary. So particularly for cover point to the right-hander, there's a children's playground, which means the boundary comes in a little bit there. So that's a bit of a different one. Also, you know, dead square looks pretty short. So there are a few pockets in this ground that aren't quite the 50 metres, that's for sure. This pitch, I hear, is pretty good for batting. Looks pretty flat to me underneath. So yeah, I just think it's going to be really interesting once play begins. I've got no idea what a pass score is on this, but I've got a feeling it might be in the 120s or even 130s just with this player group. And we know how good Belgium are as a T10 unit. We'll see them in the ECC next month. But remember, they came second only to the England 11 last year. In fact, they beat England 11 at one stage in that tournament. And they did it on the back of just reckless power hitting. So I'm really looking forward to this series. Conditions here in Mechelen this morning, well, we're about halfway between Brussels and Antwerp. The maximum temperature today is expected to be 24 degrees. Currently it's about 15, but I think it'll warm up a bit as the day goes on. I think the players, they can't wait to get going. Well, speaking of getting going, well, Rico, he got going at the end of Germany, as you probably know, but I'm really excited to have this man in the commentary cube with me, Charlie Hunt. Well, he has done his apprenticeship, hasn't he? And finally, Charlie, you'll get to do it with someone else. I'll be there shortly. But right now, let's go over to Charlie Hunt with the news that Antwerp, they've won the toss. They're going to bowl in match 1. Charlie, it's over to you.
Thank you very much, Vinny. A very warm welcome here from myself, Charlie Hunt, here all the way in Belgium. A very good morning to all of our viewers all around the world, whether you're tuning in on our YouTube channel, ECN European Cricket Network, or on FanCode in India. I hope you're all well. I hope you're set for an exciting day of T10 cricket, and what a first matchup we have here. Antwerp taking on Ostend Exiles. We take a look at the lineups here. Plenty of international talent on the show early on here. The likes of Fazal Mahmood and also Sherry Butt, the two skippers for both of these teams. They are going to be looking to really set an early standard here in Belgium for what is set to be an exciting tournament of T10 cricket. And well, I have to say, we are looking forward to seeing Antwerp obviously making their debut here on the European Cricket Network. And well, the bat versus ball, the supercomputer, it's got this setting like it's going to be a pretty interesting start here, as it's got Antwerp expected to score around the 116 mark and Ostend Exiles around the 99-100 mark. But it is certainly going to be a very exciting matchup early on here, and we're almost set to get ready. But again, a huge thank you to everybody tuning in on our YouTube chat. If you are on YouTube, do go ahead and get involved in the live chat. We've got myself and Vinny in the commentary box over the next 2 weeks, and it certainly is set up for 2 exciting weeks of T10 cricket. I'm certainly excited to have a companion in the commentary box over the next 2 weeks. It's going to be an interesting 2 weeks of cricket. But again, obviously, in this first game, match number 1 of the European Cricket Series here in Belgium, Antwerp taking on Ostend Exiles with skipper Antwerp for Antwerp. Sherry Butt deciding to go ahead and bowl here first. So as Vinny said, looking to just have a look at what a par score could be. Vinny mentioning it was around the 120, 130 mark. I have a feeling with these short boundaries, obviously 50 metres are the average here on the ECN. But there are areas, there are pockets of this ground that are just below that 50 metre mark. There's a couple of 45, 44 metre boundaries. So I do feel that a par score, especially on what looks like a bit of a road, that track on your screen there, is certainly going to be around the 130, 140 mark. But we're almost set to get underway here. It's a little bit chilly here in Belgium this morning. Just around the 15-degree mark. And we are almost set to get underway here in Mechelen. What a lovely picturesque ground this is, with the park forest all surrounding us, enclosing us here in Mechelen at the Rijbold cricket ground here. And we're going to have the opening bowler of Sherkan Shahzad for Antwerp here, as the skipper Azhar Mahmood is going to be opening up here for the Ostend Exiles. And we're ready to get underway for match number 1 here in Belgium. And this is just into the offside, and he's off the mark straight away. Good intent from the fielding side of the Ostend Exiles early on in that inner circle. Keeps it to just a single. You can see there's a lot of excitement around the ground this morning. Obviously the start of a new tournament. Obviously we've only got 2 more weeks until the European Cricket Championship. So there is plenty of pressure on players here to really make a name for themselves here on the big stage. And this is into the offside, and that will bring up the first boundary. And what a way to do it, just missing that park on the offside. And it goes all the way, and it starts with the first boundary. It's 4 runs into the offside. And that's gone a long, long way, and that's just proving that this dry outfield is going to race away. That just kicked on, just missing the park, and it races away. It goes all the way. And what a way to get off the mark for Sahel Kaleem. Starts with a boundary. Just a bit of pressure early on here for Sherkan Shahzad. Wasn't a terrible delivery. If anything, it was just a little bit too wide. His line was just straying there. But Kaleem really getting onto a good start here with his first delivery. And this is, again, good cricket. This time into the offside once again. Just fends this down to third man. And rotates the strike, keeps it to a single, which is always the classic knowledge of good cricket. If you can get a boundary and then just rotate the strike the very next ball, tends to be classed as good cricket. I'm sure we're going to see plenty of excellent cricket over the next 2 weeks. Brings the skipper Mahmood back on strike. This is shorter delivery, this time into the leg side. It could race away. It's a shorter boundary out there. It's good work out in the deep. Well, it was good work, but he gets this one wrong eventually, and it does go all the way. So it's another boundary this time. The skipper getting his account open underway. This time into the leg side. It's another 4 runs. It's hard work out there. Did the hard, but he got there. Just wasn't able to flick it back over the boundary, and it does go all the way. And it's another 4 runs. This is a good first over hit for the Ostend Exiles. 2 boundaries early on in this innings. Setting the standards here. To fuller delivery. Misses out on this one, clatters into the pads, and it's a welcome dot ball. We'll just relax Sherkan Shahzad ever so slightly. Just coming in on the angle. No real lateral movement here early on. Bit of cloud cover around. Obviously, those Kookaburra Kookaburra balls we've seen plenty of times. They do like to swing early on, the first couple of overs. But nothing there for Shahzad early on here. Oh, this is high. This has gone all the way down the ground, and it will be the first maximum, and it's gone all the way down the ground. 6 runs here, and what a way to end the first over. And what a way to bring in my friend back to the commentary box. Vinny Sandu joins me here for what was a very exciting first over, it has to be said. With 16 coming off the first over, Osted Exiles 16 for none after the first. And as I did mention, Vinny Sandu has joined me in the commentary box.
Yeah, thanks, Charlie. And look, it's great to be here. Wow, what a start. And we can welcome you actually from the Ice Cube here. We are in Belgium, and tell you what, I hope it is Kookaburra proof, because as you can see already, these Belgians, they love to whack the ball. But look, big welcome to you, Charlie.
Thank you.
How does it feel to be in the European Cricket Series? I know this is the first time you've ever done commentary with somebody else, so hopefully we make you feel welcome.
No, hopefully. Well, I hope so. Well, I've done plenty of games on my own. Well, I think you worked it out. It's about 70
or something, the equivalent of 70.
So
I gave you some extra credit for some of the T20s, because obviously they're twice as long, right?
Well, exactly. No, but hopefully we are able to get some bit of camaraderie in the commentary box. But what a way to start here in the second over, this time into the offside, making use of everything on all around this ground. And Kaleem again, this is another boundary. It's 4 runs and not the start.
Yeah, so yeah, that's Tayyab Ali who's coming on for over number 2. So yeah, a couple of things with this ground. Obviously, every time we go to a new ground, remember this is a local ground, right? So we're in Mechelen. It's halfway between Brussels and Antwerp. There are some obstacles. You've probably seen them. There is a fenced off, basically a playground area and complex, which is at cover for the right-handers. And you saw the first boundary actually went alongside it. Don't think I've seen that before, but I mean, that's part of the charm of it. I mean, it used to be quite common in England to have cricket grounds like this with a few little quirks.
All those small county grounds, as this is into the offside again, and this will go. I think it might go all the way. We're going to have to take another look at that one, but for me, that looks like it's gone all the way. I'm going to call it early. But again, Kaleem, he's looking like he's really comfortable early on here.
Yeah, I mean, the other thing is no boundary rope as yet. So we're going to have to make our best judgment on this.
That's gone.
Yeah.
It's gone a long way over.
Yeah, it was called 6 by Bilal on the boundary. So they'll probably go with the Maximo. Anyway, Kaleem, he's making hay while the sun's shining.
Oh, and things aren't going your way. It rains, it pours. This is an outside edge, and it will fly away down to the vacant third-man region. And this is a really good start to the second over here for the Osted Exiles. This time, a little bit lucky over the short third man, as Sadullah Jakarpal tries to make chase, but is unable to do so. And it's another boundary. This is a really good second over for the Exiles, but not the start that Tayyab Ali would have wanted. Needs a response. This is high in the air. It's an opportunity. He's racing back. I don't think he's going to quite get there. And, well, again, when it rains, it pours. It's another boundary, and what an over this has been. Look at those last 6 balls. Just the 1-dot ball and 5 boundaries. And this goes, again, all the way towards the boundary.
Yeah, we might have one more look at this. I think this is 4. That was my instinct. This is the thing. Without a rope, it's a bit difficult. That, for me, you've got to kind of go straight line between the flag. So, yeah, I think they've gone with 4 in the end.
Tayyab Ali under the cush here. And that will be a wide, and that is the first wide of the tournament. We've seen classic European cricket fashion. We normally open up the innings with a classic wide, but we've waited until the second over. And this one is signalled wide by the umpire.
So, Kaleem been very, very good so far. In his first 6 balls, he scored 25.
Good going, and well, add some more to that as this is going to sail over all the way towards the boundary. And this will be another 4 runs. And what a start to the power play this is. And it's that man, Sohail Kaleem. He moves on to 29 off of just 7 deliveries. And Exile's already into the 40s.
Yeah, so question about how many is going to be par on this. I've got no idea. Currently, we're on 224 pace, which is world record pace. I said 120, 130, trying not to kind of overdo it, but it might be 150 plus.
I chucked a 140 in there.
Yeah. There's 4 more.
That's another one. And this outfield is certainly racing away. This time it's an elegant cricket shot through the gully region. give himself a bit of room and really pounces on the wider delivery, and this is not the first over that Tyre Bally would have wanted.
They did tell me that there was, in a 15 over game here once, there was a 250 scored. So, yeah, that kind of shows you what you're in for. 45 without loss after 2. Wow. Well, I mean, this is one of the beauties of the European Cricket Series. Different locations, different player groups, different dynamics. That's what I would say. Yeah, right now it's been a cracking start, but again, you might need a huge score. One record I think might go down this 2 weeks is the highest successful target chase down, which is 159 last year in Romania.
Okay.
That wouldn't surprise me if we saw a 160s chase or even more.
Well, early signs here. I don't think you're going to be far off with that shout, it has to be said.
Yuvraj thinking he thinks 200 will be breached many times in this series. Well, we'll see. I mean, the highest score this year on ECN is 193. Anyway, here's the next over, Saklan Raja.
And he gets the breakthrough, and it's the first one. He has to go. And what an important wicket that is coming early on in the third over. It's the skipper, Faisal Mahmood. He has to go. Plays all around the wrong line. Clatters into the middle stump, and he has to go for just 11. Yeah. First wicket falls. 45 for 1 in the third.
So trying to keep your cool as a bowler in this situation, it's really going to test your mettle, isn't it, man? So it's slightly probably wrong shot selection from Faisal on that occasion. He's a very good player. We saw him playing for Belgium in the ECC last year. He just swings all across that. So as a bowler, you just have to try and create chances. Look, you're going to have things go against you, but I'll be interested to see how and which bowlers are able to kind of keep their head together in these conditions. But yeah, it's a nice bit of bowling. Wakas Raja comes to the crease. He's a dangerous batter as well. Another Belgian national representative. And yeah, first wicket falls. After all the carnage, we finally see the stumps knocked over.
Yeah, it has to be said that over the next few weeks we are going to be seeing some very interesting cricket shots. I think it's more than likely that we're going to see some exciting cricket. And we've seen it early on here in the first, 13 deliveries. Plenty of boundaries, a wicket as well.
That's crazy, isn't it? I want to say hello to a few people in the chat as well. Nice to see Keanu joining us from Australia. Great that you're with us, Keanu. Also, Reds ILMF is in there. And, of course, VW, my chat wife, is in there as well. How was our weekend? Let us know.
And it's going to be Raja to continue. Could just be a single into the onside. It is eventually just a single.
Careful looking shot first up. Fair enough as well. Wakas Ali is asking, where is Rico? Well, Rico, after putting in a good 5-week stint, he's taking a couple of weeks off before the ECC starts. We'll talk a bit more about that as the day goes on, I'm sure, because the ECC starts 2 weeks today.
It does indeed. I'm excited to be watching that, that's for sure. Some big shoes to fill. Raja continues here, and this time, what a lovely shot into the offside. That's going to sail all the way over the boundary. It's going to go for a maximum. It's another 6 runs. And what a shot that is from Sal Kaleem. He's looking so comfortable in the middle at the moment. Bit of a slot delivery, it has to be said, but he's still got to do the work and punish it, and he certainly does. It goes all the way.
I mean, to be honest, it's a similar kind of a shot. It's a similar kind of a ball than we saw knock over Faisal Mahmood, isn't it? But it's just a better shot selection.
I think the difference was there that Kaleem sort of took a little bit of a step towards him as well. Just stepped out of the crease and made it a slot delivery. And he goes again, and this has gone high, and this is going to sail all the way over the boundary, and it's another 6 runs. It's consecutive maximums. And what a start again for Sahel Kaleem. He now moves, I think that might be his 50, in fact.
Is it?
I think it is.
Yeah, maybe. I've got him on 45 off 10, but it might not have updated yet.
Not too sure.
He is cracking it right now.
I might be wrong.
Yeah, I'm going to say he's on 45 off 10. He's right up with, well, not going to quite get the fastest 50, which is 10 balls. So that shows you how fast that one was. It's Shiraz Ahmed from Pakai Care in 2020. Scored 50 off 10, but he's got 46 off 11. That's pretty good going.
I'll take that any day of the week.
Yeah.
Certainly wouldn't turn it down.
Wakas, what will he be like?
Oh, and it's been put down. It was an opportunity at mid-wicket. And I think that's Nawaz Kankal. He just gets that one wrong. He had a bit of time. It didn't quite come off the bat as quickly as we thought.
Had to go full stretch, didn't he? You see, Jams, that's a pretty good effort. I don't even know if he could have done much more there. It's off the fingertips and just couldn't get enough hand around it to knock it in. So anyway, things slowing down a bit that over as their score after 3, pretty good power play, is 60 for 1. Yeah, so the 3 power play overs, 16, 29 and 15. So like that second over, the 29 over, every ball went to the boundary or over, and there was a wide in there.
Well, there you go. What a way to start the tournament here in Belgium. 60 for 1 off of 3.
Yeah, how are you enjoying the action out there on the YouTube channel ECN European Cricket Network or on FanCode in India? Yeah, Kaleem's got a very good chance of his half century. We are going to see Shokan Shahzad in over number 4. But first, it will be Wakas who's facing up.
Conservative 2 from 2 so far. And again, doesn't quite time this. It is into the leg side. It'll race away. This time it is successfully cut off by Jakarta. And it will just be a single.
But I mean, okay, we're focusing on the batting so far, but Belgium, we saw in the ECC last year, they're really talented in all facets of the game, aren't they? They've got some very good bowlers. You can see the arm that whistled in. That might have been Wahidullah Jabarkal out there. Whistled into the keeper. So even though as a fielder, you're probably a glorified ball boy a lot of the time here. But if you do give them chances most of the time, they're going to take them. Anyway, right now, let's hand the stage over to Kaleem, who's whacked 46 off 11 so far.
He's into the offside. This time just chipped, really. Bit of a 9-iron down towards Shafila Zakel. And it is just a single. So he moves on to 47. Just the 1 hit away for him.
Yeah, so now, of course, you've got the protection of 5 outfielders. I suppose in the cover region, they're not much further back than the
it's not very far.
circle, but still.
It's a wild swipe across the leg side from Wakas Ali, who again, as you said, Vinny, is a very talented batsman. We've seen him do it time and time again. But this one just looking a bit of it out of sorts here.
Yeah, it's not really a good shot selection. I think Kaleem's had success going through the line, and I think a couple of his top order compatriots just taking the bait a couple of times, trying to drag everything to the leg side.
Well, this time again, and it will sail over the man, and this is going to race away. So gets this one right this time. Better shot selection. It's the right delivery to go for it, and he certainly does. And it does race away, and it's another boundary, and it's another 4 runs.
Yeah, it looks like a similar delivery, but it was a little bit closer towards the stump, so it was easier for Wakas to smash that away. So he's off with his first boundary. And, well, in the chat, Vinny's wife saying, well, Charlie got a haircut, as mentioned. So you obviously...
I'm trying to look a little bit more like you, Vinny.
Yeah, well, you probably have to shave a bit more off if you're going to do that. But, yeah, no, looking good.
I'll try my best,
We'll say hello to Lincoln Beggs as well as the chat. We'd love it if you'd get involved as well. Let us know what you're thinking. Boundary rope, yeah, well, I mean, the Federation is obliged to provide a boundary rope. We don't have one as yet. Hopefully, we do see it.
Working on it.
It's happened in Bologna. Oh, no, it wasn't Bologna. It was Milan as well. We had a similar issue on the opening day.
Shahzad continuing here. And it's a rare dot ball.
Keanu saying, wouldn't be a European cricket ground if there were no quirks. Yeah, that's true.
Very true.
It's why it's so interesting, really, if you ask me.
It makes for such entertaining viewing. It really does. There's just certain elements of this ground that are just nice and quirky and just gives it a bit of character.
Still haven't seen one whack into the playground. There is a fence and like a net that protects any kids. So mostly in school, of course, right now.
Well, this has gone into the leg side, and this will go all the way. And well, I think that might be the first ball that we've lost as it sails into the leg side. Well, he's in there somewhere.
Yeah, well, this is the other one that I think is a bit shorter than usual, like dead square. I mentioned that at the toss. Yep. And then look at poor Wahidullah, who then looks like he's going to have to give his emergency contact information because he was running into a deep, dark forest there. 72 for 1 after 4. Well, pretty quiet over, I suppose, with just 12 off it. But, yeah, it's great to be here. Like I say, new ground. It's actually probably the first new ground we've been to this year in the European Cricket Series, at least. So, yeah, it's just great that we get to bring ECS to new places. I'm really looking forward to this 2 weeks with you, Charlie.
No, 100%. It's really good to be here. You know, we got here last night. It's a really nice little town, isn't it?
Very nice. There was a lot going on last night. There was a big rock festival. So I thought it was everyone in Belgium that was here, but they said, no, this is just kind of the surrounding...
sort of Antwerp and Brussels in the middle, isn't it?
Yeah, so obviously, keeping time is important as well. You can see that Frederic Constant are our official timekeepers for the ECC. The other thing is, and I mentioned this a few times, it seems that everyone in Belgium is really, really good looking. Did you notice that last night?
I did get a little, I noticed it a little bit.
Yeah, I don't want to send Vinny's wife into a panic, but I'm just saying
A bit of spin into the attack now. And he goes on the attack first up, and this will go all the way. And it's another boundary. And what a way to bring up his 50 as Kaleem moves on to 51 off of just 13 deliveries, taking a bit of liking to the off spin of Sakel. And this is a lovely shot into the offside.
Yeah, it really is. And you can see this boundary not too long at all. So that's smart. If anything, I kind of like this to right-handers because it encourages them to hit to the offside. I mean, sometimes we see right-handers trying to hit everything to leg, but there certainly is value in that cover point region.
He needs a response here. And again into the offside, but this one, well, it might be the first signs of a bit of a Tortuga there. It is just a single.
Oh, tough one for the bowler. Yeah, that's a good shot. And really good fielding, though, by Ilyas. You look at this. He's not mucking around. He gets down, he gets everything behind it. That's exactly how to do it. Nice work.
Great standards early on here. And this is a fuller delivery, and this could race away. And it does. It will go all the way. And there we go.
It's the first cue ball. And so, yeah, that one came to us. And this boundary is quick. I mean, like a lot of fields in Europe, we know that they haven't been able to water it a lot of the time. There's restrictions that have been in place in various regions. So it's not unusual to see a field like this. It's lightning fast.
And again, this is just going to evade the diving Nawaz Kankal, and it will go for another boundary. And, well, this is just excellent hitting here early on. It's a fuller delivery. It's again a slot ball. And it just gets the treatment, and it goes all the way. It's another boundary.
Oh, how many runs are we going to see here? I mean, you know the way that Belgium play, okay, you might not have quite the same depth at the club level, but you're still going to have 3, 4, probably 5 or 6 guys that can whack it.
This is even bigger. This is going to go all the way. This might be out of the ground. I think it is. It's another 6 runs, and what a shot that is. And again, this is way too full, and it gets punished. It's gone all the way.
Yeah, so this one, don't know where this one's ended up. I think there's a hockey club somewhere around there. They might have just found a new ball. We've lost one.
That's outstanding hitting from that man there.
It's actually a school over there, so hopefully it's not playtime. So you have a look at those last 6 balls, 6 or 1, 4, 4, 6. So what's that? 25 off the last 6 balls.
That's incredible hitting.
What's par here? I mean, maybe it's, sometimes we see this in one innings and we think it's typical, maybe it's not typical, but yeah. 160? I'm going to go with 160. I'm raising my par.
At this point, I reckon it's about 180, 190. This has gone high. It won't be taken. It will drop short.
I suppose this is the thing. Sometimes you get sucked in. As we see the end of their 5th over, it's 92 for 1. So they're going at 184 pace at the moment. I suppose the thing sometimes is that we're reading a lot into this, but it's the first innings day. Maybe someone's just having a heater. And, you know, I think that Kaleem looks like he is. The other batters haven't looked as convincing, I think. Yeah, for me, I'm willing to raise the par to 150.
150.
But I'm reserving the right to keep pushing it up.
I've chucked it out there. I'm putting it straight out there. 180, 190.
You think so?
100%. 100%.
Yeah. The thing with 200s, so if par was 180, 190, it means we're going to see a bunch of 200s. I've just seen a lot that a lot of times you think they're going to get 200, something like a game like now, and yeah, you just need 1 over where it doesn't go quite right. And you're still going to make mistakes, right? Think about how many balls get skied and don't leave the infield and get caught. Anyway, here's Sherry Butt, the captain, who's going to come on. And, yeah, we'll start with a wide.
An interesting bit of information here. So Sal Kaleem, 52 off of 14. But I'm just looking at his wagon wheel. 51 runs in that offside. You mentioned earlier. He really is punishing that offside. Well, this has gone high. It's an opportunity here. And he will take it, and it's elation. It's a big wicket. It's a great catch out in the deep by Shafullah Zakel. And Waqas Ali, he was looking really confident, but he has to go for 28. And the second wicket falls.
Yeah, I mean, that's what I'm talking about. You just got to get that one miss hit, and this came down the ground where they are, you know, fairly usual boundaries for ECS. Zakel does well to take catch, and yeah, his over went magical, didn't it, in the last over, but he does get the wicket. And Sherry Butt, you don't see him bowling very often, but he's taking the pace off, and that might be a bit of a tactic in this series to slow the ball down and make the batter generate the pace. And you see Shafullah Zakel is pumped, and that is the second wicket, 93 for 2.
Yeah, and it certainly is, but I think, interestingly, I think he might have surprised him with the straighter one. He started off with that leg side wide. This time it was really wide outside the off stump. He was reaching for it. And he ended up making the mistake, and he has to go, but it brings the new man to the crease.
Manpreet Sandhu, looks like. And of course, they probably did cross there, but
Obviously that rule.
yep, you better be on strike.
And I think that's done everything. Bit of a bottom edge. Gets through the keeper, with Shazad.
One thing that is clear in this this field is that when the batters are going, they're going to be really hard to stop. I mean, if you do get an opportunity to squeeze a few dots in here or find someone struggling, you really need to make the most of that as a fielding side.
Even a single's gold dust at this point. He's well adjusted. He came down to really go over the top. Direct hit could have been pretty close there, but I think he might have made his ground.
Yeah, I think he's fine here. Have a look at it anyway. Good backing up.
Yes.
Just smart bowling as well, because I think he saw him coming and it just bowled a little bit shorter. I think he's going to be fine here. In fact, he misses it the first time, so that's probably one.
Closer
Definitely
than we
is
first suspected.
Yeah, direct hit probably had it.
This has been pretty tidy from Butt early on here. Only the 3 runs off his first over. Obviously only 3 deliveries. I think that's clipped a little bit of pad. It's going to race away. I think he's done really well. If he's kept that in, that is outstanding work by the man running across from third man. I think he might have just kept that to the 2 runs. We take another look here. Obviously, it's not easy when there's no rope, but I think he's done all right.
The benefit of the doubt today, I think. Unless there's something conclusive. So, yeah, 2-leg buys. Try to open up that leg side again.
Very straight bowling. This is, well, he does certainly do so, and this time he will reap the rewards of this one. It will go for another boundary. Not too sure whether it's gone all the way. We're going to have to take another look, but it certainly is interesting cricket nonetheless.
Now, what's the call here? Anything on the field?
That's not easy.
Feels to me that's 6. Just felt 6 to me. I mean, not going to get a lot of help.
I have a feeling that might be called as a 6.
Yeah, just for me. Now, literally, I'm just going on feel.
The thing is as well is
yeah,
the
it's
exposure
bounced
there.
almost in the bushes. I think that's 6. What are they giving it? Yeah, they have given it 6.
Given it a 6, rightly so.
Last ball of the over then coming up.
Good work from obviously tournament referee Stefan Gooch as well.
Got his work cut out for him with these boundaries.
Well, the first time was so nice. He had to do it twice, but that's excellent work. Outstanding fielding by Wahidullah Jakadpal.
That was incredible fielding because he's
It's not over yet.
Well, I think
It is.
Kaleem's not going anywhere because it's last ball of the over and he wants to face the next one. But what makes this so remarkable is he slaps it to his teammate and it goes a good 20 metres back to him, I think. And so what a good effort that is. These guys aren't afraid to throw themselves around. 6 overs down. The score is 105 for 2.
Wow. That's just certainly setting the standards of what we come to expect from Belgian cricket. Obviously, sort of upsetting most as we take a look at sort of the stats for the bowlers so far, and no one really keeping it under wraps. Sherry Butt going for just the 13, but also getting the wicket. Really vital wicket.
And for those guys that have gone for plenty in their first over, I mean, probably they're going to get a second. I mean, unless they want to try other options. So what kind of mindset are they in as well? It will be Kunkel who's going to bowl the next over. He hasn't bowled yet.
And this is a bit of an outside edge. Run away. It's collected.
Trying to think of 6 over check-in time, so 4 overs to go. Maybe 15 and over here gets you 165. I still think, yeah, we saw a remarkable start, and we're going to see more runs like that, but I don't think we'll see it every match or every innings. So I still think, you win the toss, you're trying to put 150 plus on the board. I think that's what you'd be trying to do here.
Try and build that scoreboard pressure. Well, that is into the leg side. He's not quite got all of this. He's held on to it. That's an outstanding catch, and he's put an absolute shift out on that leg side boundary, has Jakadpal, and he gets the reward as he gets to take a catch, and Sandhu has to go.
Yeah, so he really liked to go that leg side, didn't he, Manpreet? And this is a really good catch. Can't say anything else about it, really. He's fielded very well, Wahidullah Jakadpal, and he judged that one perfectly. You see how good these guys are. It's not just the batting that they're good at. I mean, you've got some good bowlers, and bowlers, it's hard for them. But the fielding has been outstanding so far from Antwerp. So it's not the real danger man, but still, they'll take the wicket. Manpreet departs for 11 off 5, and the score is 106 for 3.
It certainly has just been excellent cricket so far in all 3 elements of the game. The bowling has at times has been excellent. It hasn't really strayed too far down the leg side.
Better out there. Said Shah.
It's a bit of a false start. Make sure you got the field correct when you're putting them under pressure now. A couple of wickets in quick succession. That's the second in 2 overs now.
Been such a breakneck pace so far.
This is down the ground. It's going to kick on that quick outfield. It's eventually fielded by Zakel, and it will just be a single.
Klim just seems to have not had too much of the strike lately. He's kind of gone cold at the other end, I think. Let's see if he can recapture the old magic. I think he's faced 16 balls out of, we've had 39 balls so far.
Well, when he is on strike, he makes the most of this, and this is going to sail just to the left of the park, and it will go all the way, and it's another 6 runs.
Yeah, this is the shot. Because, look, you know the bowlers are still going to try and put it in that offside channel. If you can hit runs here, you've got that extra insurance policy of the little kind of dip in the boundary. If he's so strong there, and I don't know where you meant to bowl to him, to be honest. Probably full straight and hope he misses one, but yeah, it doesn't look like missing one at the moment. And did I say he'd gone cold? Let's just say he's been warmed up in the microwave, and he looks like he could go all the way, dare I say the C word, in the first match of the series.
It's an early call. All right, it's down the ground. There is a man there. Well, talk about the commentator's curse. You spoke about it, and it strikes again. And Kaleem has to go, but he goes after making an excellent 60 off of just 18 deliveries. It's the 4th wicket to fall.
Yeah, well, my jinx power is supernatural. I mean, here's a guy who's whacked it all over the place. And, yeah, probably the first one he's hit, to be fair. And so he's annoyed in a way to go. Keanu said, why? Well, you know, you're going to have to earn a century on the ECN because I will call it at some point. That's quite incredible. I did that last week as well. Anyway, good catch.
What, it's a great catch from that man.
Sucklane Raja. So he goes kind of mid-on region this time. He's been hitting those inside out and hitting them pretty well. Let's see, it suits his kind of bat plane, the way his back lift is. But anyway, good comeback this by Antwerp. 113 for 4, last ball the over.
Should have just been a dot ball, but this is going to race away. It should just be the one by and is. But what an excellent first over that is from Nawaz Kankel. He finishes with figures of 2 for 9 off of his first over. And at the end of the 7th, Austin Exiles 114 for 4.
So gives us a chance to show you what is coming up. And we're 2 weeks exactly away from the 2nd ever European Cricket Championship. We have Group A action, of course, to start things off. But I'm going to focus on Group C because we'll see Scotland 11 for the first time. We'll see Belgium in that group. And there's also 2 new countries that didn't compete last year, France and Malta. We also have Luxembourg, who are, I think, the only team that played last year that didn't quite win a game. They'll be hoping they can open their account in Group C as well. And we have Sri Kolla, who is from Luxembourg. He's umpiring today for us as well. So that's fantastic that he's involved. So Luxembourg's only a couple of hours away, a couple of 100 kilometres away from where we are.
Just goes to show the game really is reaching all the corners of the continent and the world, isn't it?
Yeah.
We're going to see Jakob Bout continues, and this is going to be inside edge onto the pad.
Could come back this, you see. Everyone's calling 200, 300,000, whatever you're calling. And still you've got to get the runs on the board. It's not easy to come out there. And these guys aren't weak bowlers. You know, they're not weak bowlers at all. Yeah, so Luxembourg actually had a lot to do with the Belgian competition as well when it was established, because they are geographically pretty close.
This is a good delivery again, straight onto the middle of the stumps.
Yeah, you'll still see Luxembourg clubs playing in the Belgian lower divisions as well, divisions 2 and 3. So yeah, welcome to Sri, and also the other umpire, Said Ali Abbas, out there.
You mentioned France, obviously the other newcomers into the team. They had an excellent qualifiers in the T20 World Qualifiers.
I don't know if we'll see Gus in that one, but let's see.
I'll tell you what, it won't matter when you've got shots like that. That's going to sail over the offside, and it goes for another 6 runs. And, well, you just have to keep the pressure on the bowlers. He's had a good first couple of deliveries in this over, but this time he gets the treatment. It gets this one all wrong, and it goes all the way for 6 runs.
That's the shot, isn't it? Really good shot, that one. Side sharp, bangs it over cover. Well, they've been pretty nice so far. They haven't hit any into that fence or into that playground. They've just been hitting it around it most of the time. Yeah, something to think about for Jabarkel. That was just on a length. I think you've got to go Yorker here. I don't think I've seen enough Yorkers so far.
Need a toe cruncher.
Yeah, even if you go slightly too full. But this pitch is an absolute road. That's what they were all saying to me.
Well, often the full tosses are some of the harder ones to get away if it's on that line. But this could be another opportunity. And it is taken. And I think he might have picked up a bit of an injury. He's walking a little bit gingerly, but he takes the wicket nonetheless. It's another good catch.
Pretty good catch for a man that looked like he was hopping on one leg there. Suckland Raja. He had to come round to his left. I don't know if this is just a little bit of cramp early in the morning or something like that, but look at that. Definitely a little bit of discomfort. But he does take the catch. And look, apart from maybe one early that was right off the fingertips, they haven't missed a catch at all. So that's going to be really important. When you do get chances, you've got to finish them. So Side Sharp, he goes 6 and out. He is the 5th wicket to fall now. 1-2, 1 for 5.
A bit of interesting. Again, I picked it up on earlier, but 71 runs on the offside and only 47 on the leg. And this is going to race away through the legs. It'll take some cutting off. I don't think he's going to get there. He won't. So it will race away for 4-leg buys.
Yeah, this hurts, doesn't it? Bad enough when you're getting boundaries off the bat. This sneaks away and the keeper doesn't dive at it. He says, I'm going to chase it down. But Mirrorwace, even with the one glove being slightly lighter, he couldn't quite get there in time and put that 4 with the rest.
Now, obviously, both of us, yourself and myself, obviously you're a little bit more experienced. Wicket keepers.
Yeah.
Would you have gone for the dive there?
Depends. Yeah. Then someone else has to chase it. See, that's smart.
There
Smart
you go.
play. This is Sultan Diwan Ali, who's actually the keeper for Austin Exiles. Of course, we saw plenty of these guys playing the ECL this year. They played in Group D, Austin Exiles. They were the champions last year in Belgium. And we, not sure if there's one ball left here or not. Maybe not. Probably the end of the over. So, actually, just going to get confirmation of that in a second. But I was just going to say, yeah, they had that Group D. That was the Albies Army group. Yeah, 1-2-5 for 5. There we go, after 8 overs. They were in the Albies Army group, which was Albies Army MSC Frankfurt, that memorable final where Albies Army chased down 67 with 9 wickets down. It was absolute chaos.
Those were scenes.
But you might not remember, the game before that was Austin Exiles that were involved. And Albies Army chased down a pretty meagre total from Austin Exiles as well, with a few dramas along the way. And so it was Ismail Zia was the hero for Albies Army on that occasion. But yeah, Austin Exiles had a very good, very, very good week. Just couldn't quite get it done on finals day, finishing 3rd in the group.
Well, that's a good take down the leg side.
Really good take.
Saw that one early. Saw it, the wrist angling towards that leg side. And it's an excellent bit of work from Shazad behind the stumps.
Yeah, so
just that leg side wide.
Don't see Adil Diwan Ali in the 11 today, but Sultan Diwan Ali is at the crease at the moment, the non-strikers in. But Adil Diwan Ali took the first hat-trick of the year.
There you go.
That's the ball. Haven't seen enough of that, really, have we?
Even though it was a little bit too full, it's still one of the harder ones to get away.
Harder
right
to get
on the toe of the bat.
Harder to get under, you know. And I think especially with the cover region being slightly shorter, I think if you're bowling just on a length and hoping for the best. Look, sometimes they have got a couple of miss hits that result in wickets, but yeah, interesting. 10 balls to go.
And this one, it's a lovely shot into the offside. It should just be a single. I tell you what, I feel like we're going to see a few Tortugas here on this dry outfield. It's bobbled away towards the deep backwards point.
But these guys have handled them really well so far, haven't they? They're prepared to get down and try and block with their body, and I like that. Showing good commitment. Keanu's saying Malta has a sensational T10 team. Yeah, well, they've seen plenty of cricket from Malta, haven't we?
This is into the leg side. That was where I made my debut, in fact.
Yes, of course.
Due to unfortunate circumstances, though.
Yeah. Uh-oh. This one almost gets past the keeper. But, yeah, of course. We had a late issue. Not often commentators get injured, is it?
Very rarely see it.
Conrad was on for that one originally.
No, I obviously met Conrad back in Portugal a couple of weeks ago, and I thanked him. I said, thank you.
He's a great guy, isn't he?
Now this is high in the air. I think this might have the legs. This is going to sail away. It'll be one bounce. Might not be, in fact. Umpire's signaling it there. It is going to be signalled as 6. We're going to take another look here. But we've seen that sort of paddle scoop. It's not the paddle scoop that we're used to seeing, but it's been effective so far.
Yeah, that is 6 as well. Look at that.
Gone
you
a
can
long
see
way.
The flags. That's gone just because of pure timing, hasn't it? So nice shot by Sultan Diwan Ali.
There's an interesting question from Devendra Kumar.
Oh, okay.
We'll get to that in a minute.
All right. I was wondering what we're pointing out there. Last ball of the over.
It's a good comeback.
Speechless there for a second, weren't you? 9 overs down. The score is 135 for 5.
Well, listen, I've not.
We have started doing hot gossip a little bit. I don't think it's really what ECN is made for. But of course, a comment regarding Nikki, and she's being involved in the 100 at the moment, and she's doing good things over there. Of course, she was just our guest in that week, and so
well, I saw she was
lucky to have it.
She was doing a presenting job at the Wembley Arena.
Yeah,
she was doing it in front of however many thousands of people.
Brilliant stuff. Yeah. So
no, to answer your question, no.
Okay, sure. That's what a guilty person would say, isn't it? Anyway, if you're in the chat, you'll know what we're talking about. If not, you'll be a bit puzzled, but don't worry. It's not a bad thing. Here we go, last overtime.
Well, what a way to start. That is flicked off the legs, and that is pure excellence. Sails into the leg side. It's yet again another 6 runs.
Yeah, so this one's taken off the stump, pretty middle on leg, but it was asking to go. And then it's that length. You see when they got it right last over, it was fuller, wasn't it? That's just a kind of good length and angling in. Powerful shots. Shinwari at the crease now. Forward Shinwari moves to 9. 5 balls left.
Down the ground. It hasn't quite got all this bit of a cloth off the bat. They're going to turn and go for the second. It could be close here.
Yeah, may have been out if you hit, but I think it's good to go for 2 because you're going to need a clean pickup. So just to block it isn't going to be enough to stop at 2. And so they will get back. So 143. I think they're heading that. Yeah, feeling like the 150 is about right for par. Was he in?
Yeah, in by a long way. And this is an outside edge, and well, it's pretty comfortably taken. I think that might be. I think that is Saklan Raja. He's moved to that 3rd man region sort of slip, and he just comfortably just sort of gets a little bit of a hop in there, and
really
he takes the catch.
Well judged. I mean, this time of the day, the sun's kind of in your eyes in that position, I think, as well. But I've got to give him credit. That was a really good catch. Just timed his jump well. Have a look here. You think this is getting over him and it's a certain boundary, but instead it's going to be a wicket. And so, yeah, credit to them. They've taken 6 wickets in this innings, Antwerp. Remember, it is their ECS debut. But we only ever had the 8 matches before this in Belgium. So 143 for 6.
Considering they were 60 for 1 after the 3rd over, they really have done well to keep this down to a minimum. This is a fuller delivery again, slapped into the offside. It should just be a single. It's well judged by Shafila Zakel. Getting loads of Tortuga ring, if you can call it that.
Yeah. The thing is, that's number 8 coming out. Look how he hits the ball first ball. I mean, they all love to whack it. That's, Malik Zai, who's out there now. Will they get the 150 in the end? 3 to come.
Well, that's certainly going to help. This is going to sail into the leg side, and it will go all the way. What a way to bring up that 150. It's a 6 down the ground.
Yeah, pardon me, it is the last ball coming up now, and that is the 150. Nice shot, isn't it? Sultan Diwan Ali showing he's not all just about touch.
Strong wrists.
He loads up. Sends that one high away over mid-wicket. So 150 plus this in the first innings of ECS Belgium.
And this is into the leg side. It's the last delivery. They'll push for 2. He goes to the right end. He should be gone here, and he will be. Excellent work again out in the deep. And he will get the wicket. So a wicket to finish the innings there. They will obviously get that 1 run. So they will finish on 151 for 7 after their 10 overs.
Yeah, nice fielding again. I've got to say, he fielded so well in that innings. Wahidullah Jabbar Kel. His diving stops and catch, he took that run out as well, setting the standard. But look, the standard has been set with the bat as well, hasn't it? 152 for 7. Pardon me. It'll be 151 for 7. After 10 overs, so the target will be 152. You've got to say well done to Jabbar Kel, who finished with 2 for 23. But really, we're going to see some fireworks, so keep your flammables away because we are going to see this ground lit up with Maximos as we go to the highlights of the first innings of the day. And didn't we see some early bangs? That was all about Sohail Kalim, his 60 off only 18 balls. A magical innings to start the ECS Belgium.
Well, incredible strike rate of 333.33. But he was eventually joined by Raja Wakasali, who ended up coming out there, but not before we saw some more excellent shots from that man, Sohail Kalim. Again, just abusing that offside. It's often we see that leg side often targeted here on the European Cricket Network, but Sohail Kalim just showing his pure class. Most of his runs coming into that offside, and he was obviously joined by Fazal Mahmood, the skipper, at the top of the order. But he just played second fiddle really as he stood at the non-strikers end and just watched some excellent power hitting from Sohail Kalim. But there was also a little bit of touch with that shot into the deep backward point region. That was the wicket to go. That was Faisal Mahmood. A good bit of bowling from Saklan Raja. Obviously took some outstanding catches out in the deep and also in the inner circle. But that didn't stop the rain of runs as Sahel Kaleem carried on going. He finished with 5 sixes and 6 fours in his innings. He was joined by Rajas Waqas Ali at number 3, and he was able to get going ever so slightly. 28 off of 12 for him, 3 fours and 2 sixes, striking at 233.33. And that's certainly what you need after you get an excellent explosive start by your openers. You need to come in at number 3 and be able to support them, and he certainly did that. Kept the runs ticking over. That was one of them. That came all the way into the ice cube here in Belgium, keeping us nice and cool. There were some brilliant shots. He did survive an early cause with danger, but he eventually went on to really apply the pressure and take the attack to the bowlers. And then we saw Sherry Butt. Well, this one was pushed a little bit wider, and he got the breakthrough. It was a good catch by Shaful Zakal. He ended up going for 28, and that sort of stemmed the flow of runs, really. The middle order just unable to get going, really. There was a couple of really nice shots into that leg side. Obviously, Vinny mentioned in the toss at the start that that square leg boundary is very, very straight and very short. So no surprise there. That was where they decided to go ahead and target towards here. But there was still some excellent shots into that offside. That was one of the shots of the day. It went all the way. And then, well, that was down the ground. And it was that man once again. Saklan Raja just proving to be excellent in the deep there. But it still didn't stop. Even though new batsmen came in, they often started well, but then they'd go for one too many. And it was that man again who ended up taking the breakthrough. There was a couple of lucky escapes as well. This one racing all the way. Evades the chasing Mirwaz Shahzad. And again, once we saw that plenty of times, that sort of scoop into that leg side. Able to capitalise on what wasn't poor bowling, it has to be said. I thought all 3 elements of the game were on an excellent show here in this first innings of match number 1. Some great catches, some great ground fielding as well. Obviously, Waidullah Jakapala on that leg side was just able to really prevent a flow of boundaries. He's probably saved, I think, around 8 runs really in total, but that was towards the end. They had to go for the second, but he wasn't able to get back in time, and that did mean that the Ofsted Exiles, they finished on 151 for 7 after their 10 overs, setting 152 for victory. We take a look at the scorecard here, and once again, that man at the top of the order, Sahel Kaleem, 60 off of just 18 deliveries. Outstanding bit of work from him, 6 fours, 5 sixes, striking at 3-3-3. Excellent work from him. You can just see there, after the two main men went, Sahel Kaleem and Waqas Ali, they were still able to keep things going. And then we take a look at the bowlers. It wasn't easy out there. It's not easy on this ground. It's a small ground, electric outfield, but there were some really good performances from the likes of Nawaz Khankel and Sadullah Jakapal as well. And the pick of the bowlers is Nawaz Khankel, going for just 9 and over. 2 wickets for him, 2 wickets for Jakapal as well, 1 for Sherry Butt. Good influential bit of bowling in that middle start there. But don't go anywhere. We will be back in around about 10 minutes or so for the response of Antwerp as they require 152 runs for victory here in match number 1 of the FanCode European Cricket Series. You're watching on European Cricket Network. Don't go anywhere.
Hello and welcome back to Mechelen in Belgium. First day of a new series, and really looking forward to seeing what is going to play out over the next 2 weeks. In the first innings of this one, it was Antwerp won the toss, elected to bowl. I think they were regretting it about 3 overs later when they'd already conceded 60, but they did well to kind of pull it back. They had 91 off the last 7 overs, and they ended up with 151 for 7 on the board. And so it will be 152, the chase. Let's see if Antwerp can respond with the same kind of fireworks. One thing about Belgium, these guys love to hit the ball. I think of any country. I mean, obviously captured the imagination of all the ECN fans last year with the national team's performance in the ECC. Of course, we'll see them again in Group C this year. Right now, it's going to be Wahidullah Jabbar to face up, and it's the main man from the first innings, Sahel Kalim. In the power play, he was so damaging, but now he's got the ball, and they're going for spin straight away. So I think that's quite an interesting one. This one probably would have been a wide. Instead, it'll probably be 4, maybe not. Well, I guess the benefit's going to go to the fielders
today. He does pull it back. A straight line between the flags if you're calculating it here. Again, I don't know how much. Yeah, see, for me, that's probably 4. I'm fairly confident. Yeah, it will be. Yeah, it's really good work. I mean, considering the resources we have at our disposal with no rope, I mean, great work by Spring Productions and Tom referee getting that one spot on, I think. It would have been wide. Instead, it was a boundary. Now this one's going. It's miles in the air. Where's it coming down? I think this will be another 4. Again, he's tried everything to keep that in. That's Jabran Khan, but he's wiped himself out. Back-to-back boundaries. And Kalim getting a taste of his own medicine early. So yeah, you see this one. Again, you can't fault the commitment of these guys today. They've all been spot on.
And what a start here for Antwerp. 2 boundaries early on. See that one in a bit of comical fashion. But it's a 4 in the book nonetheless. What a start for Japarkal. And he goes for it again, but this could be an opportunity. And it's been put down. It's an opportunity that goes begging, and well, it's all happening here.
Oh.
So the drop, and then there'll be buzzers, and they do come through for another run.
Yeah, Charlie Hunt back with me, and well, Charlie, yeah, we saw most of the catches being taken in the first half, and this is one, I think it's Munfreet, that just goes back, and yeah, I mean, they're all kind of scrambling. They had to run back, but he did get back with plenty of time. Now this one is probably going to be just a single. I mean, you just have to look at that 15 and over and try and stay on pace. We think early days, but maybe that 15 and over is pretty average. So already we've seen, what's that, 11 off 4 balls.
I think the interesting bit here for the Exiles, they really need to set the standards in the fields early on. If they don't quite put their standards up there, they are just going to look to struggle here. And this time, wow, that's a good bit of work from Jabran Khan. That one popping up right off the ground, and he manages to keep it to just 1 run. And this time, it's just going to sail. This is going to go all the way, and it will be another boundary, and it's the first 6 of the innings, and it's for that man there, Waidullah Jakarpal.
Yeah, smacked, and that one's off the top of the 10. Thanks for coming. He's had a pretty good game so far, Waidullah Jakarpal. I think he saved about 10 runs in the field. Now he sent the first over for 18, well 17 off his bat. Yeah, 18 for no loss after 1. And if you want to chase down 150 plus, I think you need to have a good power play. That's a pretty good start. I'll be wanting maybe that kind of 50 plus, I suppose, in the power play.
Well, there you go. That count really is, it's getting up there again. 16 matches now without a golden ball.
And you're a bit of a golden ball swami, aren't you? Because, I mean, I was having a beautiful dip in the Mediterranean when the 405 game streak got broken in Portugal. But I'm not bitter at all. Well, I think it's great.
We worked it out. It wasn't me. It was Tyrone that had the magic.
Yeah, that's true, actually. Here's Faisal Mahmood over number 2.
This has gone high in the air. And that's an outstanding catch. And you just can't keep him out of the game. He bowls the first over. And this time he gets right underneath this, and it will be a catch. And the first wicket has to go for 18 for 1. And it's a really good catch from that man.
Yeah, it was a good catch, wasn't it? He identified he was going to get there, and he started kind of planning his fall because he knew he was going to get there, but then he had to protect the ball, and he kind of turns sideways, does a very good job. So, unfortunately for Ilyas, he's not able to recapture the magic of Jabarkal at the other end. He goes for just the single, and the first wicket falls. 18 for 1, an immediate success for Faisal Mahmood.
Yeah, that one just hitting the splice of the bat, really. He was a little bit early on it, if anything. Just trying to play a shot into the leg side that wasn't really there. But he has to make the long walk back to the 10s as the new batsman makes his way out to the middle. A bit of pressure on his shoulders here. It's a good first over, but he just needs to build on here. It does Sherry Butt, the skipper. This is into the leg side, and they'll come through. Opportunities of a second, they won't take it on. So Cherry Butt just happy to get off the mark straight away with a single into that leg side, but it certainly is interesting to see. Obviously that catch, that really sets the standards now. That's what's going to be expected from the exiles in the field.
It's going to be important for sure. Sherry Butt, very experienced campaigner. Jamarkel facing though.
A wild swipe from Gabriel.
So, yeah, sorry, Sherry Butt, I was going to say, we've seen him playing for the Belgian national team. Also saw him playing for SV Kampong in the Dutch ECS series as well. He's playing for Antwerp in their ECS debut today as a top scorer of 89. He's 35 matches. And, interestingly, in ECN T10, he is now on 991 career runs.
There you go. Oh, that's high into the leg side. That's going to take some catching. There's a man underneath it. And he will take it. That's an outstanding catch from the man out in the deep. And it's the in-batsman, Waldula Jakarkel, has to go. Looking to go big again into that onside. Gets this one all wrong. Picks out the man, and it's the second wicket to fall.
Yeah, really good catch, wasn't it? Angled in, a bit of swing there for the bowler. But yeah, it's a ball that went miles in the air. And when it came down, I think that might be Wazir Aryan. That is the catcher, but what a good piece of work it is. And so Antwerp on the skids a little bit in this chase. 19 for 2 now. Wahidullah ends up going for 17 off just 7 balls.
It's a good start from the opener, but just a bit of pressure now on the middle order of Antwerp now. Coming in early on. Still got an over and a half of the power play remaining. And really need to look to build on what was a promising start, but just being cut back here a little bit.
We're talking about Sherry Butt, the fact he scored 991 ECN T10 runs. The thing is, he scored them at a strike rate of 220. So he hasn't been mucking around, has he?
That's impressive hitting. There's a reason why he's one of the men in the Belgian national squad that does a lot of the damage. As far as I'm moved, the skipper leading from the front here. And this is going to be swiped into the leg side, and what a way to get off the mark for Saklan Raja. And this will go all the way to the fence. It's a welcome boundary. So dealing in boundaries mostly here are Antwerp at the moment.
Yeah, it's a good shot, wasn't it? Just the angle in. Saklan Raja, we also have seen him playing for SV Kampong. No surprises there. There's a bit of an association between those clubs, but yeah, this angle in from Mahmood, kind of, because that's a pretty short boundary down there. Even though Jabarkel went trying to go aerial, if you go with it, I think it's one time you can go leg side.
It will be another wicket, and Raja this time getting this one all wrong. No foot movement, stuck like glue. Oh, this one's stuck in the hands like glue, and it's another wicket.
Yeah. Just a ball which actually goes away a little bit, almost a wide. It's a tentative little prod, isn't it? And, well, they couldn't believe their luck, could they? Because that's a pretty soft dismissal. And a little bit of the crocodile, as Corey would say about this. One hand came off the bat, and he was really upset with himself. No doubt about that. And so Saklan Raja goes for just the 4. And a third wicket in the power play now. It's 23 for 3. And it's also the end of the over. And how about that over from Faisal Mahmood? Takes 3 wickets for 5 runs.
That's outstanding work. Leading from the front, the skipper. Here's Mahmood, and that certainly is going to get those spirits up in the field now.
Yeah, it's because it's wide. I think he's half thinking, am I going to swing at this or not? He ends up kind of half swinging. It hits the toe of the bat, which isn't the middle of the bat. And that's why it kind of just clunks off. And it was a really simple catch. And Said Shah had absolutely no problems with it. So, well, Sherry Butt is still there. But, I mean, apart from the fact that the 3 wickets fell, because these guys bat deep, so sometimes the wickets falling doesn't hurt them so much. But what does hurt them is there were only 5 runs off that over. And now they're going to go back to Sahel Kalim, who bowled the first. Interesting that he's going to get a second straight away. I mean, he did go for 18, but maybe that's not so unusual.
Well, he's really got to follow his skipper now. Obviously, that first over, as you mentioned, did go for 18. Really needs to back up his skipper. It's a good start. It's a good take for Sultan Devan Ali. This all the way into the gloves. And it's a good start with the dot ball. That one's going to walk away, but a bit of lateral movement there for clean there. That one there.
A free look at one.
Even a bit of a way swing.
Well, Sherry gets going though. He's so destructive. Top score of 89 in this form of the game.
Kalim continues here. This is a fuller delivery, and this is in the slot. And this will go all the way. And that'll open up his account in the tournament. Sherry Butt gets his first boundary, and what a way to do so. It's a 6 over cover
Yeah, Maximo time. This is the zone, isn't it? And it's kind of good because I think it's a smart strategy anyway to kind of play through the line of the ball from that point to straight region, so the cover region basically. And yeah, the shorter boundary over there, I think this gives you a bit more of an incentive to do it. And Sherry Butt moves to 997 career runs in ECN T10 cricket.
Far away. And he's not going to add to it this time. It's a good comeback from Kaleem. It's just a dot ball.
A few people asking about the boundary line. Yeah, I mean, obviously, it is the responsibility of the federation to provide that, and we're just covering it here on ECN.
That's again a really good bit of bowling that from Kaleem. He saw him come early, just dropped his length back. But there's an interesting one here.
Yeah, go through the shot.
Chris Smith's breakfast.
Yeah, I saw that. 3 croissants, 3 waffles, and a litre of orange juice. Well, waffles are famous in Belgium. Belgian waffles.
Indeed.
Very, very famous.
And it's another one.
Yeah, I mean, I'm quite curious about what the issue is here. Is his head down? I think he's saying, well, I hadn't looked up yet. I think Kaleem's getting a bit frustrated now, saying, well, look, I've been ready, so you should be ready.
Do you think it might be your suit putting him off?
Hope not.
Obviously, we are not right behind the bowler's arm, but we're in the eye line.
Yeah, look at Kaleem. He's not happy about this. That's twice. He's okay, first time, fair enough. I always think you get one of those as a batter, all right? But it's your responsibility to be ready and looking.
Just building a bit of pressure now. It's another dot ball.
Especially with spinners. I remember this in T20 cricket. We have some spinners that come off a couple of steps, and I like to tap my bat a couple of times and do that. I didn't have time to do it because, okay, I tap my bat, I'm saying I'm ready. You know, so
completely rush you.
Yeah. So it is the batter's responsibility there. The fielders are under time restrictions, remember.
And it will be a dot ball to end the over. That's an outstanding over. Just the 6 runs coming off of the bat of Charlie Butt. And at the end of the power play, after 3 overs, Antwerp 29 for 3. So in comparison to where...
Watch this. This is going to be an interesting graph. There's a lot of tall towers there, aren't there? What was it? I'm going to look at the highest over was 29 there in the first innings, but the lowest was 9. Every other over was double digits. The 7th went for 9, and only just. That was a good over from Kangul that contained 2 wickets. But I just think back to 2020, and it was a 2-day series back then. And I remember it actually. It was around about this time of the year actually. It was the 15th and 16th of August, and had 6 teams taking part. And Austin Exiles, they kind of went 1-1 in their group, ended up making it through to the semi-final stage, but they lost. They were only able to get 68 on the board against Beverin, who ended up winning the tournament. And people are telling me as well, Beverin, they are a team to watch out for. I think we'll see them in the second half of this ECS. Here's Mahmood, who's back for more.
This is going to race away. This is going to go all the way for another boundary. And things just not going his way early on in his second over. Had a good first one, but this time almost doubling his total runs against his name. It's a little inside edge. It runs away, and it's another boundary. 4 runs. And you can just see that boundary is just going to release a bit of pressure. And what a way to get off the mark for Mamunzai. It's off with a nice boundary down the leg side.
Yeah, just got to keep going. I mean, I think my point of no return on this is a bit higher. It might be more like 20. Normally it's about 18, depending on the amount of wickets lost. Right now it's 17.41, but this is the kind of ground you could go 3 a ball on for an extended period.
This is an opportunity. And it's been put down. I thought he managed to hang on to it.
I'm surprised here. I mean, the biggest thing he's worried about is getting cleaned up by the fielder coming in. But Faisal Mahmood, yeah, I don't know if he had it and dropped it when he hit the ground. He ended up getting there, and the fielder did well to get out of his way. He knew, well, Faisal, he's going to go for this. But yeah, in fact, he just misjudges it in the first place.
It's not an easy catch running over your shoulder, especially after just coming in and steaming in and bowling the ball.
Would have been a 4th wicket for him as well.
Continues here. And this time, this is again 2 straight. And it evades the diving man down at fine leg. And it goes again for another boundary. And you can just see there, whenever he raised two straight on the line of the stumps, he gets punished.
Yeah, another nature walk this time, I think, for Shinwari down there. You have a look there. It's on the tourist path as well, looks like. Yeah, just angling in. That's the risk. It happened once in the first over as well to Mahmood.
Well, that is the beauties of this ground here, isn't it? We are in the middle of a sort of national park.
It's actually beautiful. It is a really beautiful place. They're surrounded by so many trees. Reminds me a little bit of the Kiel ground last year in the north of Germany that we went to, because it is bordered by trees, and it's also bordered by a couple of other obstacles that make it very unique. 9 off the last 3 deliveries, but that's a good comeback from Faisal Mahmood. Keeps it to
A welcome dot ball there.
Now, also should mention that boundary did bring up the 1,000 runs in ECN T10 cricket for Sherry Butt, so congratulations, Sherry. Oh, he turned 40 earlier in the year as well. Someone
Like wine.
Yeah.
Better with age.
Look at me, about the same age. No one wants to pick me. You know, I couldn't even make the 11 a couple of weeks ago.
Oh, really? And this time is just into the offside, onside correction. It will just be a single rotating
Rico,
strike.
I was making heaps of this. I was available to play for Vinarati in the Czech Republic competition. I wasn't selected.
Oh, no.
Went to all the trouble, get the stuff. Said, look, thanks, but
Thanks, but no thanks.
stick with what we got here. And nothing against the keeper, Shobit Parcher, but he is the guy who, in the viral clip, there were 3 buys when it went to the keeper. So that's the pecking order now.
This is going to go all the way into the offside. And this will go for another boundary. And it's a good end to the 4th. And that certainly is going to help the proceedings here for Antwerp. They move on to 43 for 3 after 4 overs.
Yeah, so it's getting something going. Just we know that these guys can hit, and they will continue to try and do this. So I'm not going to count them out just yet, but a really good start for the Austin Exiles team. That last time we had ECS cricket 2 years ago, they only made the semis, but they did get the national championship last year and represent Belgium at the ECL earlier this year. Vinny Sandu here, Mr. Maximo, Charlie Hunt with me for a couple of weeks. So yeah, great to see Charlie here on the tour. And so how's it been so far? I mean, to come to Belgium. I mean, have you been to Belgium before?
No, never been to Belgium
First
before.
time?
Yeah, first time. I've ticked up a few first time in a few countries this year. It's been really good. But no, Belgium really look well. I think the thing I'm most looking forward to is some of the cuisine.
Yes.
The chocolate for me.
The fries with mayonnaise
Yes.
is another thing. That is something that the Dutch are always claiming that. The Belgians
Yeah.
are like, hey, that's our thing. We came up with that. We had a great time yesterday going through town.
Yeah.
Really beautiful town, Mechelen. Bit of a student town, Mechelen, between Brussels and Antwerp.
If you don't mind me saying, more my age group.
Yeah, that's okay. not afraid to say that.
I think I might bang on half your age.
Yeah, what are you?
20.
20? I'm 41.
Oh, there you
So,
go.
yeah,
There you go.
You're probably 20 and a half by now. When's your
Yeah,
birthday?
probably actually.
You're
Yeah.
probably about half my age.
There you go.
That's okay.
That's got to be a first, surely, on the ECN.
All about diversity, you know, diversity in age and everything else. Here's Wakas, who's going to bowl over number 5.
Comes down to meet him, and it's just dragged into the leg side. There's opportunities of a second, and if there was a better throw, would have been gone.
But Sherry wants it. I mean, I like that he wants to strike. He just hasn't found his touch yet, though, has he, Sherry Butt? Got a couple of boundaries in there, but he's frustrated. You can tell. Got to deal with some good bowlers all the way around as well. Wakas is one of them.
Good start from Wakas, just the 2. There's an appeal, there's half of an appeal. Eventually signalled wide.
Yeah, Wakas is wily. Look at a little cheeky grin.
Yeah. I think he was there. He was just appealing just to try and evade or get away
He
from
does
the
a
wide
half peel,
call.
but then tries to turn it into, oh, it's so obvious. Yeah, very late from the keeper. Look at Wakas here. He's like,
Watch the smile.
Yeah, he's,
Yeah, that little side glance.
He knows what he's doing.
And this time, not too short.
Yeah.
It was off the pad.
It's off the pad on the 4, bit of an LB appeal, but he's always angling down. But I mean, these are all balls that are probably hittable. Sherry, I mean, he's the kind of guy who could just explode right now and go supersonic. But so far, it's a bit of a case the old Monday mornings about this innings from Sherry Butt.
Well, this time, well, that certainly is, and that's exquisite into the offside, and that will sail the way all the way for another 6 runs.
Yeah, well, Exhibit A, this. This is what I was talking about. He's absolutely smashed this, and well, hide your children if they're in the playground, because there could be a few more coming that way. And Sherry goes smash.
And he needs a response here now, does Wakas Ali. This is a back of a length delivery, just pushed into the leg side. Well cut off by the man there. It will just be.
That was like a bullet out of a gun, that shot. It was like what would you call it? Like an elevated cut.
It was elegant.
It
Pure
was
elegance.
Just perfectly timed. So if we can string a few of those together, this game isn't over yet. I'm not even prepared to call it a point of no return at 18 on this ground.
There's a long way to go.
Yeah.
Long way to go.
Yeah, Vinny's wife in the chat calling it a slap. Like shot, it was a slap.
Slappage. That just staying a little bit low there. Just sort of skidded through off the pitch.
The other thing is, though, if you're going to score these uber high scores, you need to kind of, you can't just have one batter doing it all on his own. I think that's the thing. You can't be too conscious of who's on strike. Just whoever's on has to be able to have that ability. And Mum Zai, you've seen signs of it so far, but he misses out that time. Let's see what he can do with the last ball of the 5th over.
Ploughed down the ground. It should just be a single. It's picked up by the man there, and it will just be the 1 run.
Yeah, you can see that Sherry Butt, his body language, he's a bit frustrated that he won't be facing up, but it is the end of the 5th over. The score is 54 for 3. And yeah, like I say, one of the things that is fantastic about the European Cricket Series is going to all these different places, and there's different player groups, and there's different field conditions, and there's lots of things that are different. But the format, I just think it allows the players to express themselves, and I think the batters here are pretty keen to do that. Sherry Butt 21, not out of 14. Top scorer so far. Jamaica looked good early for 17, didn't he? But yeah, now they really need this partnership to flourish at a higher speed as we see Syed Shah coming on to bowl over number 6.
And he goes for the interesting selection of shot, trying to get the scoop out, but gets this one all wrong. And what a start for Syed Shah. Right on the money, right on the Yorker length, and he gets the breakthrough.
Yeah, I get the thinking with this, but again, the mechanics are all wrong. He's on the move. His feet end up way outside the tram line. If you're going to do this, you still need to get yourself in a position to be able to hit the ball. In the end, he can barely reach it. So, Mum Zai, unfortunately, here's the wicket, and probably even more importantly, it's the dot, isn't it? So he goes, and now 4 wickets down, 54 for 4.
Yeah, I think the thing for me there was that even though he got it, the positioning wasn't terrible, but his head was still moving as he was trying to make contact with it. I think if you can get into the right spot here, you take another look here, he gets into a good position, but his head is still moving.
Yeah,
and it's going down towards the pitch as well.
You have to get a bit more front on there, I think, than he got. He kind of turned himself too far around and was always trying to catch up with that ball. Which it's called the ramp for a reason. You're trying to use your bat as a ramp. You don't really want to be swinging at it at all. Maiden Waters, like your comment, come back to that in a second. Immediate success for the bowler, Syed Shah. Next one will just be 1. Yeah, Maiden Waters saying evening to everybody. Nice to have you with us, Maiden Waters. And Gen Z and a millennial just on the commentary team. Well, I think I'm borderline Generation X/Y.
Now, I can't lie, I don't actually have much of knowledge on the generation.
Well, I think if you're a millennial, if you're born like 2000 plus, so you'd be, what's your date of birth?
I don't know if I want
No, your year of birth, I mean.
2002.
Wow. Oh,
well, I'll tell you what, that's going to go all the way, and that was going to help proceedings. And this one goes all wrong for Syed Shah. And it's that man, Sherry Butt. He gets in on the action once again. It's another 6 runs.
Well, Sherry is very capable of doing this, and everyone was taking cover there. And oh, Sherry, another one. The 2 he has hit out the middle of the bat have gone like rockets, haven't they? He's 27 off 15. Most importantly, he's on the striker's end.
This one, bit of lateral movement, but almost too much, and it's down the leg side for a wide. That was stand and deliver stuff, really. Just sort of stood his ground, swung from the hip, and it went a long way down the ground.
Chris Smith has said I'm Generation X. I get told that Generation X kind of finishes around 1980. He's saying 85, so I'm on the cusp.
Well, that is going to go all the way into the leg side, and it evades the man on that leg side. I mean, Malkazai unable to cut that off. And it's that man again, Sherry Butt. He's looking in fine touch at the moment.
I think that's 6. Yeah, it is 6. So Maximo time. And lucky the banner's there. Otherwise, it was going to be more bushwalking, wasn't it? Yeah, some people disagree with the XY border. So I'm in the zone. I'm an XY, if you like.
XY. I'm a millennial, though. That's pretty easy to work out. Okay. And that is an opportunity, and it's taken. And that's a huge wicket in the context of this game. The in batsman, Sherry Butt, he holds out to the man on the offside boundary, and it's the big wicket. He has to go.
Yeah, so tried to get into the playground, but couldn't open the gate. You have a look here, and what a good catch. I mean, that's not an easy catch, and remember that it was Manpreet Sandhu that dropped one earlier on. This was much harder. It was hit very well. It was hit hard but flat, didn't have the elevation to get over for 6, so unfortunately Sherry walks off at 68 for 5. Things aren't looking good for Antwerp on their ECS debut.
Well, that flew like a rocket. That was going at a rate of knots, but that's a really good catch out in the deep. He set himself. He knew that it was coming at him quickly. He got himself in the right position. He took it pretty cleanly, and it was a pretty comfortable catch for, I think that's Manpreet Sandhu out on the offside. An excellent catch from that man there. Chris Smith also asked, how were our travels yesterday? You had a bit more of an interesting travel there than I did.
Well, okay. Well, first, you went by air.
Yes.
Where'd you go from? Valencia?
Alicante.
Alicante. Okay. And
Nice
so
and
you're
easy.
pretty easy. No stresses.
There was an hour and a half delay. But I was with Andy House.
Yeah, you were
So
with
it
Andy.
was-
That would have been nice.
Yeah, it's nice.
I know that at Samir, who's scoring for us, his flight was overbooked, so he had to.
Yeah, it was an
He just
interesting
scraped on it in the end.
one. Well, it's been called a no ball already.
That's a good call. He's not a tall guy either, is he? This is Shafiullah Zakel, and that for me, yeah, that's too high. Good stuff by the umpires. Early test for them, but they get that right. So free hit coming up.
Well, a free hit. Was it Corey that has the free hit horn?
Yeah, well, Corey was here. We talked about it. Yeah, we need a horn to remind
Do
everyone.
need something.
Well, we're going to have. I want an end of over horn as well. We're slightly semitone higher.
Do you need it? I think you need a DJ on ground.
Yeah, that's something. Well, I know we'll have it in the ECC.
Yeah, of course, yeah.
I think we should have something similar. Like
100%.
that in the ECS. Bit of atmosphere. Anyway, free hit. Let's go.
Clothed into the offside. And there's an opportunity here. Be interesting to take another look, I think.
He gets there in the end, I think, here. Let's see.
It might be closer than you think.
I'm confident for him. Needed to be direct.
Direct hit would have been interesting. He
Yeah.
does make his ground. So the free hit only going for the single.
Yeah, the free hit horn. I want to say hello to Stephen Kelk, who's watching from the Netherlands, saying that was Rampzalig for the batter. Apparently, in Dutch, that means disastrous. Talking about the ramp. So a little bit of play on words. I get it, Steve. Nice work. Anyway, it's the end of the 6th over, 71 for 5, 3 for 9. Team Mahmood was the start. 3 for 5, wrecking the top order, just not allowing them those precious power play boundaries, which I think you probably need to chase 150 down. And then, yeah, the other 2 wickets coming from Syed Shah, 2 for 17 off his 1 over, as you do. Here's Wakas, who's going to bowl over number 7. Yeah, so this is why. I'll talk about it in a second. First, we'll watch the first ball, the 7th over.
Waqas Raja starts with it's a great start. It's a bit of a slower delivery. Gave it a bit of airtime. And Shazad getting this one all wrong, playing all round it. It's a good start for Raja.
So in my studies, kind of masters in a couple of things, won't go into the specifics, but it's like beware of small sample sizes. When we saw the first 3 overs or 5 overs, we thought we're going to see 200 all the time on this ground, right?
Yeah. I still think par is a 150, 160 there.
I just think a lot of things can go wrong. It depends if you get in and stay in. But the batters that aren't, if they can't get that first one away that they're trying. So I think you got to average out all those factors. I still think, yeah, probably 140 to 150, I think, will be par. But, I mean, we'll see, won't we? Because I know we've got everyone tracking these things in the background. We'll look at the daily run rates day to day, and we'll see what is normal.
Only time will tell.
That's true.
It's going to be Zakel on strike.
Oh, what a shot.
Don't know how that one's ended up going over the keeper. Be interesting to take another look at this.
Squeezed off the toe and bounced into the ground and over the keeper. Hardest shot in the game.
That's outstanding. It's a great effort from the keeper, though, to be fair.
Sultan Diwan Ali, he's a guy we saw plenty of at the ECL earlier this year.
He's a tall man as well. He's a tall keeper. That's an interesting shot, but it's just a single to the total.
Again, that run rate's out of control now.
20, just under 22 now. And that's not going to help proceedings if you're an Antwerp fan. It's another wicket, and it's the first wicket for Waqas Ali. And this time, Louis Shazad, he has to go, playing all around this one. And it clatters into the stumps, and it's another wicket. And that means that Antwerp are now 73 for 6 in the 7th.
Yeah, nice shot for if you hit it, but if you don't, it becomes a shot. Doesn't look particularly good. Meanwhile, Shazad, you can't blame him really. I mean, they need to go for a ball, so he's trying to throw the bat at it. And so it does become the 6th wicket to fall. Score now 73 for 6. And Austin Exiles showing why they were the team that represented Belgium as their champion club earlier in the year in the European Cricket League.
There's a bit of interesting chat going on at the moment.
Dog chat?
There's dog chat.
Puppy chat?
There's
What else have you got?
There's talking about Vinny's wife saying, without shrugging the chat.
They got a
She's
feud.
free. Have they?
Yeah, they got a feud. I think.
Dear.
You know what they say? People always argue with each other. There's not a bit of a spark there, so who knows?
Bit of a connection of some form.
Couple to come then.
Marcus Ali continuing here. And it's again Fuller, bit of a slower delivery, just holds his pace back, and it's what you mentioned at the start of this innings.
Yeah.
Pace off is really proving to be pretty vital.
Got to try and deceive the batter one way or the other, unless you can really blast him without and out pace. But yeah, Marcus, pretty popular player in this region. Got a bit of swagger about him. I always thought that. Pretty decent on the dance floor as well, Marcus.
Oh, really? I saw what I called as the coolest man in cricket in Portugal. I'll come on to that in just a second.
Panda?
No, not
All right.
Panda.
Nice for the over.
This is
It's another bottom of the bat. That guy must have a steel-toed bat. Because he's done it again. This time it goes forwards. It's the end of the 7th over. The score 75-6. Look at this. Again,
right on the cue.
right
of
off the chalk it up. Just before we get to that, I
Yeah.
do want to mention one thing, that these two teams will meet again in the second match of the day, match 2, and interestingly, it will be Antwerp. They won the toss again, but this time they decided to bat first. Remember, this time they actually elected to put in the exiles. It kind of backfired a little bit. But yeah, Antwerp will be batting first. You can see Jabarkel looked pretty good. Mahidullah Jabarkel, that is. Opening the batting. Sherry Butt, I mean, signs of what he can do. So let's see how they go setting a total rather than chasing a total. And should be on target to start that one back on time in 20 minutes, but we'll have to see how long this takes. There might be a slight adjustment to that start time. But yeah, it's been pretty professional from the Exiles. So, okay, so tell me, who is the coolest person in European cricket? I want to hear it.
Kroot Patel.
Oh,
Kroot Patel.
I was not expecting you to say that.
Honestly.
All right.
Well, this has gone high in the air. It's an opportunity. I don't think he's going to get that. Just teasing. Marcus Ali comes through for just a single. But honestly, the swagger that man has, so whenever he comes out to bat, always wears these blacked out shades, hat on, cap on, and just walks out with swagger. No care in the world.
Kroot Patel. I was not expecting to say
Honestly.
Kroot, but okay. I mean, I know Kroot. He's a lovely guy.
Honestly,
All right.
coolest cricketer
Cool
I think
with
I've
a K.
seen.
I like it.
100%. That's well dug out.
That's more of what we need to see if you want to keep batters quiet. And I think that Saeed Shah's been really good. Look, I don't care if the boundaries are 20 metres. What are you going to do with this one?
That's one of the hardest deliveries to get away. It's not easy to get anything underneath it, but this has been a real good spell of bowling here. And this one, again, this is a dot ball, but this is outstanding stuff from Saeed Shah.
Mahinda Mahendran's a pretty cool dude. He was the captain of the Bayern Boosters, and I've seen him a couple of years in Krefeld. He's got the proper, it looks like a giant diamond stud earring. It almost would weigh my lobe down if I had to wear it.
Stretch it out. It's into the leg side. It should just be a single.
And I like someone that has a big memory. So Brian Mantle, who obviously from the DCB, was there. And Mahinda has still not forgiven him for giving him out caught behind 25 years ago. And they talk about it every time they see each other. Don't you think that's great?
The joys of cricket. Is that, that's
and Brian said, you know, it's the worst decision I've ever made. He admits it.
Oh dear.
This is all right, you know.
I think it's a good call from the umpire there.
And the over. So 77 for 6. This, at the moment, it passes the line, and that's inside. That's fine.
Inside by a long way.
So we talked about your trip here. Asking about my trip here.
Of course.
In the chat. And yeah, well, we actually went here by bus. I think I mentioned it the other day. Normally we travel by plane or train, but we caught the bus here from Dusseldorf to Brussels North, and then we found out, and we had to catch a taxi the rest of the way. It was about a 20-minute trip. If there was an Olympics for how fast a taxi meter could go up, I think Belgium wins it. Belgium's taking the gold. This thing, it looked like the thing in the Back to the Future when they're going between times. It was like, so it ended up costing, it was like 94 euros for a 20-minute trip.
It's a little bit dear.
Which I won't say in Australian dollars, it's about 140, Keanu. About maybe 80 pounds. Anyway, let's roll. Not too much happening. I think this game's going to peter out a little bit, but I'm happy that Antwerp get another crack. In fact, they get to bat first, so they don't have to play with the scoreboard pressure. Yeah, but the bus was very comfortable, I've got to say. A little bit easier than the train with our luggage and all that stuff that we've got. You can just stick it under the bus and forget about it. When you're in the train, often you're trying to manoeuvre under these really thin aisles, and it can be a bit tough, especially if you're changing trains. So yeah, the bus was a decent option. It's about a 3-hour bus ride from Düsseldorf to Brussels.
And this is a slight appeal from Alexei. To no avail. It will come through for I think there's a bit of bat on that one, so it will just be a single.
Nope. There's a late call for a
Oh,
leg
there you
bite.
go. There we
it comes.
go.
Yeah, you got to stay with the umps sometimes. They like to make us wait, but that's all right. Umpires have been spot on, though, and mentioned in the chat as well, even without the boundary rope and everything, I think the calls have been excellent this morning.
It's two great minds think alike, you and Vinny's wife.
Yeah.
There you go.
Might have stolen that from the chat.
Well, that one clatters into the top of off. It doesn't get much better than that if you're a bowler. Stumps all the way into the ground. And Zakel wasn't quite able to get going. He goes for 4 off of 7, and it's the 7th wicket to fall.
Yeah, well, if he hit this, and it might have gone back to Dusseldorf because he's really given it both barrels. And Malik Zai right on target. So he comes up with his first wicket. Hasn't conceded a run yet. He'll only get this over because he's bowling the 9th. And that is 7th wicket to fall now, 78 for 7.
Interestingly enough, obviously, I quite like the idea of Antwerp batting first in the next game.
Yeah.
Gives them an idea whether they're going to prefer setting or chasing in the tournament. And I think it really, as Sherry Butt, the skipper, it gives him a bit more of an idea of what's better with his lineup. And obviously, this is their first time playing here on the European Cricket Network. It gives them more of an idea of what sort of fits their skill set more.
Yeah. Good point. Slow ball this time. This will be just knocked away. And, well, that's an easy-looking shot. That's number 9 coming out there and making it look very easy. This is Sharkan Shahzad. What a way to get off the mark.
Where's he been? Where's he been? That's a lovely touch cricket shot into the offside. Obviously races away on this electric outfield, but it's 4 nonetheless. And again, just provides a bit of confidence going into the next game. More so here.
How good are they? I mean, Belgian teams just battle all the way down. That's why they can be so hyper-aggressive. Alex Zai finally goes for some runs, gets the comeback ball here.
It's an opportunity down the ground, and it is taken. So Shahzad, well, he looked comfortable early on, but it wasn't a terrible shot. He has the license to go for it, but doesn't quite get underneath this one. And he picks up the man at long on, and he has to go for just 4. That's the 8th wicket to fall. Antwerp 82 for 8.
Yeah, and takes it in a pretty cool fashion, doesn't he, Wakas? Yeah, says, yeah, well, you made me bend over, which is a slight inconvenience, but I will take it about knee high. So 4 and out and 8 wickets down now. Not a bad mini cameo from Sharkan Shahzad, though, showing that he can hold the bat.
One for the highlight reel.
Yeah, 82 for 8. Yeah, so a few people mentioning that Maya in the chat, watching from Germany, has a puppy in her office. That's a lot of chat about that. So very interesting. Does it have a name, Maya? Let us know. Yeah, she's pretty happy about it.
Let me know what breed it is as well. I don't know if it's been mentioned. I'm a bit slow on the chat today.
All right, last ball of the over.
Well, and that somehow has missed the stumps. It's a bit of an inside edge, and it real wastes away for another boundary. So once again, the incoming batsman gets off the mark with a 4. This time it's Kankel, and it's a 4 down towards fine leg.
Yeah, it clears the front leg. This one wasn't particularly convincing, but it will be boundary. And so off his solitary over, he'll take 2 for 8. I'm in Malik Zai. And so interesting to see who they give the 10th over, whether they give it to someone that hasn't bowled yet, considering the game's well in hand. Yeah. So her name is Frida, apparently. She's white and orange. So cute.
White and orange?
White and orange, and Maya doesn't know the breed right now.
Okay.
It's a little bit of a redhead.
White and
sounds
orange.
like. Orange, maybe orangey brown.
Might be. It does sound very cute, though. Any dog's cute, though. And, so we are coming into the final over of the first match here in Belgium. It is going to be Manpreet Sandhu. Obviously took a catch earlier on in this innings. He's got an opportunity here now. Hasn't bowled yet in this game, so bit of an opportunity to turn his arm over.
Yeah, maybe they can get the 100 here. Save a bit of face, but yeah, Antwerp will be wanting to open their account. Won't be easy against the XRs. 10th overtime.
And it's another bottom edge, but this time it's good work from Divan Ali. And he keeps it. Gets a bit of glove on this one.
Good keeper. I mean, he's pretty tall for a keeper, actually, Sultan Divan Ali. But he's got good range, got good reflexes. And he's generally pretty balanced. Looking good in his ECL pads that I know that he would have gotten if you spot those on the keeper.
There you go.
Back to Kankel.
And this has been swatted down the ground. It's not timed at all. So much so that it doesn't even really get outside the 30-yard circle. And he just twaddles down to the non-striker's end for a single.
Perfect ball, I think, because it wasn't quite over the shoulder.
And this time he does get a wicket. And this time it clatters into the top of the off stump. And Tayyab Ali, he has to go. He had up a few deliveries, 3 off of 8, with the 9th wicket falling here in the 10th over. Antwerp 88 for 9. Obviously, do remember that we are coming back after this game. It's the repeat fixture. As Antwerp, they'll be batting first up against the Osted Exiles, but it brings the new man to the crease. He's only got one job to do. So Abdullah Jakarkal has only got 3 deliveries remaining.
Yeah, I mean, this is what can happen. It's the other side of the coin. They're going to be hyper-aggressive. They had to be. Austin Exiles have taken most of the chances they've been given. A couple of exceptions, but again, 150 on the board gives you that confidence. Now let's see what number 11 can do. But he will get a run. Nice looking solid shot there.
I think the thing that I've liked is the approach from Antwerp. Even though they've not surrendered in their loss here, they've come out swinging, they've come out fighting, which I think is a vital key to any team's characteristics in a T10 tournament. You don't really want to sort of defend yourself and block your way out of the 10 overs. Well, and this is swatted, and you end up bringing shots like that as he just swats this back down the ground, and he goes all the way, and it's another 6 runs. And just proving that they do bat all the way. That's a brilliant shot from that man there. That was Kankel.
Nothing wrong with that shot at all from Kankel. And like, just reiterating, this is a guy that came out at number 10. And that's the kind of shot he can play. So gets him to 95. Belgians. Who would have thought that they would be so suited to the T10 format? They just, of every country, they just seem to keep finding them. Anyway, last ball of the first match coming up.
Lovely bowling, excellent bowling.
And we do finish. We don't finish, in fact. It is a wide ball.
It's a tight one. I did feel initially that this grabbed a bit of the white line. He does step away. I think it's over the line. A little bit of it's over the line. If it's not completely inside the line, it's a white. And that's what I think.
As long as they stay consistent, can't ask for anything else.
Come on, give us a boundary for 100 here.
Slapped. There's an opportunity. And it will be taken. So they will be bowled out in their 10 overs. But again, it's a good characteristic to see. They've not gone down without a fight. They've been swinging every single time, and it will mean that Antwerp will finish on 96 all out from their 10 overs. And the Ostend Exiles will take victory by 55 runs here in the first match of the FanCode European Cricket Series here in Belgium. And what a first game we had, and it sets us up for an excellent next 2 weeks of cricket, doesn't it, Vinny?
Yeah, it sure does. And look, we saw plenty of action excitement. If that's a sign of what's to come, you know, I think hopefully you're as excited as we are, because this ground, I know we talked a lot about what makes it unusual, but there was nothing unusual about the approach of the Belgians. I mean, they love to hit the ball, and this gives them another excuse to do so. Early on, we saw that one correctly called a 4. As we saw Sahel Kalim, he was the hero with the bat early on, then with the ball, did go for a couple of boundaries early, but yeah, it would be Faisal Mahmood ultimately would enter the stage in the second over. We saw this one dropped, and I don't think anyone could believe that. I'm pretty just struggling with that. As you see the Maximos, they're going to come thick and fast, but yeah, when Faisal came in, he was able to take 3 wickets, and really that was the early threats gone, and from there it was always going to be tough for Antwerp.
Yeah, well, Faisal Mahmood picked up the key wickets of Waridullah Chaparkal, I should say, Ilyas Ahir, and also Saklam Raja. So 1, 2 and 4 all picked up by the skipper for the Ostend Exiles. And it just goes to show early wickets are really crucial in this format of the game. That was probably the easiest catch that man has ever taken in his life. That was Manpreet Sandhu at sort of the cover region. But again, we just saw some excellent hitting from Sherry Butt, but it just wasn't enough. He ended up falling for 33 off of his 17 deliveries. But there were some excellent shots in his innings on showcase here at the moment.
Yeah,
well,
that was a chance. That was a chance of Faisal Mahmood. I think he takes those more often than not. But what I will say about Sherry Butt is for a lot of the innings, he just didn't quite have his mojo. But a couple of shots he did hit off the middle were absolute rockets. And we'll probably see one here in a sec. That he bashed that. I mean, that flew off the bat. There was one offside. There's also one leg side. The fielder's not even bothering to chase it. But yeah, this one wasn't really on, was it, from Muhammadzai? Didn't execute the ram. And this is the other one. It was like it came out of a rifle, wasn't it? So, well, if he gets going in the next innings, because they are batting first, don't forget Antwerp, you know, it could be a very different story. But yeah, just unfortunately, wasn't his day, and that one he hit pretty well, but very good catch. Mumprey atoning for his earlier error. And after Sherry Butt went, even though you knew they were all going to give it their best, it just was going to be a bridge too far, wasn't it, for Antwerp on ECS debut?
Yeah, well, after Butt and Mamanzai went, there was only one other batsman who got into double figures. It was a load of 3 and 4s on the runs board, but then it was Nawaz Kankel who came in at number 10. He had a lovely 4 and a 6 to end the innings. There were some sneaky runs down towards fine leg. We saw that a couple of times. It just ended up being not enough, really. That might just be the issue for Antwerp as we go in towards the rest of this tournament. Is do they bat all the way down, and then can they do it for a sustained period of amount of time? But that was a bit of slappage, and that was how we ended the innings, with a slap into the offside, and they ended up being all out for 96 off of their 10 overs.
Yeah, so sets up a very interesting second match of the day, of course. This time Antwerp going to bat first. They won both tosses. First time they wanted to bowl first. Like I said, I don't know if they thought that was a great idea when they went for 60 in the first 3. But yeah, also get to see how the Exiles go chasing. I mean, these guys have got a lot of national team representatives in there, and so yeah, you're gonna have guys that kind of know how to do both, and they're going to have the same approach no matter what. I think it's what makes this so exciting. You see, no one really got going. Sherry Butt 33 off 17. Even he wasn't quite himself, with the exception of a couple of shots. Jabakel looked good too for 17. The next high score was 10. And what they did pretty well, the Exiles, they took the chances when they came. A look at the catch that Sherry Butt offered on the cover boundary. Yeah, it was to the fielder, but it was hit really hard. But really, their bowlers as well, they stepped up, didn't they? 3 for 19 for Mahmood. 2 wickets each for Syed Shah. Late on, we saw 2 fors for Malik Zai and Manpreet Sandhu as well. The other one to Wakas Ali, and Sahel Kalim, again, didn't go for too many. He was the most expensive of the bowlers, and he only went for 12 and over, which is less than they could have afforded to concede. So first game in the book and first game in the ECS for you, Charlie. How did you enjoy it?
That was very good and much enjoyed it. I mean, you know, the cricket was next to amazing. Just goes to show that, you know, wherever we go around Europe, there is plenty of skill and talent on show.
Yeah, and they love this format as well. So they're expressing themselves. Hopefully you can bring yourself back to the cricket when we return. I think we may have a slight delay to the start of match 2. It'll start in 10 minutes time. So yeah, it'll be 10 minutes delayed, back in about 10 minutes then with the second match of the day, the second leg of the doubleheader. It'll be Antwerp batting first against the Exiles. Join us shortly. Vinny Sandhu here, Mr. Maximo, Charlie Hunt with me, and we'll see you for more cricket shortly on ECN. You're watching the FanCode European Cricket Series Belgium.
Hello and welcome back to Mechelen in Belgium. Been a really explosive start to the day. We wouldn't expect anything less. Belgium, they are famous for their big hitting. We saw plenty of it on show in match 1. So we are moving on to match 2 now, and it is a rematch between Antwerp and Ostend Exiles. Let's see what happens at the toss. Stefan Gooch is with the 2 captains.
Antwerp to call. Tails to call. It's tails. Okay. Good luck, guys.
Thank you.
Have a good game.
So it is Antwerp that once again win the toss. Sherry Butt has been lucky with the toss of the coin. This time he's elected to bat. So remember, he sent in the Exiles this morning, conceding over 150, but that might not be so unusual, I think, in this couple of weeks. But this time he does want to get the runs on the board, and he, of course, will be a key to that batting order. I've got to say the fielding really impressed me as well. When the fielders did get an opportunity, for the most part, I think that they put their body on the line and they took most of the catches that came their way. So I think it'll be a very interesting second act to this double-header this morning. In match 2, Antwerp winning the toss. Again, this time they're going to bat over to Charlie, who's going to get the game started.
Thank you very much, Vinny. Welcome back to a bit more of a sunnier Mechelen here in Belgium for match number 2. As Antwerp will be taking on Ostend Exiles. We take a look at the lineups here. Not much changes really. And obviously we're going to see a bit of key inputs from the likes of Carl and Shelly Butt as well. Obviously Antwerp this time electing to bat first here, which I think is going to be very interesting to see how they look at setting a total here. Obviously that bat versus ball has changed, obviously, on that timeline for Antwerp. Needs to change that debut into the first loss for Antwerp, but they're going to look to come back strong here. They know that they've got the talent. There is certainly outlooks of talent in their lineup, and we're just going to want to see how they can just change the screws a little bit here, change a bit of fortune. Really need to try and take the attack to the bowlers, opening up in the power play and try and get things going early on. But a very warm welcome to everybody tuning in, whether that be on our YouTube channel, ECN European Cricket Network, or on FanCode on some continent in India. A very good morning to you. Thank you very much for joining us here. And we're almost set to get underway here for match number 2. The return fixture between these two. Antwerp, they're out for revenge. No surprise, we're going to see that man, Japadkal, he's going to be opening up the batting for Antwerp, as Kaleem will be opening up the match number 2. He's on the sweep early. Isn't quite able to split the fielders, and he'll get off the mark straight away. It's a single into the leg side. And if you are watching on YouTube, do get involved in the live chat. Obviously, do enjoy everybody's input on the live chat. It's one of the unique aspects of the European Cricket Network. This is a quarter delivery. This is out this time. Does Zahir. Zahir trying to play a shot into the leg side that really wasn't there. It was hidden outside on that wide line. But it was unable to get this one away, but a good start here. Again, comfortably played to back to the bowler. This is a good early start for Zahel Kaleem. Obviously a man who went really well with the bat in the first game. He'll have an opportunity to do so later. But this has gone into the leg side. There is a man there. And it's been put down. He did the hard work. He got there. But he wasn't able to hold on. And it's an early opportunity that goes begging. And Zahir, he gets an early life. He's dropped on naught. It was a tough chance for that man there, Wakas Raja, to try and take that. But he wasn't able to take it cleanly. And it's just 2 runs to the total. And this has just gone straight up. And it's just teasing the man on the leg side. Wasn't able to come through and collect it, and it's just another single. All happening here in the first over. Again, what an outstanding first game we had. Obviously, good to see that Antwerp didn't go down without a fight. This is just hidden outside the off stump, and it will be a dot ball to finish. So a good first over from the Ostend Exiles perspective. Just 4 off at the end of the first. Antwerp 4 for none. Again, an absolutely outrageous first over there. Just 4 off it. Obviously, in the first game, we saw plenty of runs come in that first couple of games. And we can stay up to date with all the latest news. Follow us on all of our social medias. We're on everything now, from the likes of Instagram and YouTube and Twitter and TikTok and Facebook, and on Josh as well. In India, short video format. Obviously on Telegram as well. You can scan that code, that little QR code on the right-hand side. So we're back to live action here. It's going to be Azam Mahmood coming off the back of an excellent first game with the ball. And this is going to start with a leg buy into that leg side. So he finished with figures of 3 for 9 in that first game. He's going to really look to build on what was a good start. Leading from the front, the skipper for the Exiles. The Exiles they performed pretty well in the previous edition of the T10 tournament here in Belgium back in 2020, a long time ago now. Obviously, they missed out in the semi-final, only putting a mere 68 on the board. Well, this is hoiked into the leg side, and it will go all the way towards the boundary. And I think we're just going to need to see if we need to take another look at this one. No signal from the umpires yet. My early instincts, I think this might have gone all the way. And I think that might tell me that it has. We're waiting on the signal for the umpire, but I think that might be, it is the first boundary, of course. We're just waiting to see whether it's the first maximum. Still not being called yet. I think for me, that looks as if it has got, no, it's been called a 4. There you go. I need to get my eyes tested, even though I'm the younger member of the Ice Cube commentary box at the moment. I think we need to get my eyes checked. But a good boundary, nonetheless, for Ayudullah Japarkel. Managing to get his account open here in this game. And this is again even shorter, but it's going to sail over the man on the boundary. And this time it will go all the way. There was a bit of a question mark on the previous one, but this time, no need to question this one. It goes all the way, and it's 6 runs into the leg side. Sailing over the man on the leg side boundary. No one's going to stop that, not with these boundaries here. And the skipper, Faisal Mahmood, under a bit of pressure early on in his first over here. It's a bit of a change after his first over in the previous game. 3 wickets in his first over. Now this has gone even higher. This will take some catching. Don't think he's going to get there. It will fall safe. And it will just be 2 runs, but that had snow on it as it came all the way back down from in the clouds. Again, Mahmood just not getting things right here. That was a better delivery, a better comeback. However, after getting pumped for 2 early boundaries, he needs a good final 2 deliveries to finish off his over hit. He does get the first dot ball, and that dot ball certainly ease a bit of the pressure on the captain's shoulders. He'll feel like he's got the weight of the world on his shoulders after being hit for a 4 and a 6 in the over. He's being supported by the men in the field, and obviously their fielding in the first game from both teams, in fact, was excellent. There was some runs being saved on all ends of the ground. And he does get the end to the over that he wants. It's 2 dot balls to finish the second. 12 off it at the end of the second. Antwerp 17 for none. Just a single over left in the power play now. As I'm ready to welcome back Vinny Sandu to the commentary box.
Yeah, thanks, Charlie. It's good to be back. We saw a lot of fireworks, didn't we, first up? And you maybe got a bit of a false impression of how many runs we'll see here, but I still think we'll see plenty. Austin Exiles jump to the top of the table with those 2 points. See Antwerp down the bottom. We will get to see other teams before the end of the day, of course. Make a late decision to go. This would have been gone if he hit, and ends up hitting the batter and bouncing away, so they won't take an overthrow. But really, so here, pretty lucky to survive that.
And that certainly was a bit of a push of luck there. Just testing how quick he can be between the wickets. We take another look.
Yeah, it wasn't a wide, and then he decides and immediately regrets it. For some reason, he runs pretty much sideways like a crab in handcuffs for the last 6 meters. And it actually runs into the line of the ball backing up. It probably would have got an overthrow otherwise. I don't know. He looked like he was just lost without a compass. Anyway, Kalim. He goes, and this one sounds good off the bat, and it is good. Out of here, Maximo! Jamarkel looked good, and he threatened, didn't he? And now he's gone past his score in the first game, and he does look like a guy. He could go really large if he stays in for any length of time, Charlie.
Well, that certainly is going to help proceedings. That's just the 3rd boundary in this innings, and what a way to do so. Down the ground, really taking the attack to Sahel Kalim. Just 4 off of his first over. He's already gone for 7 in his second.
Yeah, it's going to be exciting. We've already seen it's been exciting. Hello to Danush, who's in the chat as well. Kalim With the comeback ball, takes it on, leg stump. This one could be trouble. Well, he's caught it, and I think he's gone. I mean, the officials are in a pretty good position. They're going to have a look at this. He likes it. He certainly was pretty quick to move his foot, though. Normally, they'll hold the foot here. There we go. We see the flags there. Oh, it's inconclusive for me because you see both flags. So I think if there's any doubt, it goes to the fielding side. And, I mean, there's bound to be doubt. So we're looking for something conclusive. So draw a straight line, stop it stop right there. So we'll pause it right there. So you're looking at the foot. Is it inside the straight line between those two flags? And if you're going on the technology,
it's not easy. It's not easy to get conclusive evidence, is that?
Yeah, I mean, actually now I've looked at it again. Now I'm looking at it again, I'm leaning towards 6, to be honest, because it seems to be a bit behind that flag on the right. But again, your eyes play tricks on you here, you know, so can you be conclusive here? See, when we zoom in, have a look. I mean, think about it, it's where his toe is as well, not the back of his foot. It's probably still inconclusive.
No matter what the result is here, that's an outstanding bit of work.
It's an incredible catch. It's a huge moment in the game, and we're seeing exactly why it's so difficult without a boundary rope, and it will be given. Yeah, so I think it is the correct decision based on the information we've got. Well done by the officials, I think, Charlie. But, yeah, take nothing away from it. That was a catch and a half.
Well, that's certainly going to be one that's going to pop up on the old social medias at some point, isn't it? That was incredible work from the man out in the deep. And just proves, you know, in games like these, early on in the tournament, if you can take these...
taken a couple of good ones. That's Waziola Ariane. He's been super impressive, and we've seen some great fielding.
If you can take these half chances, it really just changes the game.
Well, let's just hope we see a boundary rope or a boundary line sooner rather than later. Because, again, I mean, did the gloss, I suppose, not gloss taken off, but I mean, it's a bit of a distraction because we're practically trying to work out if it's going to be given out or not, taken away from the fact that he's pulled one right out of his regions there.
I'll tell you what, we've seen early on, we're a game and 2.3 overs into the cricket here in Belgium. We've seen some excellent forms of all three elements of the game, as this is just going to be pushed into the offside.
Yeah, a few people, I mean, I was expecting this in the chat. Half the people now think that's definitely 6. It's definitely not definitely 6, right? There's no way you can say that's definitely 6. So this is the thing. This is the ICC criteria. If there's doubt on boundary stops, it goes to the fielding side. And this is going to go to the fielding side as well. So 1 brings 2, and Antwerp in some early trouble here. They lose a second wicket in the power play. It's 25 for 2.
And well, things just going bad to worse for the Antwerp here. As this one, bit of movement in the air. We saw it in the last game for Kaleem. He was able to get a bit of drift as the spinner. This one does so here. All ends up, and he just finds the outside edge, and he has to go. But again, you just have to say, I think the issue for Antwerp batsmen not applying themselves to situations here. They've just lost a big wicket. The opener going, just taking a few unnecessary risks. In T10 cricket, you can still score runs with good, proper cricket shots.
Yeah, that's true. New banner out there, Bilal Mamunzai. Maybe he went to the ramp, gone wrong earlier. Yeah, so here's the thing. The ICC criteria on boundary stops is pretty clear. If there's doubt, it goes to the fielding side. So I looked at that. The first time, I thought it was fine. The second time, I thought it was 6. The third time, I thought it was fine again.
Can't make your mind up.
So like that shows you it's inconclusive. So if it's inconclusive, it goes to the fielding side, and it's not a boundary. And because it wasn't a boundary, it was out. Gone. Well, he's got this one through, and suddenly there's been 3 wickets in quick succession. Well, he won't get a chance to take his hat-trick because that's the last ball he bowled, but he doesn't care right now. Kalim on fire with the bat and the ball on the first morning in Belgium. 25 for 3 after the power play.
Oh, that's an outstanding bit of bowling, this one. Not the sort of delivery you want to face first up. If anything, he just plays all round it. There wasn't a lot of movement, not a turn. Not much drift in it either. It's just a straight delivery. Simple cricket, bit of you miss, I hit.
Yeah. Grabs a bit of the pad, I think, on the way through and just deflects onto the off stump. But how about that? Kalim, he probably hasn't had all his fun yet because we'll see him opening up in the second half of this game. But right now, Antwerp have had some issues with the bat this morning, haven't they? 25 for 3 after 3.
Just can't keep that man out of the game. 60 runs in the first game. And now coming off with 3 wickets off of his 2 overs. Excellent spell from him. 2 overs, 3 for 12. And it's just, again, we saw it in the first game. One of the openers taking 3 wickets in his spell.
Yeah, to go only run a ball as well on this ground is pretty good effort, isn't it? So Mahmood's going to come back for his second over, I think, as well.
But how much pressure is there on Sherry Butt's shoulders now?
Super amount of pressure, that's for sure.
Skipper's got a lead from the front. All he needs someone just to hang in there with him. Even if they're not going to go and hit bomb after bomb, just to sort of play the anchor role really, which you don't really see in T10.
Yeah, you don't see too many anchors weighing the ships down in Belgium either. Mahmood gets Sherry to go across the line. He can't believe this has missed the stumps.
I still am not sure how that's missed either. That's again excellent first up from Azul Mahmood. I don't know how that's missed that. That one's... It's not done anything. It's not like it's moved away. It's just millimeters. Oh, this one just played into the offside. Sherry Butt just having a look here. He knows that this is going to have to be a bit of a rebuilding stage now in the innings. Using 3 early wickets. He's got Midwest Shazad at the other end. And Sherry Butt really is going to have to just rotate the strike a little bit and then try and sort of go big in the last couple of overs here.
Good comment in the chat. Well, interesting comment about Parvez. From Parvez, I should say. This one goes leg side. I think this will be 4. I'm going to crash into the bouncer. And so, yeah, it will be a boundary. Yeah, so people are saying, well, hold on. In cricket, doesn't the benefit of the doubt go to the batsman, right? That's what they're saying. That's a very traditional thing.
I have to agree.
But there is a specific thing that says when you're judging boundaries and boundary stops, if there is doubt, it goes to the fielding side. Give the fielder the benefit of the doubt. So that is what this is. There's no doubt the ball's caught, right? There's no doubt the ball's caught. It's a clean catch.
This is...
Yeah, this must be one. No, I didn't take a run there. So, yeah, there's no doubt it's a clean catch. So if it was one of those ones, has he caught it, has he not, that's one thing. But we are just talking about the element being the boundary stop. And with that being inconclusive, goes to the fielding side. And that's all the time. That's all the time. It just happens that turns into a wicket because of that boundary stop decision. So, yeah, that just explains that, hopefully. And, you want to know where I got that from? I got that from the ICC umpires. The best umpires going around told me that's the procedure.
There you go.
That's the procedure we follow in the ECS and on ECM. And let's just hope maybe that the Belgians find a rope or maybe some white paint before too long. But, yeah, going on what we've got, I think it was the correct decision. Sherry Butt, though, one more ball to come this over. He just wants to strike, he'll push and run, and he'll set a bit of a task for Shahzad. It will be the end of the 4th over, and the score 30 for 3. So still 6 overs to do some damage. Hope that you are enjoying our coverage wherever you're watching from around the world. Vinny Sounder here, Mr. Maximo, Charlie Hunt with me, and yeah, well, Charlie, we saw probably a disproportionately fast start this morning that got us thinking, well, what is going to happen here? But you got to say, Belgians and T10 cricket, they go hand in hand like chips and mayonnaise do, I suppose.
Yeah, well, they got us really excited this morning, didn't they? They really got our hopes high, but there's still plenty of cricket left to play. But no, it was certainly really getting us sort of excited, and we started at 120, 130 as a par, and I ended up saying I think 180 at one point.
I think
might have got a little bit too excited.
Away. You were starting to call a par of 180. I said, well, hold your guns here. I think originally I started the day saying 120, 130. I kind of got a bit carried away myself going 140, 150. Maybe probably what I thought at the start of the day before I got skewed by what I saw is probably a bit more accurate, but we'll see. And now it's going to be Wakas Ali Raja to bowl over number 5. He's a pretty good player. Rare drop catch from him earlier, but it was a tough one. First one would have been a wide. Instead, batter spoils it. Sherry Butt 6 off 8, not the start that he was looking for with the bat, but he's still there, I suppose.
Well, Wakas Ali getting away with that one first up. Bit of a loosen up down the leg side, but Sherry Butt just again mistiming this. I think this is really where you ask a lot of questions about sort of the characteristics of Sherry Butt and sort of what he's got about himself here. His team, he's leading from the front obviously, but his team's under a bit of an issue here. And again, this one into the leg side, and he doesn't take the single.
Probably could be a run, but he's the kind of guy, he wants to be the man, and really he is the man. And that's why he has over 1,000 runs. He passed that mark this morning on ECN cricket, and he can change a game. He's just hoping that the more he faces the the more rhythm he's going to get. But he's facing a pretty good bowler in Wakas here.
And it does come down the track this time, and it will just be pushed down the ground. And it will be a single to Sahel Kaleem. Again, I think
Straight into the sun there, I think, on the way back.
Well, I tell you what, it's probably, we saw, who was it? It was Saklan Raja took 2 great catches early in the first game down at Long On. I tell you what, it's not easy to pick the ball out of the, especially if it goes that high. Trying to pick it out of the clouds here, and also the trees. It certainly isn't easy.
Yeah, that's true. I mean, the trees a bit easier maybe because the white ball and the green and the kind of dark, shadowy bits of the trees, but in the sky for sure. Gone, yeah, edged and taken, and Shazad's going to go first ball. Wakas makes no mistake this time. Nice catch behind the stumps by Sultan T10 Ali. The Sultan is swinging, and the batters, well, they're not getting too much done. Antwerp struggling in the 5th over. They're 31 for 4.
That's a great catch from Sultan T10 Ali. Again, he's a man who yourself and he has been praising him and been putting a bit of pressure under his name, but he's come off there. Good catch to his right. Watched it all the way into the gloves, but it's a good catch nonetheless, and it's another wicket to go. And Antwerp just struggling here in the second game. Again, it's a wild shot really from Mirwais Shazad early on, not really giving himself time to have a look, and he's just put even more pressure on Sherry Butt now.
Yeah, for sure. But I mean, if you're going to make a duck, make it a quick one. Just waste the one ball, give someone else an opportunity. We've already seen these guys can bat all the way down. I want to say hello to Rezwan, who's watching from Uganda. Hope things are well in your part of the world. Wakas to the new batter, and this is. Oh, this could have been another first baller. This is Karab T10 Ali, and wow, we're going to get a 5, are we? Well, no one backing up, so what could have been a wicket turns into 5, and maybe that 5er is the first bit of luck that gets something happening to Antwerp. Only goes about 5 metres, ends up getting him 5 runs as Wakas throws. And there was nobody home, and, well, that really, for someone that's a pretty good player, Kaleem, not the best effort backing up.
Well, we've seen everything in the matter of, what, a game and a half here? You know, we're a game and a quarter even.
Yeah.
We've seen excellence, we've seen not so excellent, but it's all happening. What an outlook on cricket this is. It's going to be Wakas Ali to continue here. Well, it was going to be. It's a full start. Have to roll that one again.
Yeah, making sure that Sherry Butt's on strike. Don't worry, he's not going anywhere. He said, "Hey, I know the rules. I'm on strike. I'm not moving."
He can count to 6. He knows what's going on. A bit of a pause in play.
I mean, might be checking that they crossed at the moment he threw the ball, but there seemed to be no doubt about that.
Again, always good to see the chat nice and lively early on a Monday morning.
A few people saying it's scary to be diving on that outfield, but I mean most of the fielders have this morning. That's probably, he knows it as well. I think Sahel Kaleem. He's a key fielder, fielding it long off, and had to do a bit better than that. But we'll forgive him because he has been great this morning. This is a pretty great shot, and it's going to go down the path. And see you later. I wonder if you've got those e-scooters. You might need one of those to get this ball. This is race to the boundary. 4 runs to Sherry Butt.
And well, that's just going to release a bit of pressure there as it brings us to the end of the over at the halfway stage. Antwerp 40 for 4 after 5. But now Sherry Butt moves into double figures now. That will just release a bit of pressure. As we can take a look here, no one getting going. 2 golden ducks in the innings.
And it could have, and maybe should have been 3. But now, Karab T10 Ali has the handsome strike rate of 500 to his name. You don't normally see that after 1 ball. But yeah, I just want to say hello to all of our viewers. Chris Smith, thanks. It's a bank holiday in the UK today, so day off. It's nice that you're spending it with us, Chris. Also hello to Rezwan, who said actually he's not from Uganda, he's from Bangladesh. But
well,
fair
there you
enough.
go.
I know we've got viewers in Uganda. Anyway, a few people were trying to start a rumour that I'm going to be coaching Uganda. You know that Rico is going to be coaching PNG. So,
Oh dear.
yeah, I like that we have a bit of fun. Now, this is one of the things with the ECC. I have to talk to our chatters in a minute. In fact, might do it after this ball. This guy bowled very well last time, but this time we'll start with a wide. Said Shah. In that first game, he was outstanding with the ball, wasn't he?
He certainly was, but this one getting a lot of lateral movement, a bit of seam movement as well. But it's outside that wide line, so he's going to have to bowl that one again.
Short and ties up and kind of loses his bearings for a second. He won't be able to get through for a single. Sherry was hunting for it, trust me. Yeah, so a couple of questions. One was, is this just a cricket facility or is it other things? Well, this particular part is just for cricket, but I know there's hockey nearby. That seems like lots of sports.
There's tennis as well.
Yeah. tennis, and it's quite a big facility. Lots of kids around, which is great. This one just gets past the keeper. Let me just see if there's any signal here from the umpire. It's from one D1 elite and passed to another. Umpire coming back, and now he's saying it's leg by, so it wasn't a chance. But I think Sultan D1 elite, the keeper, will be a bit disappointed that he's not able to stop that.
I think, for me, that replay doesn't really help, but I think that might have been off the glove. That's just my...
It looks like it was close to the glove. I didn't get a good look at it, to be honest, but it may have just been off the body.
Well, I've got to ask you.
Go on.
Apart from cricket,
Yep.
what if... I'll ask you after this ball.
Oh,
right
okay.
after this delivery.
Quick game here in Belgium.
Racing along, but that's going to help.
Go ahead.
So, if there wasn't cricket, what game would you be playing?
As in,
What sport would be your go-to?
Probably baseball, because that's the other one. I played a little bit of professional baseball, but very low level. We're talking like 37th tier in the world.
Still professional though.
Right.
Still professional.
And that was also due. But I actually played 5 or 6 seasons of baseball after I finished playing cricket, and I found it really interesting because of the crossover in skills.
Sure.
There's a lot of crossover in skills, but some things are very similar and some things are completely different. For example, baseball players make fun of the way cricket players throw because it's not that fast.
Oh, this has gone a long way. And Sherry Butt, well, he's had enough. Stand and deliver stuff, and he says, I've had enough of this. We're going big, and that's gone all the way down the ground, 6 runs.
Yeah, slow ball picked and summarily dispatched. That one flew miles away. Maximo time. And Sherry, well, maybe that's a shot that can get him warmed up. Syed Shah tastes the Maximo for the first time. How about you? Then what is your sport?
It's a difficult one.
Chess? Sport?
It's not a sport. I refuse to
Okay,
accept that
fair
chess
enough.
is a sport. Golf. I'm into my golf.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah,
I
into
wish
my
I was
golf.
better at golf.
I used to be really good when I was younger.
I slice like nothing.
Every single
else.
time.
Oh,
I used to be...
to the point that I just aim 45 degrees left of where I want it to go
and
now.
hope it goes straight.
Yeah.
Yeah, well, that works sometimes.
All right, got this slightly wrong this time, and it should be out. Faisal Mahmood's under it, and he'll take the catch. So Sherry goes 6 and out, and that's disappointment for him. But I tell you who's happy about it, Syed Shah, who gets the ultimate revenge, and he sends the captain packing. End of the 6th over, 52 for 5.
Faisal Mahmood, he wasn't able to really make the contribution with the ball that he would have wanted, but that's a good catch. That went a long way up in the air. Had some serious hang time, but he was able to hang on to this pretty cleanly, and the skipper removes his opponent's skipper. So another wicket falls, and this is just looking like that might be a big turning point in the game now.
Not even going 10s at the moment. And Austin Exiles, let's take our hats off to them as well, because they've been pretty good, haven't they, with the ball and holding their chances. I mean, there's only that 4 overthrows, which is the only slack bit of fielding I can think of from them. Okay, Wakas dropped a catch, but he had to run a mile around the boundary before he got there, and even that didn't go to the boundary. So he had the one-hander as well. So, yeah, 52 for 5. But as we know, they're going to keep swinging all the way down the order. So they're not thinking 10 and over. They're still thinking that 15 and over from here. But, yeah, Wakas wearing that 206. I'll have to ask him about that. He wears that for Belgium as well.
There you go.
So must have some sort of significance to him.
It is the element of Antwerp's game that we've seen here pretty on that I am a fan of. They don't go out without a fight. They will swing till the end, which I think is a real show of talent. It has to be said. It's a slower delivery.
Okay, so what I was going to say to everyone in the chat is, okay, we've got the ECC starting, but because it's on lots of different channels, not just FanCode and our YouTube channel, they'll be on various channels around the world, subscription channels as well. We won't be able to be as kind of chat focused as we normally are during the year. I'm just making that really clear to everyone now because I don't want anyone to think I'm ignoring them. As this one is going to be dragged out. It's into the gap though, and so Syed Shah should handle it. He will, just a single. So I mean, I'll still have my keyboard in front of me, and I'll still talk about the comments now and then, but it won't be as focused as it probably is the rest of the year in the ECS. I'll still be typing. Still love everybody in the chat as well.
Always.
And if you are lurking, it's always a good time to pop in and say
not,
hello to us.
That's not your lurkers call out now, is it?
No, it's an unofficial. Slow ball again. This should just be one. This time, pretty smartly, Sahel Kaleem goes for the hand method rather than just sticking the boot out. So it's just a single. So don't worry, we will still be chatting to you in the chat, and occasionally we can kind of bring it in, but it won't be probably as focused that way in the ECC.
Good delivery from, like I say, this has been a great over so far. Really has kept it down.
Look who's popped into the chat, Conrad Green Shields.
Oh, there you
Saying,
go.
but Vinny and Charlie, we love chatting with you, especially about guincho. What's guincho? Come on, help me out here. Is that Portuguese?
It's more of an Afrikaans saying, I think, but it's also it's a beach in Portugal.
Okay.
It's a nice beach in Portugal.
Is
It's
it
very
really?
yeah.
Okay, I want to hear more about this.
This is hoiked into the leg side. Should just be a single.
It will just be a single. Look at that arm.
No, Ginchu is yeah. It's a nice beach out in Portugal.
Is it different from any other beach for any reason, or it's just a?
It's just a nice beach.
Is a beach? Everyone, what do people wear at this beach? Yeah, see. That's very good.
It's a
Thanks,
very
Conrad.
nice beach.
You've done well. Very well done. Last ball of the over. And this is a big swing and a miss to finish it. So just languishing a little bit, even under 8 and over now at the end of 7. The score is 55 for 5. And, well, just a reminder that the ECC will be under lights in 2022. And we know that so many of our viewers are looking forward to that and the fact that we will have cricket under lights. And, of course, we'll have cricket on the weekends as well. These are the game times for during the week. It's on the weekend. And we'll have Saturday and Sunday matches as well. So it'll be a really busy time of the year. We're really looking forward to bringing it to you. And, Charlie, I know that you're not going to be with us because you've got your university commitments starting up again. But I bet you're really looking forward to seeing how it works out as well.
We'll certainly be paying attention, that's for sure. Very much looking forward to that one. I know there's a few European Cricket Network family members involved in that tournament in more ways than one. Obviously, Corey's coaching Spanish squad in that first week.
Yeah, he's going to probably jump on for a couple of games during the first week, just around the Spain games. He said he doesn't mind doing that, and we don't have an objection if it doesn't interfere with his coaching.
I was going to say, is he allowed to? Obviously, as a coach in that,
yeah,
in that week.
I mean, we have guests in all the time, right?
Yeah,
He's
true.
just a special guest. Well, he is special, isn't he? Anyway, here we go with the start of the 8th over. And, yeah, no, Corey's super excited for that. Yeah, I don't see a problem with it. Commentary, yeah. We know. Well, you won't be doing a Spain game anyway. And even if you did, it's all very transparent.
Well, I'm sure, the Spain have got to be some of, especially considering they've got, obviously, the reigning champions in the ECL.
Yeah.
They've really got to be up there as some of the favourites. As this is slapped down the ground, and this will go all the way. It's a welcome boundary. Went boundaryless in the previous over, but that's certainly going to relieve a bit of pressure here on Divan Ali. He moves into double figures.
Yeah, it's not a lot of runs, but again, if you can scrape together here, maybe get to 100, get some early wickets, change the narrative. Shah, full, and that's better length, you see. He's only really been hurt when he's put it on a tee, when he's bowled that slot length. I think that's much better. Even though that Yorker turned into a low full toss, it's still hard to get under it and get it out of the ground.
Yeah, well, it's what we said earlier. The full toss ends up being one of the harder deliveries to get away in the context of the game. It's really difficult to get underneath. The Shah continues here.
Go wide, down the leg
This
side.
will be signalled wide.
But Shah has had some success this morning, and I really like the way he bowled earlier on. Took 2 for 19 of his 2 overs. I think for similar figures here. This one is headed for the playground, but will be cut off by Manpreet Sandhu, just a single.
Are we gonna see if we can get an intro of you on the swing at some point, or maybe on the slide,
Sure.
or
I have to work out how to get in, but at least there's that big net there to hopefully catch a few kookaburras. Oh, little thin edge, and this is going to be 4. Yeah, so they don't mind how they get their runs at the moment. Begborrow will steal, and it is Diwan Ali for Antwerp. Karab Diwan Ali, who moves to 17 with that shot.
take them any way they come at this point. Struggling along at, it's what now, 66 for 5. Really just want to push that. If they can get up towards that the 100 mark after their 10 overs, they'll feel that if they can get a few early wickets in their first couple of overs, they'll feel that they'll be right back into this game.
Yeah, out of his crease slightly at the moment. Gets himself in a bit of a muddle here. This would have been a clear wide, but he backs away. So he doesn't get the footwork right, but Diwanali does get that boundary, and the score after 8 overs is 66 for 5.
Just an interesting last 2 overs now, with the 9th coming in and then obviously the 10th afterwards. It's just going to be interesting who they turn to bowling-wise. They've taken wickets at key moments, have the Exiles, which is, you can see there on the worm. Obviously those 3 wickets coming in that 3rd over.
Yeah. Yeah, so Antwerp, yeah, they've all looked dangerous, haven't they, with the bat? But, yeah, it's one thing to have a team approach. It's an interesting debate for me. But what we've really seen is a huge score has been built on the back of one guy going crazy for an extended period. You know, I think that is the difference between like piecing together a 120 for 8 or something and getting those big scores of 150 plus. 9th overall happening in the 9th. We'll have to see. First one's blasted past Amin Malik Zai, who a bit of a 9th over specialist, to be honest. I know that's when he bowled last time. And it wasn't a bad over at all, because he did come up with a couple of wickets. There were only 9 off the over. One of them was a leg by, so we had figures of 2 for 8.
There's a bit of a magnet down at long off at the moment, is Sahel Kaleem.
Leg side this time, nobody back here. So I think this is going to be 4. And so just waiting on the confirmation. Did seem it didn't quite go all the way. Let's have a look. Oh, maybe I'm wrong. Maybe that is 6.
It's not easy to...
Yeah, it's a tough gig. They have given it 6. Yeah, so fair enough. Maximo to Abdiwan Ali. He'll move into the 20s with that shot. Yeah, that is one of the shorter boundaries there because of just all the trees in that area. So back in England, obviously, where the game was crafted, there used to be this feel, and there's probably a few village grounds as well in England still that have a few things. I know guys tell me all kinds of stories that have gone away to play for clubs in England. Slower ball, pretty good one, but French cut. And where's this running? Is it going to make it all the way? Well, it will now. It's a big swing and a miss with the boot from Shinwari. So 6 and 4 hungry for more, and Antwerp getting something going here in the 9th.
And he's trying to get into the Belgian national team. He gets the step over, and he's faked the defender. That defender is that rope, and it's just gone all the way. Does go for 4 runs.
Keanu's got a question about the TV rights for the ECC. Well, I know that's still coming together, so I don't know, but I know we'll have several takers all around the world, just because that tournament was so popular last year. So edged, and this is going to be 4 as well. So Diwan Ali is a bit of a backwards specialist, isn't he? And he seems to be good at getting those little edges that are just fine enough to go for 4, but thick enough to get away from the keeper. And he moves into the 30s now. And yeah, well, why not? 31 of 17.
And he's just played a real important hand here for Antwerp. He's really just looking to... He's settled the ship here. Making sure that they get up to a total that is defendable. They don't want to be stuck in the low 80s or 70s.
Talked about him scraping to 100. Can they scrape more? Get 1 here, thick inside edge, maybe a bit of pad. And Keanu's asking about, you know, will they be geo-blocked? I mean, again, we won't do that unless we have to, Keanu. So no news is good news on that. But stay tuned. Yeah, Jani Jano in the chat saying ropes are available for sale if ECN Cricket needs. That's a nice offer.
Let us know where.
Any rope shops in Belgium? They might be having their best day ever later on today. Anyway, they'll be jacking up the prices as we get to the end of the 9th over. Shazad will be on strike for the start of the 10th. 83 for 5.
Well, you always say it always happens in the 9th. And there was 3 boundaries in that over. It was a good over if you're an Antwerp fan, or an early Antwerp fan, obviously. This is their 2nd game. Yeah, well, Malik Zai goes for 17. It's the most expensive over of the innings so far. But there's been quite a few overs where they've got less than 6. And they're probably magical for the bowlers in this form of the game and in these conditions. The first one from Kalim only went for 4. Faisal Mahmood in the 4th only went for 5, and Wakas only went for 3 in the 7th. So that's why this score is languishing in the 80s. This is a little bit short, should be gone, and it will be gone. So Mahmood takes the catch, and Shazad
He is not able to move the needle significantly. He goes for just 4. New Batter will be on strike as well. 83 for 6 with 5 balls left.
And this one, just too early on it. It's right off the turn of the bat. It just skews up to the skipper, Al Mahmood, and it's another easy catch. It's his second catch for him in this game. And he's looking like he's pretty comfortable in that mid-wicket region.
Yeah, he's a good fielder. He dropped one off his own bowling earlier, but it wasn't a particularly easy one. Had to kind of turn and go with the flight a little bit. I think he was annoyed about that, but he doesn't drop too many. He's three-dimensional cricketer, Faisal Mahmood. Bats, bowls, and that's a good pair of hands.
You mentioned there's obviously, there hasn't been real dry spells of boundary. There's always been a few, but there's 16 dot balls, excluding wickets, in this inning so far.
Yeah, they should run here because Sultan doesn't know where it is at all. Goes the full 360. As you see, the new batter out there is Kunkel, who actually hit a couple of good shots towards the end of the last game.
This one.
Sultan, there you go. It's been the old Michael Jackson on the dance floor.
Normally see that on the old, when they've got a helmet on, not going to go straight up in the air, but this time doesn't get a single look at it.
Yeah, but this is good to get man of the moment on strike, Karabdiman Ali. You don't have to sacrifice him here because he did show he can whack it, Kunkel, in the last game.
Just need to show a bit of intent here. He's got 3 deliveries remaining.
Short again. Oh, kicked away again by Sultan. And they try and run him out anyway. Just happy to trot a single in the end. A few people saying that we could buy, I think Keanu was saying we could buy ropes and carry them around. But, I mean, let me just tell you, the production truck is chock-a-block and the boundary ropes are pretty heavy and that's not as easy, especially if we're flying, to get like a 300-meter rope on. Oh, this is an interesting one. Yeah, so I think this is for width. The height was, it's not too high. So we're just looking at the side line there. And I think, that probably grabs a bit of the line. But it was almost in the top corner of the permissible zone, which makes it hard to hit, but almost not a wide. Re-bowl it then. Goes leg side, and fielder has a bit of a task. And he's been brilliant down there. Wasiul Aryan, who pulled off that one-hand miracle catch earlier, and now saves that. So Kunkel has a third chance to try and hit the ball.
That's where you've got to put, that's where everyone's putting their strongest fielders.
All right, here we go. Strap yourselves in, last ball time. Well, not a bad shot at all. He goes bang. Third time lucky for Kunkel. And he gets him up to 94 in the end. Maximo! That is the way to finish the innings. Well, Kunkel, he might be saying, oh, hey, get me up a bit higher because I have been whacking it. And like I said, might have swung and missed it a couple. But he smashed the last one out of the ground. Gives Antwerp a hope and a prayer. 94. Well, we've seen 94 win plenty of games on the European Cricket Network. Not so sure it's as competitive here, but still, they've got themselves some late runs. At least give themselves something to bowl at, Charlie.
Well, that really was, a total that, in the context of what we saw in the first game, you would just have to question how below par that is. Still waiting on, or trying to work out what a par score is going to be. We said early on around 140, 150. Now it's, you look at that score, it brings it down to around 120, 115. So it really will be interesting to see how the Ostend Exiles go ahead and take a look at attacking the next chase. But that really was a vital moment in the context of this game. It was a big call, but it was given out. And well, then that one was the next one to go. It was a good bit of work from the Ostend Exiles. They really were able to just keep taking wickets at the crucial moments in the game. Wasn't able to let anyone get really comfortable with the bat. There was Sherry Butt who went 17 off of 13 for him. And then again, that was a really good catch taken behind the stumps from Sultan Diwan Ali. That was Manohar Shahzad. He had to go. That was a golden duck. He's not having the best of days. There was 2 golden ducks, but then there was 5 off of just the single delivery. It was a good way to get off the mark for Diwan Ali. And well, he ended up being a pretty staple member of the batting lineup in this game. He ended up on 34 off of just 20 deliveries with 4 fours and a 6 to his name. But those 34 runs are crucial in the context of this game. He really has given Antwerp something to bowl at, just under that 100 mark. So the Exiles will be requiring 100, correction, 95 for victory in the chase. But there were some really nice hits down the ground, as that was one of them there. You can just see that did get a little bit of luck, couple of edges flying towards the boundary down at third man and fine leg. But when things are going your way, you really have to pounce on it and make most of the opportunity. And he certainly did that. That was another one that ran away down towards fine leg. And anything that goes on this outfielder is going to race away. It's another edge. So plenty of runs for him coming behind the square. And then that was a shot into the offside. He was a little bit too early on it. Didn't quite get all of it. And he ended up just being taken again by that man, the skipper, Faisal Mahmood. And that was a lovely shot down the ground to finish up. So Antwerp will finish on 94 for 6 after their 10 overs. They have set Ostend Exiles 95 for victory here in match number 2 of the FanCode European Cricket Series here in Belgium. We take a look at the scorecard again, just showing no one really able to get going. Waidullah Japadkel was able to get going at the start, 19 off 9, but he eventually was scalped by Sahel Kaleem. And then also Sherry Butt, he came in 17 off 13. Just didn't look as comfortable as he did in the first game. Wasn't really able to kickstart his innings. He ended up going. It was a good catch by his counterpart, Faisal Mahmood. Went sky high and eventually was taken. We take a look at the bowling figures. There was some excellent bit of work from Sahel Kaleem right at the top. 12 runs, but for 3 wickets off of his 2 overs at the top of the innings. Excellent spell from him. And again, obviously, Amin Malik Zaid, the man who probably won't want to have a look at that scorecard. 17 off of his single over, and then wickets for Raja Wakas Ali and Manpreet Sandhu as well towards the latter stages of this innings. But do not go anywhere. We'll be back in around about 10 minutes or so as Antwerp, they've set 95 for victory for the Ostend Exiles. You're watching match number 2 of the FanCode European Cricket Series here in Belgium on the European Cricket Network. And welcome back to a sunny Belgium here in Mechelen at the Viral Cricket Ground here. As you join me, Charlie Hunt, here on the European Cricket Network for the second innings of match number 2 of the FanCode European Cricket Series here in Belgium. As we're now going to see Ostend Exiles, they're looking to make it 2 from 2. They are looking to chase down 95 off of their first 10 overs here. Well, really have got an opportunity to really cement themselves in at the top of the table. Obviously, playing the first 2 games in this tournament, they are going to be looking to really cement themselves at the top of the table with 2 from 2. It is going to be Nawaz Kunkel opening up here in the second innings for well, it's going to fire away. And well, that's certainly going to help as the Ostend Exiles gets their account open underway. And what a way to do so. It sails over the boundary. It's 4 runs down to third man. And you can just see that. The skipper, Fazal Mahmood, getting underway in unconvincing fashion, but he'll take it nonetheless. It's 4 in the book. And he is going to be looking to really cement himself at the top here. If he can just stick around, and if they're going to look to try and tick this off as early as possible. Obviously, net run rate is a factor in this tournament. Kunkel, not the start that he would have wanted. This time into that leg side for just the 1 run. It is just a single. It gives me the opportunity to welcome everybody for tuning in, whether you're watching on the ECN European Cricket Network YouTube channel or on FanCode out in India. A very good morning to you. Hope you're all well and enjoying. It's been an early sign of some exciting T10 cricket here today. Obviously, the action doesn't finish with this game. There's 2 more games coming up later this afternoon. This is down the ground, and it just falls short of the diving Sherry Butt, the skipper. Unable to collect that one cleanly, and it will be a dot ball. See here, doesn't quite time it. It's just off the bottom of the bat of Zahel Kaleem. And it will just be a dot ball. So he survives his first delivery. He had to get off the mark, though. And this is a wild swing, but it will be a wide. And this will have to be bowled again. Kaleem gets an early sighter. There's that one from Nawaz Kunkel, just swaying off of his line and length. Main Waters asking a question, is this Belgium's main cricket ground? It certainly isn't. There's many a cricket ground here in Belgium. This is well kept out from Kaleem. Just be a single. Not picked up cleanly by the man charging in. But no, Belgium recently hosted the World Cup T20 qualifiers. And I think they were in Brussels, I think, is where they were holding those tournaments. So plenty of cricket grounds in and around Belgium. And this is dragged into the leg side, but it will be collected by none other than Waidullah Jabbarkel. He certainly saved about 4 or 8 runs in that first game on that leg side boundary, preventing many a boundary on that on the onside. 1 delivery remaining here in the first over. He's just going to finish with a dot ball. So it's a tidy over, really, in the context of the game. Kunkel with just 8 off the first. And the Ostend Exiles are 8 for none after the first over. And if you are watching on YouTube, do go ahead and get involved in the YouTube live chat. There's plenty of conversations flowing to talk about, obviously, Belgium's cricket and where it's going and all the exciting prospects here in Belgium, and also just not only Belgium, but also in and around Europe. But there you go, 17 matches now without a golden ball. Obviously, we had 405 without a golden ball, but that was broken when we had one in Germany. Not in Germany, in Portugal, I should say. I was there, and then, well, we had one, and they've just not stopped coming. Constant flow of them now. But we're now going to see Sherkan Shahzad. He's going to be coming into the attack as, well, there was a question from his wife. Where is Vinny? He's about to join me in the commentary box. And we are going to start with an opportunity. We're going to have to wait for Vinny, but it's going to be the first wicket to fall, and it's taken as Sherry Butt, he gets the breakthrough. He holds on to the catch. And, well, this time he gets his counterpart, the skipper, Fazal Mahmood. He has to go. But, Vinny, welcome back.
Yeah, thanks. And, wow, see, different game and different kind of feel about this one. It's just not all batting heavy, is it? I mean, the bowlers have come back well. Haven't given him too many opportunities. And so Faisal Mahmood, who's a very good cricketer, he's going to have to go. So, yeah, some reward for keeping things early. The score 8 for 1 in the second over.
It certainly is, and it's going to be interesting to see how they take on the game here now. We are going to see that man coming in at number 3. He's got a big opportunity here to really cement his place in the team and just show us what he's made of. Again, if you just feel it's what I said earlier, if they can get a couple wickets early, then they can really get themselves into this game, Cal Antwerp.
Yeah, because then you start jumping at shadows a little bit. You just know, okay, if I get one wrong, then my team's going to be in slightly more trouble. So, I mean, it'd be an outstanding effort to defend 94 on this ground to get your first ECS win. Right now, I mean, it's not outside the realms of possibility, but this guy's a pretty good player coming to the crease at number 3, Wakas. He'll be facing up to Shahzad. This is uppish as well. Bit of work for the fielder to do. He's not going to get there. It's going to be 4. Again, it's smart batting. I mean, I said this in Germany. Players that can cut and cut well. This isn't a full cut. It's kind of like a deflection, but the ball runs away really quickly, and that's rarely guarded that part of the ground. So that was Kunkel that was after it. He couldn't catch it, and a good start to his innings.
I think that got a little bit big on Wakas Ali, if anything. He sort of stopped himself from following through with the shot, sort of checked himself, and I think it just flew off the bat, but it just looked like it got a bit big on him there.
Yeah, I think you're probably right, but he did well still to make so much of it, didn't he? Now, a bit more careful. I mean, this is the thing as well. You don't have to go at everything chasing 94. You can be a bit more selective. Yeah, nice to see Luke in the chat. How are you, Luke? Now, Luke, of course, from Belgium and a very astute Belgian cricket watcher. And he's just talking about some other cricket grounds around. I mean, this is the ground that the Belgian Cricket Federation decided they wanted to hold the ECS at, so that's why we're here. It does certainly have a lot of natural beauty around. A few quirks as well, as we talked about. This is driven and probably a good call in the end because it went so quickly to Zakel and it off. So no run.
Very good morning to you, Luke. Hope you're well. He's just mentioned there the lack of a rope. So trying to get it fixed. It's going to be sorted eventually.
Yeah, we hope so. Guys, what about a human? Everyone holding hands around the ground. Oh, that's out. That's a really good catch. Inside edge. And Kaleem walks. Fantastic wicket keeping that from Uwais Shahzad. Always difficult to take an inside edge. And he goes the one glove. Has to react late. Look at it. Big deflection. Takes it low down. Excellent work behind the stumps. I love that one. And so, is it a dream for Antwerp? Could they defend this? They were bowled out for 96 in head 10 overs. Last time around, this time defending 94. And right now they're in good shape, 13 for 2.
Well, that doesn't get much better for a wicketkeeper there. One-handed take down low to his left. And when it sticks, that feeling you have inside, and you just know it's stuck, and you know you've just taken an absolute blinder of a catch.
Yeah.
One-handed grab.
And you know what's really good is that he uses his non-catching hand to break his fall a little bit. So that's what he does to make sure that that hand with the ball in it doesn't hit the ground and the ball bobbles out. You see here, look at this. And then he kind of tries to almost punch the ground with the other hand. Geez, that was a great catch. Last ball of the over coming up. It is going to be Sandhu, the new batter. Manpreet Sandhu just pushes. Doesn't get a run here. So another very good over. Shahzad only concedes 5. Picks up a couple of wickets as well. 13 for 2 after 2. And game on. And how's that par 180 looking at the moment?
That par 180 is looking like I may have jumped the gun a little bit.
The impetuousness of youth. That's what I'm going to say about that. Anyway, let's have a look at the table. And yeah, you can see only one game, but we'll get to see 12 Stars Cricket Club and Mechelen Eagles. We'll see them this afternoon. Ostend Cricket Club are the 5th team that we'll see tomorrow. But yeah, certainly all the teams we see, I think they're going to be out to entertain.
There certainly is an array of talent here in Belgium. It is going to be on show. Plenty of international stars, and I guess also, obviously, I know that the squad's been confirmed for the ECC, but there'll be plenty of players. If they feel they've missed out, they'll really want to put a name forward for themselves.
Sadullah Jabarkel, and this one is whacked away, and it's going to be out of the ground. And Maximo Wakas, well, Waka by nature, and he just takes this off length, and that isn't the right length to bowl. I think we've learnt that this morning. The batters, if they're in, they get a look at this. And he just loves to play that shot out of the ground.
You've either got to be really, really full, or you've really got to push that short bouncer through. You really need to be on a Yorker length. Anything just back of a length of a Yorker, it's just going to get the treatment. We've seen so many shots down towards sort of deep mid-wicket and sort of long on. Really do like to take it on.
So let's see if Jabakel can just get it right now. I think it'll go slightly fuller. Does. Yeah, it's good adjustment. You see it's a lot more difficult to hit that one up and out. Just pats it down to long on for one.
It's a good comeback from Jabakel. Obviously the first delivery getting absolutely smashed down the ground, given a bit of treatment. But it's good to see that he's got a bit about himself, and he knows that he just has to make that little adjustment, and it comes through well.
He sure does. Swing and a miss here. So a bit of a nervy start, I suppose, for Manpreet. Jabakel working his way into his over. Again, I talked about how I'm looking for how bowlers respond to getting smashed, because it's going to happen sooner or later. Can you keep your composure? That's the question. He's hit hard and it's missed at mid-off. Well, it wasn't an easy one. It was past him before he knew too much about it. So Manpreet might have missed out on a couple, but he doesn't miss the third one. He cracks this and thought it might have just been in the zone in the mid-off, but yeah, I don't think he realised how hard it was hit.
Well, that one flew not only off the bat, but it also flew off of the ground, and this electric outfield is just proving to be a little bit too much at the moment. And, well, not a massive fan of that. He's now being swapped out as a man will come across from mid-wicket.
Maybe someone with slightly longer arms. Yeah, is that kind of maybe the strategy there?
I'm not a fan of swapping out, though.
Yeah, it is funny, though, when I see it. Should be out, and it is out. Well, I don't know how he caught it. He kind of dropped to his knees and prayed it would stick. And, well, guess what? It's the man that just a second ago was swapped into that position. And maybe it was a master stroke saying, Zakel, you're due. And this is where the next one's going. So Manpreet goes 4 and out. Oh, ultimate captaincy 1,000 as the Exiles lose a third wicket now. It's 24 for 3.
Well, actually, I'm a really big fan of swapping fielders over now. That's really, really great captaincy. Excellent work. But to be fair, it has to be said, it was a good catch. It came in him a little bit quicker than I think he expected. It didn't quite middle it, but he was in position to take it pretty well. And he holds on, and it's a good catch, but it does remove a pretty dangerous batsman in the form of that man, Complete Sandhu. But he's now joined. He's going to have to go out and join Waqas Ali, who will be joined by the new man. He's got a big job to do here. We've always said that the lower totals often cause bigger upsets, don't we?
Yeah, we can do. I mean, I felt like 90-odd didn't seem particularly defendable, but I mean, right now, you've seen a very different start to the Austin Exiles batting innings. Now slightly slower ball. They decide to run. They'll get away with it. Yeah, so highly entertaining stuff. That's what I love about this doubleheader format, actually. Saeed Shah has bowled well this morning, gets an opportunity with the bat. He's off the mark, will retain the strike as well. And after the power play, it's 25 for 3. And if you want to know what the power play was in the first innings, it was 25 for 3. So, yeah, you can see the three wickets there. I mean, still think it'll be a big job if they can do this, but it'll give them a lot of confidence, Antwerp, in their first ever European Cricket Series.
And I think it really is going to be crucial if they can just keep the pressure on. It's not easy to, especially when the field goes out, it just offers a few more spaces. But I think if they can take two more wickets in the next 2 overs, keep them to sort of, if they can get 40 for 5, just apply that bit of doubt in the minds of the Austin Exiles. It just adds a bit of pressure. I think the main wicket they need to get now is Waqas Ali.
Yeah, for sure. He's looked good. He's only faced 4 balls. He's on 12. Yeah, I saw the question, and Luke has answered it very, very well in the chat already. Thanks so much for that, Luke. And it's about where is this crowd? I think Shrug might have just joined. And so it's in Mechelen, which is about, so it's around about 15 to 20 minutes between, halfway between Brussels and Antwerp. And we're kind of on the outskirts of Mechelen, as Luke said. You see some spin now with Shafiullah Zakel, fresh from that catch. He'll be doing the bowling now. As we see, slight misfield, doesn't cost them any. So, yeah, it's a very interesting ground. There's a few quirks to it. I know the cover boundary for a right-hander is has to be brought in because there's a children's playground there. It's well protected with the net. This one, has he caught this? He has. Well done. Wow, they are on at the moment. I think it's Japa Kel that takes it coming in. And that wasn't an easy one at all. Hung in the air just for a moment. You said, Charlie, they had to get Wakas, and now they have. What a good catch coming forward. That's Sadula Jabakel with the big catch. And right now, it's Antwerp on fire, and Exiles have lost a fourth, 26 for 4.
Well, I called it, didn't I? I said they needed to get that man out if they're going to have any chance of defending this low total, and they've done exactly so. Wakasali has to go. But what an outstanding catch. I called it early. It's not easy to see, especially when you're diving forward, whether or not that it's been taken cleanly. But I called it really early.
They're looking at this, but look, that's out.
Fingers underneath the ball.
No doubt about this whatsoever. So he just gets confirmation there that he's going to have to go. Well, aren't they happy about it? I mean, think about the importance of fielding. I said it this morning. We concentrate a lot about the batting. In fact, I might have even called the fielders glorified ball boys at one point this morning. So that was my bad because when they have taken catches, they've really made a difference. You get these dangerous batters, and now it looks like Sultan Diwanali, who's coming in at number 6. So yeah, we've seen 2 really good ones here. We saw the keeper, Mirwais Shahzad, with a left-hander, and then that one coming forward. That was a very, very good catch. And the wicket goes to Shafiullah Zakel. Took one of his own. Down the ground. This should just be one. Watch the Tortuga, as we say.
Well, it has to be said, we've seen all 3 elements of the game of cricket on excellent display over the first 2 games here in Belgium. We've had some big hitting in that first game with a big total set in the first innings. We've seen some excellent bowling and some exceptional fielding as well.
Goes after this, but he gets a finger on this. Probably just one. Didn't carry that time, so he had to try and deal with the bounce. Probably does well to keep it to 1. Well, Chris Smith, thanks for your information. I was aware of this. The Kent County Cricket Club ground had the tree in the outfield until 2005 when a storm hit it, and now it's been replanted or replaced, but it's just outside the field of play now. Down the leg side. So, yeah, and I didn't know that between 1847 and 2017, only 4 players hit the tree and have it go for a 6. And Carl Hooper in 1992 was the last person to do it. So that is a bit of quirky. Any other quirky ground facts? Let us know. Sultan will get off the mark here. And it's the end of the 4th over. And the score is 29 for 4 after 4 overs. We've got a game on our hands here. So it just shows you that I think it'll be a really interesting series, because it shows you that maybe anything's chaseable, but maybe anything's defendable as well. And we've seen Antwerp putting the screws on. And for a team playing their first European Cricket Series, I'm really impressed at the way they fought back. And even after probably 3/4 of the morning, after they posted a below par total, they're really, really giving it everything. And right now they're right in this contest.
It's really nice to see it. Again, it comes back. I think I've said it twice now. The fact that when they bat and they get a few early wickets taken away, they really don't go down without a fight. They go right till the end, and it's proving to come off here with the bowling now. They really are going all the way through and putting everything into it.
Yeah, take your catch, get the next over. That seems to be the plan at the moment. So Sadullah Jabarkel is coming on to bowl this over. Yeah, there's a VRA Amsterdam has a tree on the ground as well, and that was used in the 99 World Cup, which was mostly held in England, but had a couple of games elsewhere. I remember seeing a photo of Lance Klusner fielding near the tree, which was on the field. I think I mentioned this isn't really the same thing, but we had rugby goals on one field when I was at school, and in the inter-house games, that weren't inter-school games, they were slightly less serious. We had a teacher who would umpire, and well, he would give you 9 if you could hit it through the cross, like through the rugby balls over the crossbar. 6 for the shot, 3 for the conversion. Well, this one's converted. This is hanging very high, though. One of the longer boundaries on the ground, and it's been taken. Well, what a very good catch, and the fielding effort continues. Sherry Butt, the captain this time, skates around the leg side boundary, and he swings the Sultan out of here. He's the 5th wicket to fall, 29 for 5. And once again, Antwerp, it's their catching really that's kept them in this contest.
Well, it's in moments like these when you're trying to defend a low total, you really have to take the half chances, and they've done so. That early catch coming low towards the short third man, and that one really was a difficult catch. He did the hard bit, he got round to it, The easy bit was just making sure he hung on cleanly, and he did so, and it's an excellent catch. Skipper again leading from the front. He didn't quite come off with the bat in the way that he would have expected himself to do so, but he's really putting in a stint in the field now.
It was similar to the one that Wakas dropped earlier, wasn't it, in that area of the ground? That is probably one of the longer boundaries, that kind of forward square leg to mid-wicket region, that kind of 3 to 4 o'clock if you're looking at the ground like a clock with 12 behind the keeper. But Sherry Butt takes a very good catch, gets the Sultan for 2 off 6. New batter out there now is Hawa Chinwari. So, yeah, 29 for 5. I mean, so what's happened here? But one thing we know is that these guys all bat deep. They can all play their shot. So even if they lose a 6th or a 7th, I'm not going to call it just yet, as the run rate for the first time now goes above 2 a ball required.
And I said that they were going to look to get them to 40 for 5, and they're miles ahead of that at the moment.
This one happens just inside the tram line. Have a look at this on the replay. Yeah, it's good bowling. Batter thinks he doesn't want to hit it because he thinks he might get a wide, but yeah, it was just inside, came back enough. A few people talking about the way the ground's looking, the grass is looking. Well, if you've been staying with us, you'll know it's been a very dry summer, hasn't it? A little bit short. They go on the hit. If that was picked up cleanly by Sherzad, Sherkan Sherzad, might have had a chance for a run out, but instead it's the end of Sadullah Jabakal, who goes for 2 for 13 off his 2 overs. Great effort from him. Halfway through this chase, game on. The Exiles are 30 for 5.
I just want to go to a question that came in quite a while ago. We didn't address it, but Chris Smith asked about, so he saw the news that Sporting Alphas had won the T20 league in sort of the ECCL in Spain.
Yes,
obviously.
that's right.
And that's obviously where I play my cricket during the summer.
Yeah,
so obviously, first of all, congratulations to Sporting Alphas. They were deserved winners of the league, but that means that they won't go through to. They won't go through to.
Yeah, it's not
the UCL
automatic
straight away.
Yeah.
No.
Yep.
So they now qualify for the national finals, which is being held in.
Yeah, I believe it's late October or very early November. We covered it last year. There were 4 teams in it last year. I'm not actually sure. I imagine it would be a 3-team final series because there's 3 major competitions geographically, right?
Sure.
You could probably tell us a bit about that in a second as we move into the 6th over. This one's going nowhere as Tayyab Ali comes on and ties the batter in a knot. Yeah, so you've got the ECCL, right? And that's the one that Costa del Sol, I think, won last year.
No, so Costa del Sol is the Southern League.
Southern League, sorry, yep. Yeah, and then we've got, so the ECCL, is that the one that
that's
Alphas and stuff playing?
Yep. Torrevieja and Madrid and stuff like that.
There's the next ball from Tayyab. Pretty good one. Again, wow, got him in a bit of trouble here. If this hits, I feel like it might have been out, you know. As Shinwari seemed keen, but it's not really his call, and his partner was giving him donuts back. Let's have a look at this as the ball comes in. Yeah, I think if that hits, he's gone. But the keeper never really had a prayer. And then you've got like the Catalonia League.
And then
right?
you've got, well, there's an abundance of teams up in Catalonia. I'm not too sure what the situation is at the moment, who is looking like they're going to be qualifying. There's loads of different leagues, and I'm not too exactly certain on how it's all set out.
They'll come up with a champion somehow, right?
For sure.
But wait for this. This will probably be 4 if it gets past the fielder. And it will. So that one, you have to go and maybe bring a packed lunch. You're into the woods again. So 4, and just a bit of a steady up for the Ostend Exiles. Yeah, so last year it was a 4-team Spanish Championship weekend because Minaj had qualified for the previous ECL, and they were automatically granted a spot. So we had Minaj, Pakai, Sporting Alphas, and Costa del Sol last year.
But just the thought, they could say that the winner of the, obviously you've got the Saturday-Sunday European Cricket T10.
Oh, there you go.
Cartama. Could say that the winner of that goes to national finals,
Well,
right?
suddenly you're going to be going places with ideas like that. That's a pretty good idea, actually.
Because there's a
spot for that.
There you go.
In the air, won't carry. It'll just be 1. Ilias does the fielding, just holding him at bay here. You don't want to let a partnership get away. You want to keep this kind of momentum going if you're Antwerp as long as you can, as deep as you can into this innings. And watch that run rate required climb. Yeah, that's a very interesting thought. Didn't think of that until now. If you want to make a 4-team championship weekend.
Well, the more games, the better, if anything, surely.
Yeah, it's true. Not sure we'll be able to get it across and televise that as we've got our hands full at the moment, you can imagine, because of what's coming up. 7 days a week for 5 weeks. It's going to be huge.
It's a lot of cricket. Plenty of cricket, plenty of entertainment.
Yep. Well, Rico said he'd be cooking us all aloo paratha in the morning to get us going.
It's funny, Rico's restaurant is only 20 minutes away from me. I've never been.
Yeah, that's not good from you.
No.
Straight down the ground. Probably just one. I think in a second, but it's not quite there. So it'll be the end of the 6th over. And they're only going run a ball pace at the moment after 6. They're 36 for 5. They've left themselves 59 in the last 4, so just shy of 15 and over required. It's now or never. Look, they still have 5 wickets in hand. These guys can all swing the bat. Let's see if the Exiles can pull themselves out of this hole.
Well, if this victory comes off for Antwerp, obviously it's not confirmed yet at all, but if they do take one victory away from their first 2 games, it really will mix the table up. I know we're so early on in the tournament or for the first week, but just splitting the 2 victories here in the first 2 games will really spice things up later on.
I expect a lot of split series here in Belgium, to be honest. I just think that teams can beat each other. They've all got really dynamic players. I think the difference is, and we still haven't seen this game, we haven't seen one guy just have a blinder. I might look at the highest score in this game for an individual. We got the 34 not out from Karab Diwanali towards the end. This is in the air. I don't think anyone's getting near this though. Went straight to a regular mid-wicket, but it was Wahidullah Jabrakel who hunts it down in the end from all the way from fine leg really. Yeah, so and his runs were towards the end of the inning, but like no one in the top 5 has cracked 20 in this game. You know, and that's the way to a big score. I think one of your top 4 or 5 to get a big score and go on with it. And that's where we saw a 150 this morning. Anyway, back to Shekan Shazad. 2 wickets already. This is hit square. And hit at the field. A slight fumble will allow a second. I suppose the silver lining, he doesn't allow a boundary. But it won't be an easy one either. I think that's another thing for the batters to do, and they did it well on that occasion. Run the first one hard. If there's a fumble, you immediately know you're going for the second. We see that a lot at the higher level in the ECL, in the ECC as well. And the England 11 team did that particularly well last year, I thought.
I think the difference in this as well is you look at the first innings that the Exiles had. A lot of their runs were on the offside, whereas this time they're just trying to muscle everything into that leg side and missing out on opportunity onto that offside. Yeah,
true. This is going to be just one. Yeah, we haven't seen that kind of cover attack that they built their innings on. Well, particularly, I suppose, it was Sohail Kalim in the first innings of the morning. But yeah, this is what's going to make this series so exciting. You've got a team that cracked 150 in the first game. Look like, at the moment, lucky to get 70 the way things are going. So expect anything, anytime here in Belgium. Yeah, he's had about enough of this. And he knew from the moment he hit that was out of here. Maximo! I love the reaction here. And look, he hits the ball and then doesn't even bother to see where it lands. He just gets back to work. I like it when guys do this. And you have a look at there, something sharp. And he said, yep, that's it. That's the 6 for that ball. And a couple more of those, and this game comes right back to life, Charlie.
I was just going to say, I think he knows that he's going to need a few more of those if they're going to get to anywhere near this total. He knows he's going to need to throw a few more of those out there.
Goes again. Does he get it? Don't think so. Could be out. And it is out. Nice catch. 2 fielders converged. And the catch is taken. 6 and out situation. And just when you thought the Exiles were going to get out of jail, they're locked back in. And another good catch by Sadullah Jabakel out there on the boundary. I think 2 fielders could have reached it. He took the responsibility and he didn't miss out. So disappointment for Said Sharp. He can't go on with it. He's out for 11. The score is 94. That's not 94 for 6. Let me look at the score in this innings, I should say, is 46 for 6.
Well, he really was just trying to go twice well, 2 on the trot, really, wasn't he?
Yeah.
But just wasn't able to get it. It almost came out of the toe of the bat. I think he was it was a premeditated shot. And he just completely played the wrong shot.
Similar sort of shot. I mean, it's probably on. If you hit it in the middle, it's going. But if you don't, that's the margin of errors we're talking about, even with these boundaries here.
I'd argue if you hit the middle of the bat, it's going to go most times.
Yeah, yeah. Well, we're talking like maybe 2 centimetres on the bat, aren't we?
Yeah.
You know, that's the margin. And, yeah, well, Apple Tech in the chat saying, noticed that the fielding in this series is the best of all the series that they've ever seen. I mean, yeah, it's been a pretty high standard so far. A couple of exceptions, I suppose. Anyway, let's move along. Malik Zai faces up, gets thick outside edge first up. For a single, he's off the mark. It's the end of the 7th over. The score is 47 for 7. And, well, coming up this afternoon, we have 2 new teams. Well, 12 Star CC, we've never seen them before in ECN cricket. Mechelen Eagles, they were the runners-up last time we had a series here, way back in 2020, just over 2 years ago now. And they will meet in match 3. And 12 Stars CC have won the toss, and they'll be batting first. So good, kind of confident move from them. I think let's see how they pick up the format. See if Fakar Zaman is in there. Mechelen Eagles, though, you know, again, I think they're going to enjoy it. They enjoyed last time. But it was a slightly lower scoring field when we were in Ghent back in 2020. So he'll look up, I think Majib there, listed to open. You know, quite a few players to watch on both sides. So there is a slight gap between this game and the next. There's an extra half an hour. So that one will be at the top of the hour here. So on the half hour in India in just under an hour's time. Oh, well, this is gone. And what a great start this is for Tayyab to his second over. And now they're really on the ropes as the batter swings all across that one. And it is Tayyab that breaks through with a 7th wicket now, 47 for 7.
And this is just prime examples of scoreboard pressure. The low totals, I called it at the start, didn't I? I said that these low totals often cause upsets. And I think we are witnessing one here. Antwerp, they've just kept themselves in the game. They've taken wickets right at the crucial moments of in between overs. And well, that's just might be the nail in the coffin, really, for the Ostead Exiles here.
Yeah, Malik Syed just gets to face the 2 balls in the end. And yeah, he's trying to move things along. Shrug, I like his comment. It says, with the team splitting the games in a children's play area at the ground, this really is a case of swings and roundabouts. Well, that's true.
I can't lie, I'm disappointed in both of us that we didn't come up with that already.
You know, you've got to leave something for the guys in the chat.
It's quite good from you, Shrug. Well done.
Yeah.
Well played.
Been very good. Like I said, and I said this before, I'll say it again, when the ECC starts, probably can't be as focused on the chat as we normally are, just because it's on a lot of other channels as well, where they won't necessarily have access to the chat. But I'll still be in there, and I'll bring it in occasionally. And also, of course, I'll have my keyboard out, so I'll be typing back as well. So don't think that we love you any less. We love your contributions. But I suppose with the ECC, it's a slightly bigger stage. And it's quite a lot of people are seeing us for the first time when they turn on to some of these other channels that will have it around the world, still coming together in the background. So Aslam is the new batter. He'll start with a single. Make that a 4. Well, that's just an error in judgment by Sherry Butt, who doesn't make too many mistakes. And this is one, really. It's going at a worm's pace by the time he gets to him, but he somehow finds a way to misfield it, and it goes to the boundary.
He'll be furious with himself. He holds himself to such high standards. He's just got that one completely wrong.
Maybe a baby Tortuga out there. Well, Aslam gets the boundary to start his innings, and then he gets one. It looks a bit uncomfortable to the naked eye.
Grimaced at that one. That really did not look. He looks like he's okay. I think might be the angle we've seen. It
Yeah,
might look worse
the way I saw it. Yeah, well, some people that would hurt more than others, I suppose. Anyway, seems fine.
I've got to. Where did Tortuga come from?
Oh,
the origin of it.
Well, we talked about this a couple of weeks ago. I'll tell you again. It's a bit early. I know often you get on the broadcast late in the day.
I am.
Ouch. Uh-oh. Hit him. He misses. And so they get a single. Watch this one, though. He would have been gone by miles, you see. He goes the boot stop first, and he kind of throws a little sidearm. It's a little sidewinder. It's hard to be accurate with that throw. And the batter had given it up.
He would have been gone if that was a direct hit. Would have been out.
Yeah, so Tortuga, it came from a game in Barcelona last year, and we actually started with 5 weeks in Barcelona last year. Looks like we'll finish with 5 weeks in Barcelona this year, by the way. First, let's have a look at Tayyab. He's got a couple of balls to spend. He gets hit straight. Well, this will take some stopping, and it won't be stopped at all. 4 runs. Cuatro. Carreras. Shinwari fighting late. He moves into double figures.
Well, that certainly is one of the better shots we've seen from the Ostead Exiles batsman in this game. Just a bit of application. Plays the ball on its merit. It's a straighter delivery. Just opens up that V and just really, really gets it going down towards right straight at the ground.
Yeah, 3 a ball. Any chance? I mean, Shinwari would have to have a blind, you'd imagine. If they do pull this out, imagine Sherry Butt's misfield getting replayed at the end. Well, that's hit pretty well, and this one's out of here as well. Well, game on. Don't put it in the book just yet. Maximo Shinwari finishes Tyab's spell with a bang as that over ends up going for 15. And the score at the end of 8 is 62 for 7. And they might have just batted themselves back into this contest.
Well, we've seen a mixture of almost everything of the history of the European Cricket Network, but this would certainly be a miracle if you're an Austin Exiles fan. What's that now? That's 33 off of 12, the final 2 overs.
Talk about leaving your run late, hey? Yeah, 33 off 12, 16 and a half and over. Question about the Tortuga. Yes, it was when there was a bounce that was unusual. We had some pretty unusual ones at that Montjuic ground, the Olympic baseball ground. And I said, what did that hit? Did it hit a tortoise shell or something like that? And then Rico told me in Spanish, it's the Tortuga.
La Tortuga.
They became La Tortuga forevermore. And now you constantly got to watch out for it. And then we ended up naming the Tortuga. We called it Jeffrey in the end. The chat named it Jeffrey after Jeffrey Boycott because of the speed it would move. They don't move that quick. And when we had 2 series at once, we'd have Henrietta, which is the female Tortuga as well. So yeah, it got out of hand for a while there. Speaking of getting out of hand, it is at the moment. And well, he's almost pulled a screamer off there. Look, he does well to stop it in the end, I think. This is Zakel. Shafiullah Zakel. This is angled in. I thought this was 4 off the bat, I've got to be honest, but he at least makes a very, very useful stop.
It's a very interesting bit of fielding there. He did really well. The thing is, he's certainly stopped 4 there. So in the context of this game, when just 1 or 2 more boundaries really tightens things up, that really is a vital stop.
That's hit pretty well as well. Just look at the placement. And Sherry Butt, normal service resumes. Good work by the keeper there to tackle a steepling bounce. It'll just be a single. Probably more importantly, keeps Shinwari away from the strike. He moves to 20. But yeah, you got to somehow get it below 20 and maybe you've got a chance going to the last over. Well, Alex Langford's in the chat. Hello, Alex. How are you? He's asked me how I am. I'm very well. And he said we'll be seeing him soon. Is that right, Alex? I would have missed that. Clunks off the pad. I'll be happy to concede just a leg by here, I think. It will be called a leg by.
I think if they can get a maximum, at least 1 or 2 more maximums in this over, really tightens things up. I think if we get into sort of anywhere in the teens,
yeah,
really puts us on for an interesting
Most
finish
runs
here.
we've seen successfully chased off a last over is 23. That was in Bologna in 2021. First game of the tournament, actually. This is clever batting, but doesn't get it fine enough. So a couple of things just going against the Exiles that just left this one so late. I mean, it's not through any lack of trying, I suppose, earlier in the innings. It's not like they were dawdling. It's just some good fielding, particularly good catches.
I do think
derailed them.
Just think that the application as well, just trying to muscle everything into that leg side. I can't remember the last time we saw an offsided shot.
You won't see one here either. That guy's been busy in that position. He makes it home this time. Don't think they have too much interest in going upstairs for this one. Looks pretty good to me as well. Yep, completely fine. So, yeah, Alex, let us know. Is it perhaps there's a Bulgarian team playing in the Croatia series? I'm not sure. We already had the ECS in Bulgaria. But, yeah, let us know, Alex. I think that's great. Some people are getting around. And, look, if you do find yourself in Europe and you can get in contact with the club, of course, encourage it. Why not? It all helps develop European cricket to have more people getting involved and taking an interest. Last ball of the 9th, still plenty to do for the Austin Exiles.
Not yet.
Umpire wasn't in the position, so just yells out a little dead ball. I'm still walking back. That's 3 moon walking back to his position. From Luxembourg, a team will also see it at the ECC. Hits this into the gap. Sherry's going to go a long way. But beautiful one-hand pickup there. He's almost trying to overcompensate, I think, for that little misfield, because that was outstanding work. Look at this little one-hand pickup and fires in the throw, and that means it's the end of the 9th over. 67 for 7. That leaves 28 off the last over. This will be a record if they can do it. Well, any chance, Charlie?
I don't have that tingling feeling.
Yeah.
I don't have that sensation. I'm not. 28 off of 6 is not an easy task. Again, but it's what I've said. It's what we've all said earlier. We see everything on the European Cricket Network, don't we? And there's
we sure do.
Plenty of opportunities. And well, 28 off of 6. It's almost
Yeah, so how are you going to do this? Well, you've got to be thinking, I've got to hit 4 sixes out of 6 balls. And you're probably thinking, if you're Shinwari, you're thinking, I've got to face all of these balls. I mean, he has hit a 6. Shazad Aslam hasn't. He's hit 1 6 in 14 balls, mind you. But he has hit a couple of boundaries. I mean, ball's pretty quick for a spinner, so you don't want to be late on him. Here we go, last overtime. Well, has a go at it. And I think he knows the writing's on the wall there. Just trots a single and says, all right. Well, speaking of miracles, it's your turn. And let's see if Shazad can get something out of the ground. I mean, what a defence. If you told us this morning that this game would be this, you'd say you're crazy. Well, nobody's catching this. Watch, they've left it for each other. Oh, he's caught it in the end. Well, Bilal Mamundzai. Let's just say he didn't get his fair notice that it was his catch, because I think the bowler, I think originally might have called for it. Then quickly he had the cooling off period. He said, I don't want it anymore. It's yours. But well done by Bilal, who moved late and took it. And so the end of Aslam, he ends up contributing 8, and the score is 68 for 8.
Yeah, well, that one is a real big wicket there, as it wasn't. It was Shinwari who went there.
Oh, Shinwari.
So that's the big wicket. So that's an excellent catch from Bilal Mamundzai.
So yeah, Shinwari's the man that has to go, but I mean, regardless, leaves him in kind of no doubt, I think, as to who's going to win this game. I want to say a quick hello to Kitty Hundley as well. I hope you're well. She said she's just stopping by on her way to work. I figured she'd stop by. Hello to you. Always great to see you. What an interesting ground we're at. I think for ECS, it's actually a pretty cool place to play, if you ask me. Anyway, 4 balls remaining. And this looked like it was smashed, and it wasn't. So Ariane gets the life here, but I think it was Zakel that was fearing for his life with this swing. You see, he actually was like just trying to preserve himself. He didn't realise it was a miss hit. Light a moment. This one isn't hit at all.
So I love how animated Zakel is. It's brilliant to watch. Great entertainment.
Yeah, and if you told me this would be 94 to 70 or something, I would have said, you are crazy. That's 164 runs. I'd expect that in 1 innings based on what we saw this morning. But that just shows you, with the more batting-friendly conditions, they're going to take more risks. And if you take your catches and hold on to your chances and you bowl in good areas, you can still restrict teams to below 100. Both teams have here.
It has been excellent to watch, and it just goes to show that the game of cricket really is a game of 2 halves. Especially when you have a double header, like you said, it really does show that you can see 2 completely different games of cricket.
Yeah, that's the beauty of the double header format, I think. Well, Luke's saying, Exiles struggling with the consistency a little bit, and they're not the only team in that boat. Well, that's true, but that's the kind of cricket all these teams like to play. Here's the last ball, and they're not even going to get the 70 in the end. It's 94 to 69, and it's Antwerp on ECS debut this morning that get their first points, their first win in the European Cricket Series. What a very good effort from them to defend 94. They always believed, and I think that will give them a lot of confidence going into the future games and potentially finals down the road, that they can win from any situation. And so, led by Sherry Butt, they can be very, very proud. They end up splitting the points, so both teams take something away from the first morning of this series. Coming up in around about 45 minutes, 12 Stars CC versus Mechelen Eagles. It's the 12 Stars that have won the toss and elected to bat, so we'll be seeing that game slightly extended break. So go and give yourself a little break, and then come back and join us for the outstanding excitement that will come with the afternoon session. Let's have a look at some of the highlights, Charlie. And well, you gave them no hope really to defend 94, especially with something like that happening early on. But once the wicket started to tumble, it was a completely different story. And you got to say, Antwerp were fantastic the way that they applied themselves with the ball, and particularly in the field with some outstanding catches.
Well, you said there I didn't give them much of a chance. I did say that the lower totals are the ones that often ask questions, but no, you're absolutely right. You have to say that when you're defending a low total such as 94, to be able to do so, you have to be almost bang on in the field. And there were some excellent catches, some excellent field placements, obviously swapping that man there from long on all the way to mid-wicket. I said it wasn't great, but it ended up paying off, didn't it?
Yeah, well, I meant more the royal you, not you specifically, but they can say defensive. Anyway, but I didn't pick it anyway. I don't mind saying that. I thought 94, look, even if they have some early wickets, they've got so many batters that can come in and move it quickly. But confidence is such a big thing in cricket, and momentum's a big thing as well, isn't it? And they just seem to be able to come up with those those moments that mattered, and they won more of those big moments, didn't they? That was another good catch that was taken. Sadullah Jabakel took a couple of good ones. We saw Taya Bali getting that one, and it just got out of hand. You never thought they'd need so many so quickly, but that's the way it worked out towards the end. And Sherry, even though he had a bit of a blooper there, yeah, he had a pretty good morning, I think, without quite hitting top gear. We saw signs of what he's capable of. We didn't see with the ball this time around, which surprised me a little bit, but I think that's just because the bowlers they did use, they were being so effective. So, you see Kankel late in the piece was able to keep things going. And then this was a bit of a funny one, wasn't it? Bowler, it seemed like he wanted it, and then he didn't.
Yeah, but that was a real crucial moment in the game. Removing the dangerous man who was in, it was Shinwari who was in for them there. And getting that wicket was a real crucial moment. They were still in with a sniff in that final over, 28 off of that final, 6 deliveries required, but that wicket sort of really cemented that victory there for them there.
Yeah, so look, congratulations to Antwerp. They thoroughly deserved their first wicket in the ECS, and if this morning is any indication, I think we're in for a roller coaster ride over this 2 weeks. High scores, low scores. I mean, we had a bit of the fever. It's like when you get in a bubble, like the old famous tulip bubble. It's like we started thinking par was 180 on this ground. I say we, but that was on you, that one. I think I got up to about 150. But then the next game we've seen in 94 to 69. So basically that's about 8 and over on average. Just looking quickly through the batting scorecard, Fawad Shinwari ends up top scoring with 21. A couple of others hit double figures, but nothing came together. With the bowling, Shokan Shahzad with 3 for 16 was the best of the bowlers. A couple each for Sadullah Jabakel. Shafullah Zakel was excellent, 2 for 6. Only 6 runs conceded off his 2 over. The other wicket went to Tayyab Ali, and also Kankel, who was early on. He only conceded 12 off his 2 overs. We'll take a break. We'll be back in around about 40 minutes, and we'll have the afternoon session. So a little bit of an extended break, but hopefully you're enjoying the day so far. We certainly are. Vinny Sandu here, Mr. Maximo, and Charlie Hunt is here as well. We'll see you shortly for more cricket. You're watching the FanCode European Cricket Series.
Hello and welcome back to Belgium. It's opening day of a brand new FanCode European Cricket Series. We will be at this ground over the next 2 weeks in Mechelen, and I have ventured across the fence and I have found this magnificent structure. It's like a tree house or like a cubby house kind of climbing structure, and well, luckily the kids are at school at the moment, so I've got it all to myself. I have gotten up here. I'm not sure if I'll be able to get down, but I'll do my best anyway. But I can tell you that we have the afternoon session coming up now. 2 new teams to this tournament, although we have seen one of them before. It's 12 stars on debut who are taking on the Mechelen Eagles, and I can tell you the news from the toss in match 3 is that 12 stars, they've won the toss and they have elected to bat. That's a good strong move, I think, on debut, and let's see if they can adapt to this structure of the 10 over cricket. Obviously we saw a very high scoring match first up this morning, not so much in the second match, so I think we will have some innings as well where the bowlers get on top. I think you need some help from your fielders if that's going to happen, if you're going to keep a team below 100. But 12 stars, they've got nothing to lose here on debut. Let's see what kind of pace we see from their openers early. Let's talk about Mechelen Eagles. They're a team that we have seen before in ECS cricket. They played 2 years ago. In fact, they were runners-up in that 2-day tournament to Beveren, and I think that they showed they really enjoyed the 10 over format back then, so they will get to bat second. They'll know what they have to do. They're going to come out and they're going to want to take some early wickets, and I think the fielding is going to be really important in this game as well. Well, I know that I've got the task ahead of me, Charlie, getting down from here and getting into the cube, and I'm going to go over to the cube now and tell you 12 stars. They won the toss. They're going to bat. Over to you. Let's start match 3.
And welcome back to a very sunny Belgium here in Mechelen. And we're ready to get match number 3 of the first day here in Mechelen for get this underway. You can see there are obviously 12 stars making their debut here against Mechelen Eagles. Mechelen Eagles obviously on their home ground. You can see there are some names there that we're really looking forward to seeing. But what a game this is going to be. We're certainly in for a treat. And well, the first 2 games we had this morning were excellent. 2 completely different games of cricket. One most really high scoring game. And then we also had a bit of a lower total. You can see there the bat versus ball, where it's more than halved my past score shout of 180. That's looking around 65 and 67. Completely ruined my past score shout. I may have jumped the gun a little bit there. So that's that bat versus ball. So the supercomputer completely changing, well, going against my words. Probably not a bad shout. But again, these 2 teams, obviously Mechelen Eagles, we've seen before, but 12 star CC making their debut, obviously electing to bat first. As Vinny said, it's a confident idea. Get them out there early, put something on the board, and then look to really try and nail them down with the ball in the second half of this match. What we are certainly in for an exciting 3rd and 4th matches here in Belgium. Could see a complete change in what's expected to see after the first 2 games. Obviously 100 and 159 in that first game. And then obviously they defended it pretty comfortably by 55 runs. We're almost set to get underway here in match number 3. You can see that there's a reason why this the outfield is so dry. It's because of the sun, even though it's getting towards the end of August and the temperatures have dropped. I know last week it was around about 33 degrees during the day. Got a high of 24, 25 degrees here this week, and also next week's pretty much around the similar sort of levels as well. But we're almost ready to get underway, and it will be Andreas to open up for the Mechelen Eagles. And he starts into the leg side, and it will go all the way. What a way to start, what a way to get it. Open up your account in this game. And Star CC, the first ball they faced on the European Cricket Network, it goes all the way, 6 runs into the leg side. And what a start for the opener. Excellent bit of batting from Amish Mehta. Left-handed batsman at the top of the order. Could be crucial. He's going to need a response now is Abdul Ramzai Idreas here. It's a full toss and it's carved, but it's straight to the man. He had a shy at the stumps. I think he would have been home pretty comfortably, but eventually it's just a dot ball. But it's a good comeback from Idreas after getting pumped into that leg side in that first delivery. It's going to be interesting to see how the 12-star CC take on this game. Obviously, I'm sure a few of their players will play T10 or the T10 format of cricket over the last couple of years, but this is their first time on the big stage. What an opportunity they have. It's well kept out by Mehta. He goes for the boot, but it's going to cost them a run. There's going to be buzzers. It's all happening here in the first over. He was a shy at the stumps. He was trying to get into that Belgian national football team. Wasn't able to connect with the stumps, and it will just be another 2 runs to the total. Mehta looking pretty comfortable at the moment. Early on here, only faced the 3 deliveries. He doesn't look too troubled as of yet. Abdul Ramzai Idreas looking like he could be a force to reckon with here if he can just get on that right line and length in that sort of corridor of uncertainty outside the off stump. He doesn't, it clatters into the pads and they will run through for a single leg bite. But again, a warm welcome to everybody tuning in all around the world, whether you're tuning in on the ECN European Cricket Network YouTube channel or on FanCode in India. A very good afternoon to you as we move in towards the afternoon, and that temperature is probably at its highest now, 24 degrees. We are set for an excellent afternoon of cricket following after an exciting first morning. Just goes to show there is serious talent on display here in Belgium. Obviously, we've got 2 weeks here and then we go to the coveted European Cricket Championship, the ECC, out in Malaga, in Cartama in Malaga. What a tournament that'll be, but also 7 days of cricket for 5 weeks, isn't there? There's the Spanish domestic European Cricket T10 tournament on the Saturday and the Sunday as well. Plenty of teams. There's a mixture of all teams from all around Spain. He's got an opportunity to go up against Cesar Hossein here. And he just pushes into the offside. A direct hit would have been close, but his throw is very wayward. And they come through comfortably for a single. But again, if you are watching on YouTube, get involved in the live chat. As Shrug has, he said, Charlie, how are you finding sharing comm duty after all your solo stints? Very enjoyable, I have to say. Very much enjoyed my first 2 games with Vinny here in the commentary box. It's been a very enjoyable experience thus far. Obviously, plenty of time to go. Now it's interesting to not have to talk to yourself every single moment of the day. Go a little bit stir crazy at some points. Just squeezed into the offside. It's just good running. Really pushing that first one hard. Really puts the fielder under pressure and often leads to a mistake. It's a comfortable single in the end. It would have been close, but I think he would have made his ground. Brings us to the end of a good first over for the 12 stars. With 11 coming off it. 11 for none after the first. No, it's been really good fun. We take a look here. Well, that's the distribution of runs all the way back in 2020. No surprise there. Only the 6 threes is still quite a lot, considering it was only 2 days of cricket on the weekend. Right, I've misunderstood that. So it's 2 threes, 6 runs. Got it. That would make more sense, to be fair, now I look at it properly. But there you go. Only the 2 threes. That makes more sense. Helix saying, Charlie, don't forget Peacock Friday. Well, I have brought an assortment of interesting shirts. I'm never going to be up to the match of the colourful suits, of course, but try my best. We're going to see Shazad. He's coming into the attack here. Etiatullah Shazad taking the second over here for Mechelen Eagles. And he starts with this one just outside the off stump. Starts with a dot ball. Good start for him there. Just the 11 runs coming off of that first over. It's a good start for 12 stars CC. It'll be interesting to find out a little bit more as the reasoning behind that name. Making their debut here on the European Cricket Network here today. It's the second team making their debut. So we had Antwerp making their debut, but this is trying to go big into that leg side. We've seen him go big into that one side already, but isn't able to cut this one off, and it will just be another leg bite. And Shrug saying that those 2 threes must have been overthrows. Well, you're probably not wrong. Well, we've already had a 5 here in Belgium. It only took us a matter of overs. But look at that. That's a good name on the back of the shirt. Alexei Manula, 7881. Interesting. Again, I'd like to know the history behind that as well. Brings the right-handed Hossein on strike. And this is slashed and slashed hard. And this will be the first one that finds its way into the fence of the park. I wonder if Vinny's still there trying to find that ball out. But it's a lovely shot nonetheless through the covers, and it goes all the way, and it's 4 runs. And that is certainly going to rest the nerves of Shazad Hossein. It was a wider delivery from Shazad. He needs to come back now. And this time it's into the leg side. Should be cut off and is. It's good work by Ogiani Shakarula. He will keep it to just the single. But again, Mehta, he's been looking very comfortable so far. Only the 9 off of 7, but that one big 6 into the onside really will just have settled the nerves a little bit. Got him into the groove, into the rhythm of things. And no surprise that the fielders on the leg side have all gone out. So there's a deep mid-wicket and deep square leg just in front. Dragged into the onside. Evades the diving man at mid-wicket and it will be just a single. Again, this is good to see that there's not many dot balls so far. Only the 2 dot balls in this innings already. And if Shazad can go back, listen this. That will flick into the leg side, and that'll be the second boundary of the over. It's a lovely shot from Hossein. This one just flicking off the pads. 2 straight from Abdullah Shazad, and it races away for the second boundary with 11 off of the second over. 12 stars, 22 for none after 2. So both of these batsmen moving on to 10 now. They've just looked pretty comfortable. We take a look at the updated standings now. So 2 points apiece for the Austin Exiles and Antwerp, which will really mix things up as we get towards the end of the first week of Group A. You see that net run rate just changing things up as well. So 2 points apiece, and we see Mechlin Eagles against 12 stars, and then we'll also see that final 15 later on tomorrow. Shrug asking the question, to the theme of famous couples like Brangelina, what do we call Charlie and Vinny? He's asked Chinny. I don't know how I feel about Chinny. That one's an interesting one. I think, Shrug, I expect better from you there, but we are going to see. Let's continue here. Goes for the scoop, but gets this one all wrong. The shot was there, really. It was down the leg side. If he picks it up, it will fly away. Doesn't get this one. And it's a wide ball down the leg side, but the shot was certainly there to be played. There's a short, fine leg, but anything over him or to the side of him, it will race away. This outfield is electric here in Mechelen, here in Belgium. This time goes for the more orthodox swipe into the leg side and just shy at the stumps. A bit of work from the man at mid-wicket. That's the skipper, Makaliar. So it's a very impressive kit. Here's the Mechelen Eagles. I'm very much a fan of it. Sort of blue, navy and orange is a nice mix. He's gone for it again. This time still isn't able to quite get it to pay off, and it's a better delivery from Idris this time on the offside. Just makes things a little bit harder to get that ramp shot away. Tried to adjust, but again, it's just a shot that's not come off, and it's just eating a couple of deliveries. I just want to put that one in the back pocket and maybe save it for later. Get himself back into the groove of things. And again, mistiming it, bit of an inside edge. But I have to say, I've been very impressed with the way that they're running in between the wickets at the moment. There's been a good understanding of what's expected from each other. They know, they obviously have a lot of respect for each other in the middle, and they know that they can back themselves to get those quick singles in, which will eventually just build the pressure up and get to a point where it'll be a poor delivery that they can try and punish on. And in T10 cricket, you really don't need to take any unnecessary risks early on. If you can come out of the power play without losing a wicket, you tend to set yourself up for an impressive total. Well, that's hit straight down the ground, and that is an elegant cricket shot. It's just going to miss the cube, and it will go all the way, and it's a lovely shot down the ground. It goes all the way. 4 runs, and 4 of the best for Shazad Hossein. Well, it was pure elegance. I've seen it many a times early on only the first day. It doesn't really get much better than that. A bit of a skip down the track, and Andreas yet to really make an impact with the ball here. He's only got 2 deliveries remaining. So Azad Hossein looking to be pretty set early on here for the 12 Stars. So Abdulrahim Idreas needs to come back here. It's a slower delivery, but it's in the slot and it gets the treatment. It's been smacked into the leg side and it will go all the way, and it's another maximum here. 6 runs, 6 of the best, and it's again off that man's bat, Azad Hossein. Well, that had some serious hang time. That went a long, long way. Over that practice facility there, out of the ground. And anything full, he's very quick to pounce on. That was a prime example of it there. Hossein now moves on to 20 off of just 6 deliveries. This is going to be an opening spell that he's going to wish to forget pretty quickly here. He's got 1 delivery remaining. It's into the pads, but there's a thick inside edge, and they will come through for a single. But again, another good over. 13 off of that final over in the power play, and at the end of the third, 12 Stars 35 for none. So it's interesting. We've had a mixture of scores in this power play. We've had 60 after 3. We've had 25 and now 35 in the last 3 games now. As you can see, umpire signaling the end of the power play, and what a picturesque ground it is here in Mechelen. It's surrounded by trees and really does just give a feel of a classic village English sort of ground. It really is very picturesque. We can see there the power play pretty steady, really. All 3 of the overs going for double figures, 11, 11 and 12. So it will be interesting to see, obviously, who comes up next. There will be a change. It's going to be Dileep Singh. He's going to be coming in to the attack, making sure that his field is in the exact place that he wishes. Again, if you are watching on our YouTube channel, do go ahead and get involved in the live chat. One of the unique aspects of the European Cricket Network, communication on the live chat. Do love all of your thoughts and queries, as this is flicked into the leg side, and that is one of the better shots of the day that we will see again. And this time it's once again Hossein flicks off the pads, and this will go all the way. 1 bounce, 4 runs. Just see there, you can tell that he really enjoyed that shot. He is very much looking like a force to be reckoned with here in this tournament early on. He did get a few runs in 2020 in international T20s. He's got an average of, with the bat, he's got an average of just over 14 and a half with the bat in international T20 cricket. But he's proving to be an interesting factor here for the 12 Stars CC. He's obviously taken over from Mehta, who went big into that leg side off the first delivery of the innings. And since then, he's just slowed down ever so slightly. But when you've got a man such as Hossein at the other end, he's going at a strike rate of 312, you don't really need to take any risks. This is well kept out and takes a bit of a Tortuga, and they will come through for another run. So that's excellent running. We've seen it already here in match number 3, and no surprise once again that the opening batsmen of the 12 Stars are really pushing those first ones hard, which allow for moments like that to really come through and benefit off of a misfield. This time it's dragged into the leg side again, and it won't be a run. It's not collected cleanly. Just allows for a bit of a breather for the batsman there. You can see here, so not as comfortably as I first imagined, but gets home nonetheless. And this is again driven down the ground. Driven down the ground to long on. It's just a single. So this will bring back Meta on strike. 11 off of 11, going at a strike rate of 100, which is still impressive. That partnership now 42 off of just 22 deliveries. Takes a big step across, tries to play this into that leg side, but isn't able to do so. It's a good delivery from Singh. He's kept this over down to a minimum. Only that one boundary so far. And Singh is looking like a pretty promising bowler hit for Mechlin Eagles. But it's interesting to see. This is the role that the openers have decided to take on here. And well, that is into the onside. He's not quite got all of this. And he will have to go. So Singh does get the breakthrough. There's a good tidy over from Dileep Singh. But he gets the main man, Sazad Hossain. He has to go. It's a good catch out in the deep by Abdullah Ramza Idreas. And the first wicket falls. And at the end of the fourth, 12-star CC, 43 for 1. Well, there you go. We get a bit of an opportunity to take a look at the official timekeeper, Frédéric Constant, coming in. And well, that's just in time for the ECC, isn't it? We play at a crucial time. Obviously, 5 games a day when we're out in Malaga, in Khartoum. That will certainly be an excellent display of cricket over 5 weeks. Obviously, 7 days of cricket for those 5 weeks as well. So we start with Group A on that first week in September. With the likes of Ireland, Spain, the Czech Republic, Austria as well. Plenty of cricket on show here on the European Cricket Network. We're now going to see a change as Dean Islam is going to come into the attack. The new batsman won't be on strike, obviously due to the end of the over. As Meta's gone into the leg side, and that will be, again, into the netting. He likes that area, and it goes all the way, and it's another 6 runs. And that really is a bit of a slot delivery. That's Dean Islam, just right into the attack, and he gets punished straight away. And Nemish Mehta, he's going to have to take over now. And he goes again. He doesn't quite get all of this, though. And it will be taken. So this game really seesawing from both teams, ebbing and flowing. He tries to go big into that onside again, but doesn't quite get all of it. Picks out the man, and Dean Islam gets his first wicket. Nemish Mehta has to go for 18. Second wicket falls, 12 stars, 49 for 2 in the 5th over. And this is good bowling from Dean Islam, really. He kept to his judgment. He felt as if he could bowl to his field and stick a man out there, that he could eventually go ahead and pick up the wicket, and that's exactly what he's done. So both openers gone, both making healthy contributions. 18 for Mehta and 28 for Hossain. However, this is just now going to ask the question of the middle order of the 12-star CC. It'll be very interesting to see if they can push on after a good start from the openers. Obviously, my shout of pass score of 180 is probably wrong. Maybe we can move on to forget that one later on throughout this week. But I think around 120 really is probably about par. I think we got a little bit excited after that first innings. That's a really nice way to get off the mark. Flicked off the legs into the leg side. It'll be collected by Shakarullah. There's half of an appeal, but I think he's made his ground pretty comfortably. Has Padamjeet Singh. Take another look. He's home very comfortably. But good work from Tajinder Saran, the keeper there for the Eagles. And it gives us an opportunity to take another look at Padamjeet Singh. He's off the mark with a 2 into the onside. I'm liking the use of the floppy hat. Don't really see many of them out here on the ECN, but I am liking the look of the floppy hat. Wow, floppy hat might not protect him from a bit of a full toss, and it will be called a no ball. So we will have a free hit, but even though he takes a step across, it's not even in the, only just gets in frame, and he manages to Not to get wiped out, but he's got a free hit now. It's a big opportunity for him to really put a stamp on this game. And he tries to go into the leg side, and he will get this one away. Didn't quite get all of this one, but he manages to use the extra bit of pace that was put into that one from Dean Islam, and it races it away, and it evades the man on the 45-degree angle, and it's another boundary. Just helping, moving things along here, while the supercomputer had them at around 67 and 65. But I don't think it's quite going to be right. So not even the brain of a supercomputer can get the pass score right. So I think that makes my shot of 180 not too terrible. Well, this is huge into the leg side, and that's going to sail all the way into the player tent. And it's another 6 runs here. And Padamjeet Singh, he's coming in and he's really making a name for himself here. And he punishes that into the leg side, 6 runs. This has been a big over for the 12-star CC, with 19 off it with a single delivery remaining. Islam needs a response. Sensible cricket plays this into the offside just for the single. And that single will bring us to the halfway stage at the end of 5. Stars are 62 for 2, and it gives me an opportunity to welcome back Vinny Sandy to the commentary box.
Yeah, thanks, Charlie. Good to be back. And beautiful day, isn't it? I mean, to kind of put in the book a perfect day for cricket, you're probably looking at it. Not a cloud in the sky at the moment. We're up to about 21 degrees, but still feels a bit warmer than that, I think, out in the middle with the direct sunshine. Liked what I've seen so far as well. I mean, the approach to the openers was there, wasn't it? They got through the first kind of 4 overs or so. But yeah, it's a good point you made. As I was coming back there, I just noticed you said the supercomputer had it, was it 67, 65 or something?
It was, yeah.
I think the supercomputer needs to go in for a service, don't you? I mean, you got crazy one way. Oh, there's a good job. 71. Shakarula. Wow. We had some tape issues on Saturday. Yeah, but there's no mistaking that.
Not going to get that one wrong, well, are you?
Because Naeem Khan was batting and the tape fell off and it sounded like a nick behind. Anyway, start a new over.
Pushed into the offside. That's a beautiful shot from that man again. It's Padamjeet Singh, and he's really looking comfortable at the moment. It races away. There's a few spectators enjoying the sun. What a sun, and lovely, lovely cricket here. What a shot that was.
Yeah, a bit of the Sultan Zarawani about the big floppy hat. If those of you remember from the 96 World Cup, I think Captain UAE. And he tried to use his floppy hat as a helmet on that occasion against Alan Donald. That's not one I think we're going to show. But anyway.
Wow, there you go. What an outrageous catch that is. Padamjeet Singh trying to go big once again, finding the outside edge, and that's a great grab for Tajinder Saran.
Yeah, brilliant catch. It actually kind of gives him a fraction longer because it kind of loops off the outside edge. But that was a great catch by Saran behind the stumps. So let's have a look at him go. He kind of picks up, it kind of hangs in the air a bit, right? So it doesn't go that quick, so he's able to kind of actually look at it and time his dive. Fantastic wicket keeping. We've seen a couple of great keeper catches today. We saw one earlier on to the keeper's left. That was Mirwais Shahzad. And now you see this one from Tajinder Saran. Well, I think we'll have to put them both up on social media and ask which one's better. And that one was a real hanger. And as it is, it's the 3rd wicket to 4th. 67 for 3.
It certainly is. And Vinny said there, if you aren't following us on all of our social medias, do go ahead and do so. Loads of little highlights and snippets of what goes on throughout the day. They get put on there, and you can certainly go and interact and enjoy the content that's produced on there, on all of our social medias. But what a start for Kogiani Shakarula.
Yeah, I'm trying to describe this catch, because I know the feel of this as a keeper. He wasn't rushed. You know, don't know why this is. It's because the kind of overspin on the ball. It's not a thin edge. It's such a thick edge. It actually takes a bit of pace off the ball. Anyway, wait for Shakarula. Tape job doing the job so far, but this is not the kind of edge you'll want to see. It's going to run away to the boundary. So Joan comes in and gets a boundary first ball, 4 runs.
Yeah, well, that one, this time evading the keeper. I don't think anyone was really going to get anything on that one. Only time you're going to stop that one if you chuck a slip in there, which you very rarely see here on T10 ECN cricket. That one racing away. It's
Yeah. So I'm not saying it's an easy catch because it certainly wasn't, but it was. Yeah, it hung in the air long enough for him to have a look at it and actually dive. He wasn't rushed into his dive, and he judged it perfectly.
Shocking it up. Having a bit of a mixture in his first over, getting the big wicket of Palamjit Singh. He's gone boundary, wicket, boundary. Well, there you go. It's happened again. It's the one-handed wonder of that man, Tajinder Saran. He went 4 wicket, 4 wicket.
He can't believe it. He might not get 2 of these a season. On this one, it was a bit easier, wasn't it? And that was a bit more of a fall than a dive. I think he was slightly wrong-footed, but 2 one-handed catches in the over.
I think that was a bit of a camera catch, really. I think he could have gone easily and just stayed on his feet, but he takes it nonetheless, and it's another wicket. And, well, that's the 4th wicket to fall, the 12-star CC. Bit of a mid-orders collapse here, 71 for 4.
Yeah, let's have a look here. Have a look at his left foot here. He doesn't really ever move, moves late. So I was going to say he's wrong-footed, but he was kind of not footed. Just goes, yeah, you don't want to drop those if you've decided to go the 1 mitt, but it's a golden glove at the moment, really, isn't it? 71 for 4.
Certainly is.
One-handed bandit, says Shrug, behind the stumps.
Big appeal, and he's gone, and it's another wicket to go. It's the 3rd in the over.
Well, you know the slow finger raise of Rudy Kurtzen? This is the antidote to that. And this, I'm pretty sure that the finger was up before the ball even hit the ground again after it bounced off the pad. I mean, I'm not saying it's a bad decision. We'll have a look at it on the replay. Hips back a bit, I think. Yeah, pretty good.
Stone cold.
Yeah, hey, it doesn't take me too long. The thing is, yeah, I mean, it's not plumb, but it probably is out. I mean, height is a concern, maybe. Yeah. But anyway, the Stars lose the 5th, and after a promising start, they're in a bit of a muddle now, 71 for 5.
Well, we've got a hat-trick opportunity here. And this is a big, big chance. We've already had 3 in the over. Can he make it 4? New batsman to the crease. Shakarula, what a first over this could be. He's got a big opportunity here.
Yeah, all right, hat-trick ball.
And he won't quite get it. It was just hit straight back to him. He wasn't able to knock it onto the stumps for that hat-trick, but what an over that is. Just 8 off it, but more importantly, 3 wickets from the over. And at the end of the 6th, the Stars 71 for 5.
Yeah, of course, Chris Smith saying, obviously, very, very sad news with Rudy Kurtzen recently. 3 for 8, though. Shakarula making it happen. Well, it might have been super tape on his back or something, but how about some of the Superman skills from Saran behind the stumps?
There's some incredible bit of work behind the stumps, and obviously yourself, the wicket keeper, myself, I have done it.
Yeah, no, of course, I know you've done a bit of it as well. I mean, the thing is there, sometimes what happens is if you go, he probably wasn't in a great opening position. He probably hadn't opened his body enough. So because he was so square on, if he had taken his left hand, it might have actually messed him up a little bit because the left hand comes in front of your face almost and just kind of throws your weight off. So if you see it with one, I mean, I do a lot of one-hand catching drills if I'm coaching keepers. It's actually quite fun. I'll tell you a bit more about it after this ball from Ikramullah Nasir.
Bit of spin into the attack.
So I do a bit of a drill where we use those boards, those angle boards, you know,
yes.
you throw the ball onto. And I will say you can only catch it with one hand, even if it's straight at you. And people go, well, that's a bit crazy, isn't it? Because it comes straight at you. You shouldn't be using 2. Well, he uses 2 here, and Nasir is going to get a return catch, and this is turning into a full-blown collapse at the moment for 12 Stars, as it's another duck. That's for you, Rico. Put it with the rest. The score is 71 for 6. I've been working on that. I don't think I've quite got the Rico skills yet, but the Stars are in a bit of trouble now.
Oh dear, well, it all happens here. Well, that was a pretty simple catch, really. Just straight back at him. If anything, he was probably just putting his hands up just to protect his face and ended up sticking. But again, really good bit of work from bowler. That's Ikramullah Nasir. We take another look here. Bit of a full toss, really, and he misses out straight to him. One of the more comfortable catches you'll ever take on a cricket field. But it's another wicket nonetheless. So that's now 71 for 6.
Yeah, so I think my duck noise needs a bit more work. Yeah, but the one-hand catching drill, that's one of my favourites. I've kind of customised a fair few wicket-keeping drills.
This has gone high. This is going to take some cutting off, but I don't think he's going to. Vinny's trying to get it. I don't think he's going to get into the ice cube.
Not quite to the cube, but still, it's not a bad shot, is it? And yeah, I like what I'm seeing here. Fakazamana is someone that I mentioned a little bit earlier in the day, and he certainly hasn't let us down. First ball, sends it out to the ground. Maximo time. So, a bit of the old one side, then the other. First two balls.
This is dragged into the leg side. Takes some cutting off, and for me, that's a bit of a struggle here. I think he might be okay.
Yeah, doesn't seem to be too much protest.
No, just a single there. It's a good delivery again.
Yeah.
Full and straight. You can't ask for much more from a spinner.
Yeah, he's been pretty good. Okay, he's getting hit down the ground once, but like what I've seen, left arm spin. Some people call it the ECN cheat code because if you have some of them, have some good ones, seem to get the job done.
Well, I'll tell you a country that's not shy for left arm spinners is Spain.
Oh yeah.
Come into that in a second. Well, that's a helicopter shot, but it could be gone. And I think he's kept it out, and he has.
No problem.
That's like excellent work from that man. He just can't stay out of the game. Shakarula takes an outrageous grab.
Yeah, he's been on fire. This is a bit of the Aussie rule style about this one. It's a good mark, and you're right. There's a proper helicopter. It was a full helicopter, wasn't it? And then, yeah, he's no worries there. He's well inside. So what a fantastic catch. It was a remarkable shot in the first place, but the 7th over finishes with a wicket. It's 79 for 7. This is what's coming up. Good news, I can reveal to you what our planned schedule is. May change, but I don't think it will for the rest of the year. We have our 5 weeks coming up in Khartoum. Of course, we've got the 7 days a week cricket there. We'll have Croatia. We knew that, but then next, the new names on there, Malta for 2 weeks. And then we will finish with Barcelona for a 5-week series from November. That's just, there's so many teams in Barcelona. It's going to be a great finish. And actually, we'll finish on a Sunday the 11th of December. So there's still about 3.5 months left of ECN cricket in 2022. Isn't that great news?
Plenty of cricket to come, but still plenty coming here in Belgium. And well, Shakarula not the start to the over that he really would have expecting from himself after the first one. And this is a lovely shot. Pierced through the offside, and it goes all the way, and it's another boundary.
Yeah, he does pretty much everything right here, Shakarula. I mean, I don't think it's a bad ball at all. Just was squeezed into a gap. Of course, we know that's a bit of a short side. So, does go for 4. Still kind of get that 100+ on the board and ask questions. I mean, the Eagles haven't batted yet in the series. They were strong last time we were here for ECS cricket. They were runners-up to Beverin in 2020.
Continuing here. This time just pushed into the offside for a single. Good cricket,
Going
rotating
back
the
to
strike.
The keeping I was talking about, the one-hand drills. So, yeah, I get the guys to catch one hand no matter where it is, even if it's at them. And that's not so that they start doing that in the match if they don't have to. It means that when they have to, they just feel more comfortable with the ball going into one glove. I won't even say which hand you have to catch it with. Catch it with either hand in the drill. So that's something that we've been
This is Fuller, and it's
working
gone
on.
straight through the man. The skipper, Kalyar.
We'll get a couple there. Yeah, so that's something that I think is a bit of fun as well. Drills are meant to be fun. So we'll often have 3 or 4 keepers, and you will have 5 catches, and you're trying to get 5 out of 5, and then we might have a bit of an internal competition, have the other keepers backing up, because you want to give them hard catches as well.
Once again, Fuller. This is just clipped off the pads. It's well played. Evades the LBW shout, and they'll come back for 2. Could be close. I have to say that the running between most of the batsmen for the Stars has been next to amazing. Second to none.
Raja is getting well ahead. I thought I've given the schedule for about 3.5 months. He says, well, when does the next season start? In 2023. We do have a prospective date for that. It's very fuzzy at the moment.
Oh, that one coming across the batsman.
So, Raja, since you're asking, and since I'm giving away all of our trade secrets, we think that the first day of 2023 could be the 29th of January, which is also a Sunday. So we could finish on a Sunday, sneak an extra day in, and we might even sneak a Sunday before the start of the next
things
one.
up. Well, this is changing things up, and it will bring another wicket. And, well, that man, he's on for a 5-foot. Shakarula, that's his 4th wicket. And it's the 8th wicket to full, 12 Stars, 88 for 8.
Yeah, just doesn't get enough of the middle on this, does he? It's low on the bat. Nice catch. Another one that goes fingers up over the head. And the Eagles, they've been flying through the second half of this innings, and they've been kind of toying with their prey at the moment. So we'll have another wicket to finish that over. So it's out. It's all the 8s. It's 88 for 8 after 8.
There you go.
Still scrape 100 though. We saw 94 defended. I mean, I don't think it'll happen that often. We'll see double digits stand up, but you know, I do like the approach. It's an attacking approach. I just think the Eagles have bowled better and they've held their catches.
No, 100%. I think after getting the big wickets of sort of those 3 batsmen, really, wasn't it? It was Mehta, Hossain, and then Paramjit Singh as well. Just getting those wickets is really at crucial times as well. That has to be a factor. Getting those wickets at the right time, and then it's just allowed to break things up a little bit. And gonna see spin continuing here. Kamula Nasir. This could be another chance, and it is. That's an outrageous grab right in front of him. We've seen one already today, but that one almost as good. Takes it right in front of him, and it's another wicket. The 9th wicket falls.
Wow, this is quite remarkable, really. And I make that as a how many wickets is that now? 3 wickets for Nasir. So he's actually on a hat-trick as well. We always saw one earlier with Shakarula, but he took a wicket off the last ball, the 7th over. Now he's taken a wicket with the first ball, the 9th over. So we haven't had a hat-trick since the 18th of August. What's that, 11 days? It's a bit too long, isn't it? Well,
and
look, you got to look at the new batter here, the number 10. In fact, that's the number 11 coming out, right? It's 88 for 9. They've come so quickly that I can't really keep track, but well, everyone wants the number 11 on strike for a hat-trick ball. Could this be our first hat-trick in Belgium?
Oh. I don't know if that's missed everything or if there's a... I think it will be given as
4
buys.
It's going to be 4 buys, I think. Yeah. Ouch. So, yeah, I don't think it was a chance. I don't think he really ever moves that back foot. But just a bit of turn doing everybody there. Well, handy runs. I mean, they could still... I mean, they've got how many balls left? They've got 10 balls left. They could scrape together 100. Just run a ball from here or so. 100 always looks better.
See, continuing here. Slapped down the ground. Well, it's very rare you see this, especially in and around Europe, but I think this number 11 looks like a number 11 without sounding too harsh.
Yeah, well, the second one was a bit more convincing. I mean, at one point they were 67 for 2. So they've lost 7 wickets for 26 at the moment.
It's not many at all, is it? Let's see here again. And Ahmed, well, that's his first delivery that he's faced.
Yeah, quicker one. Yeah, Ahmed's watched it all this over from the other end. Let's see it with 3 for 9. Good figures.
Finishing off here, he's got 2 deliveries left. To the offside. Chance for a run out at the non-strikers, and they hold back. But you can see there, Rodwell just looking to go pretty much from the off. Bit of just showing that you tend to see with the tail enders. Just a bit jumpy. The final delivery left in this over.
Oh, it might be 5, you know. I think that's wides. Yeah, it's going to be wides. Well, don't quote me. There we go. Geez, some of these umpires, I love to make us build up the suspense, but they're quick with the out signal, but all the other ones are a bit slower. Anyway, hey, that's handy runs. I mean, in the end, you get 9 extras out of 10 runs in this over, and we've still got a ball to go. That'll take it up to 98.
And that certainly makes the score a little bit more competitive. In fact, if they were going to be skittled out for less than 90, would have asked a few questions of the batting lineup, but now getting up to a decent total. This is pushed into the leg side. It might have split the 2 fielders. In fact, it has, and it will be another boundary. It's a welcome run, and what a way to end the 9th. It's all happened here.
Yes, kind of ugly second half of this innings, but it's kind of effective. I mean, they were 63 off the first half of the innings right now, and they're up to 102 for 9 off 9. So they've scored 39 plus this over. Can they survive it? We don't know. I mean, just gives you kind of the lesson there. Hang in there. How good does this ground look? I mean, beautiful day. I love the greenery around the ground. I've got to say, I always love cricket grounds that have some big trees around and kind of provide a bit of an amphitheatre feel about it.
Yeah, well, that's what I said earlier. It was, just feels like a sort of classic England village ground, if you know what I mean.
It's really nice, yeah. And you know what? The playground isn't as close as I thought it was when I looked at it on Google Maps. Anyway, here's Shirzad for the last over.
This is just pushed into the offside for just a single.
That's Hadiatullah Shirzad. And just a single. There's a bit of feeling from off the field now from 12 Stars. We felt like they might get bundled out here for way less than 100, but now they're up and they've got a defendable score. Already seen less defended.
Continuing here. I think he's got him. The bail's gone,
Yeah.
so they will be bowled out in the 10th over. Take another look at this one. Just skimming.
Yeah, flicks the leg stump.
Next to the leg stump, but the off-stump bail goes.
Yeah, because I don't want to go into the physics of it, but basically that leg bail pushes off the off bail. Look. Yep, you see the leg one moves a little bit, but it's got nowhere to go. So it's a bit like, you know, those balls, those clucky balls that you have on the office table.
Yeah.
That's the physics happening there. Anyway, look, they get bowled out. I think 8 teams have been bowled out before their 10 overs, but still won games. Look, 103 is not a bad score. I still don't think it's probably enough, I think, most of the time on this field, but still, they're in the game. And, well, the 12 Stars, they turned into shooting stars in the second half of the innings, but early on, the big ones were coming, and left-handers, I think they're going to enjoy that short boundary. A signal of intent there early on, as it was a pretty decent power play. 35 without loss. They navigated pretty much to the end of the 4th over without losing a wicket, but after that, it became a little bit more dicey for the 12 Stars on ECN debut.
No, it certainly was. I mean, you have to say, though, that the start that they got with those two openers, Namish Mehta and Sazad Hossain, really putting them into a good position. Even though they did have a big mid-order collapse, but there were some beautiful shots down the ground, all 360 degrees around the ground, really, from that man, Sazad Hossain. That was how he was gone. He was caught by Andreas. And there was also a big shot into the leg side. But the very next ball, Mehta went for it again. And getting this one all wrong. Picking out the man, he had to go. But both of the openers contributing a hefty amount with the bat there. As he went for 28 and 18 apiece. And that brought Paramjit Singh into the attack. And that nice little floppy hat. We'll be seeing him with the gloves later, but he had a good contribution there. 17 off of 7, 2 4s and a 6. And then we saw some absolute magic from the man behind the stumps. what an over that was from Kogiani Shakarula. It was an incredible bit of work, as it was 4 wicket, and both of those wickets were caught behind, and they were also one-handed takes. And then the very next ball was plumb in front. The only question was height, but the umpire wasn't going to wait around, and this ended up being another wicket. So 3 wickets off the 1 over, and then the very next over there was 2 wickets. So 5 wickets in 2 overs was a real mid-order collapse. They lost a matter of 5 wickets for only 14 runs. And then they was able to just get things going again in the 9th over. They got a few extras, which just proved a little bit helpful. Ended up being 14 off of that 9th over. Well, that was another wicket, wasn't it? But again, you take a look at the bowlers for the Mechelen Stars. The wickets for the likes of, obviously, 4 wickets for Kogiani Shakarula. Ikramullah Nasir as well, the left-arm spinner. 3 for 18 off of his 2 overs. Exceptional work from him. But the openers obviously got a little bit of tap, obviously due to the power play, and it always tends to be the case. But it does have to be said that there was some excellent work in the middle order, in the middle overs from the 2 bowlers, it has to be said. Kogiani Shakarula, 4 for 17, the pick of the bowlers for me. But again, it just goes to show that this is seriously a game of 2 halves. The 12 Star CC, they have been bowled out for 103 in the 10th over. They have set 104 for victory for the Mechelen Eagles. We take a look at that scorecard for the 12 Star CC, obviously on debut here in Belgium. And you can just see there once again at the top of the order, looking like they were going to get going. But then after that, no one really able to quite make a stamp on the innings. There was 17 for Paramjit Singh, but after that, no one getting into double figures, but just proving the extras are a big hand with 13 extras. So that will really help proceedings here for the 12 Star CC, but also they'll be looking forward to getting themselves out in the middle in the field as they look to defend 104 as the total. We'll take a look at some of the bowling stats as well. As I mentioned previously, Kogiani Shakarula, 4 for 17 off of his 2 overs. And then also Ikramullah Nasir, 3 for 18 off of his 2 overs as well. Just being able to drag the 12 Star CC back in those middle overs. Really, really crucial 4 overs from both of those 2 bowlers. But don't go anywhere. We will be back in around about 10 minutes or so as we see the response from the Mechelen Eagles. Have they been set 104 for victory as you're watching the FanCode European Cricket Series here in Belgium on the European Cricket Network. welcome back to a very sunny, very warm Belgium here in Mechelen, where you join me, Charlie Hunt, here on the European Cricket Network for the second innings of match number 3 of the FanCode European Cricket Series here in Belgium. And we are going to see the Mechelen Eagles. They've been set 104 for victory by the 12 Stars CC. And this is going to be a real crucial match for both of these teams to try and get onto a positive start here in the tournament. Obviously, Group A here on the first week here in Belgium. It is going to be a very interesting lineup here and matchup, as we're going to see. Aniruddha Godbole is going to be opening the bowling for the 12 Star CC. Once again, making their debut here on the European Cricket Network. Got a big opportunity here to really make a good start here in Belgium, but a good warm welcome to everybody tuning in around the world, whether you're watching on the ECN European Cricket Network YouTube channel or on FanCode in the subcontinent in India. A very good afternoon to all of you tuning in. Do appreciate everybody tuning in here on a lovely Monday afternoon. Almost set to get underway here. And it will be Godbole up against Chima. And he starts with a wide down the leg side, but good work from Padamjeet Singh. Still donning that beautiful floppy hat, which is always nice to see. It worked well for him when he was out with the bat in hand, but he's got a job to do behind the stumps now. Defending a lower total of 103 here. Oh, and that one, bit of seam movement, but Chima equal to it. And this will pierce through the offside infield, and it'll race away for the first runs in this innings. And what a way to do so. It's 4 runs, 4 of the best. And that one really running away on this electric outfield. No surprise, obviously Europe having one of the longest droughts I think it's seen in a very long time. It's obviously visible on this outfield. Not easy to keep it green. Well, he needs a response, and he doesn't do so. This is huge into the leg side. What a shot that is from Kuran Chima. He's looking ever so comfortable after his first 2 deliveries, and what a way to get off the mark. He goes 4 and then 6. He goes boom, boom, and it's 6 runs into the leg side. It's a lovely shot from Chima. Textbook cricket shot down the ground. If anything, more towards that deep mid-wicket region. You don't even need to put a fielder there. It races over the boundary. And what a comeback that is from Godbole. Chima trying to go for 1 too many. Gets this one all wrong. And he has to turn around and see his off stump. Well, all 3 stumps down on the ground. And he has to go for 10. First wicket falling here. Mechelen Stars 11 for 1. And that really is an excellent comeback. Just, if anything, pulling his length back ever so slightly. Still a bit of a slot ball. Good on Chima. He'll be looking back on this one when he gets home and having a look at the replays, and he'll know that he feels as if he's missed out there. He got a start, but unable to convert this. He goes for 10. And this is a big, big start for the 12 Stars. As the new batsman wanders out to the crease. We get to take another look here. Good in-swinging delivery, to be fair, right on the top of off stump. It doesn't really get much better than that, really. Godbole with a really promising start after getting dispatched for 2 big boundaries. He has the sense of mind to come back and perform what has been one of the best deliveries we've seen here on the first day. Starting on that 6th, 7th stump line, getting it to swing in. And we're going to see the new man, Ikramullah Nasir, off the back of a good performance with the ball. 3 for 17. Of his first 2 overs in this tournament, but he's now got a job to do, coming in at number 3 with 104 the target. 93 runs now needed for victory. And he starts with a big shot into the leg side, and what a way to get off the mark. He continues where we left off, and it's a beautiful shot into the leg side. 6 runs and 6 more into the total there. That bottom hand really coming through there for Ikramullah Nasir. Starts off really comfortably, and you can see that bit of appreciation from Mishal Ramteke. Gives the fist bump and says, yep, good shot, fair play. I'm just asking, did you find out about the Stars' name? I haven't yet. But we'll find out eventually. Bonnie needs a response here. This one only just missing that leg stump by a few inches, but it is obviously given as a wide ball. And it will be given a wide, so we'll have to bowl this one again, but this has been an expensive first over. He did pick up the wicket. But this is a lovely shot into the offside, but he'll keep it to the dot ball. So 18 off of the first over so far, a single delivery remaining. And Bolo will be looking to keep this down to a minimum. Damage limitations here for Stars 11. 12 stars even. And that will be into the leg side. And it will just be a dot ball. So a tidy end to an expensive over for Aniruddha Gobole with 18 off at the end of the first. Mechelen Eagles are 18 for 1. But an interesting start here for both teams. As we get to take a look a little bit at the ground there. And what a beautiful ground it is here. Very picturesque stuff here in Mechelen. And we are set for an exciting game, this one will be. As see obviously a change of bowling for the second over. Once again, if you are tuning in on the ECN European Cricket Network YouTube channel, do get involved in the live chat. I enjoy hearing all of your thoughts and questions and queries, as we're going to see that man who just gave a bit of a fist pump for appreciation of a lovely shot. Vishal Ramteke is going to come into the attack for 12 star CC. So he finished on 103, but they were bowled out, so that's going to be an aspect of their game that they're going to want to try and change for the second game later this afternoon. That's not the start that Ramteke would have wanted. It's a wide ball down the leg side. But it is interesting to see what the Stars have bowling-wise. I think it could be where the game is won or lost for them, really, as this has gone high in the air, but it doesn't matter where you put your fielders, it will sail over the boundary, and it's another 6 runs. This time it's Tejinder Saran, he gets in on the action, and it's a lovely shot down the ground, 6 runs. That sails all the way over the boundary. You can see, I like this from him, he's taking the attack to the bowler, he's a good 2 foot outside of his crease, and he's really looking to punish the bowlers early on here. I think they're going to try and chase this down in quick fashion here. Well, this is again into the leg side. There's a man out there. Oh, and it's been put over, and it will go all the way for 6. Things go from bad to worse. When it rains, it pours. And, well, the opening batsman, Nemish Mehta, gets this one all wrong. First of all, he drops the catch, but then it goes even worse for him, and he's just popped it over the bar, and it goes over for 6 runs. So that's consecutive 6s now, not the over that Mteke would have wanted. Well, that's another boundary. It may not be a 6, but it's still a boundary nonetheless. It's another 4 runs, and this over already going for 17 runs off of 3 legal deliveries. This may be where the 12 stars CC slightly struggle. It's very early on in their adventure here in Belgium on the European Cricket Network. However, early signs just showing that we might have, that might be their issue going later on into this tournament. Wow, it's gone again into the leg side, and once again it goes all the way, and it's another 6 runs. I think that might have gone into the trees as this one sails in. That's completely lost. There's someone, I think, trying to climb the tree. He's got the ball, but what a shot that was. And that's 4 consecutive boundaries here in this over. And well, that run rate is already down to a very manageable target for the Mechelen Eagles here. He's moved on to 22 off of just 4 runs here. 4 balls, I should say. And he goes again, and this time it will go all the way. And it's another 6 runs. And Ramteke, you have to feel for him. It's just not going his way. But when you've got a batsman such as Tejinder Saran's caliber at the other end, it's not easy to bowl against him. You just feel wherever you bowl, it's just going to go the distance. And Sadan, look at those last 6 balls, 1 wide and then 6, 6, 4, 6, 6. Incredible hitting. 29 off of this over, 1 delivery remaining. And it's gone again. This time it's not quite got the legs. There is a man under it. And it's taken. So the fun comes to an end. And he gets a second opportunity, does Nemish Mehta. He gets another opportunity for a catch. And this time he takes it with 2 hands. And he grabs it so. And the wicket falls. It's the second wicket to fall for the Mechelen Eagles. And it's the second wicket to go. They are now 47 for 2 after the second. And you just have to, well, you do just feel though that might be too little, too late. But there you go, 18 matches now without a golden ball. Obviously, we got up to 405 before we broke the trend in Portugal. Everyone was, whilst I was on commentary, everyone was saying, "Charlie, you're the magic golden touch." It wasn't me. We worked out it wasn't me. It was in fact Tyrone Peters, who did an excellent job of commentary duties in Dresden with Rico. And well, he was the man that had the golden touch. He was able to really get stuff going out in Germany. So I can now welcome back to the commentary box, Mr. Vinny Sandhu.
Thanks very much. And wow, some fireworks. I mean, I thought that one was going to go supersonic, but you never know what's coming next. It finished actually with a wicket. He's got Bollett to come back, and well, of course, he's going to go to the boundary, and the 50's up in quick time. Only 13 deliveries, and almost halfway there already.
Now, this is outstanding hitting from these two, and it's that man who gets in on the action again, Ikramullah Nasir. He's moved on to 10 off of just 4. And this is still incredible hitting. It doesn't matter who you are or who you're facing, you still got to hit a long ball, and they really are just bringing the attack to the bowlers.
Yes, crazy stuff really. Got Bollett. Still went for 18 back in the first. And here he is again.
This time into the leg side, and it's a great effort from the man out in the deep. However, it's in complete irony as he won't quite get there and to be able to cut it off.
It's even worse. It's come through the fence. That'll be new balls, please. And now we know that the ball can fit through those little fence posts.
There you go. They really are making the most of that shorter boundary on that one for the left hand of the leg side. That was it was a good effort from, I think that's Rajiv Sharma out on the leg side.
Yeah, geez, this has been a real statement, hasn't it, Mechelen Eagles? Don't forget they did come second last time. Again, we've got some kids there. Oh, we might have some. I don't think there could be some parents than kids. Now we got. There we go. We got specialist ball people, but I think it's probably smart to get another one out there. Oh, it might be coming back now. There's some action. There we go. We got it back through the fence. Well, that just reminds me of my whole childhood when I used to have a ball over the fence. I have to even the odd knock on the front door. Do you have to do that? The odd knock on the front door.
Yeah,
Excuse
that was
me,
always
Mrs. Smith. May I have my ball back? Anyway, back to the action.
It's a bit of a full toss, and it goes through Lunak Giant, and it's just not going the Stars' way, is it? They proved to be pretty effective with the bat. However, with the ball, they just seem a little bit lackluster. They've not bowled terribly, it has to be said, but the batsmen have just been on another level, and this is really becoming a bit of a thumping now.
Yeah, no doubt about it. Well, this is what I thought we were going to see from the Exiles, to be honest, when they were chasing, I think it was 95 for victory, but right now, 104 target looking a bit thin. Mandrak saying, reminding him of the 13 minutes of madness in game 13. That draw took apart Tunbridge Wells. Remember that one?
Oh, and this one, it's just not going their way, is it? Things go from bad to worse to even worse, and this is just another boundary, just rubbing salt in the wounds now. Oh, the Mechelen Eagles, and well, Nasir getting a little bit lucky. This sails over the head of the wicketkeeper, and it's another boundary, 4 runs.
Yeah, everything's rolling their way, isn't it? Nasir, 22 off 7. He pressed me with the ball as well earlier. He'd be a bowler, hey. It's funny to think we had 2 sub-100 scores last game. Doesn't look like this time.
This time, Joan will get a bit of a leg on this one. Don't rub it though, because that looks like it's left a bit of a mark right on the knee.
Let's keep an eye on best power play. I think we had 60 this morning. This is more. And the all-time power play record is 82. And that was in that game, Drew. They scored 82 in 3 overs. In the ECS, it's 77 in a game that a team actually ended up losing.
No way.
They posted 158, and that was also, coincidentally, the other team got the best chase ever. Cluj chased 159 against ACCB in Romania. We love our records here. Last ball of power play.
And this is going to sail over the infield. They brought the fielders in. And to me...
well, I don't see the other flag. And you only got 1 point of reference.
There's the red flag just to the left of that one there.
All right, okay. I'm looking for the red flag.
For me...
I think we'll probably have one more look at this. And here, see about here.
It's not an easy one to really get a perspective on here.
Out here. Yeah, I mean, then you can't see the other flag.
There you can see that red flag.
Yeah, we can see one flag, but then couldn't see the other one. Well, they'll probably get away with that. And be thankful for small mercies anyway. It'll be the end of the power play. So I think that will probably be a 2, and it has been scored that way. So 19, I suppose that stops the overgoing magical, but it started with 4 4s. And so, yeah, 4 4 4 4 1 2. Having a look at the table, and you can see that pretty even at the top, with the Exiles and Antwerp splitting their points this morning. The team we haven't seen yet is Ostend Cricket Club. We'll see them tomorrow for the first time. And so, here we go. It's going to be 4th over beginning, and it's going to have another boundary to the total. So, yeah, how about this? I mean, Mechelen Eagles right now seem like they can hit any ball to the boundary or over. They've done a lot of the time with 4s in this inning. That's one of the interesting things that we have seen. I think that's the 7th 4. We have 6 6s, so a bit of a race between 4s and 6s. Super fast. This is Tufail Ahmed coming on to bowl the 4th over. Has a bit more protection, of course, with the 5 outfielders allowed. It's not back. I want to say quick hello to everyone in our chat. Hope you're well. And how's your day going? What do you think of Belgium so far? It's a bit different. But I've enjoyed watching some familiar faces. Also a few that I haven't seen live before. Goes aerial and bang. And that was right out of the screws from Nasir. Maximo moves into the 30s. And this is just across the line. Has that round the wicket angle. I think it assists. And he's going with the way the ball's coming in. And it went out with tremendous velocity off the bat of Nasir, who's 33 off 11. Another member of the 300 club. The 300 club. In 10-pin bowling, it's a pretty exclusive club. I think anyone that can hit an innings of any note of 300 or more, and probably 30 plus is where I'd draw the line. That's something pretty rare. Oh, this time he's got it wrong. I just left him a bit, and it's hanging in the air a long time. It's been dropped. That's Ashvir Singh, who came in, had a long time. And, well, credit to Tufail Ahmed. He just kept his thoughts to himself. I mean, the difference here, I think the ball leaves him off the pitch a little bit. It's off the toe. That's coming a long way. He's actually in the circle by the time that touches his hands, but unfortunately just got away from him. Whether it'll matter or not so sure, but still, it would have been the end of Nasir, who's dropped on 33. Well, as I said, he's very well, thank you, and he's enjoying the cricket as always. That's good to hear, Wazza. Shrug saying could be a huge score if and when Eagles bat first. Well, I might have some news for you on that, Shrug, pretty shortly. Hit pretty hard. Pretty easy one bouncer down there for Sazad Hassan, the captain. And that will just be a single. Yeah, so I can give you some toss news that the Eagles have won the toss, and shocker, they've elected to bat first in match 4. Let's see if they can get going, but see a swing and a miss here. Well, we saw, though, in match 2 that things can change pretty significantly. And we saw a very low-scoring game in the second leg of the double header earlier today. Yeah, just a reminder about our social media channels that we've got. Of course, Instagram, Facebook, Twitter, TikTok. Josh, which I hear is very big in India, at European Cricket. Of course, the Telegram channel. That might be something we can get going a bit more as well during the ECC, because I know everyone has access to that, no matter where you're watching from around the world. Also, if you haven't already, please subscribe to our YouTube channel, whether you are watching on YouTube or not. I can see we've ticked over the weekend to 307,000 subscribers. It's quite remarkable when you think about the fact that we were being dumped in water only about a month ago, probably 4 or 5 weeks ago now. So we're putting more than 1,000 new subscribers a week. And that's all because of the word spreading and all of our fantastic viewers spreading the word and being such great ambassadors for what we're doing. So, all right now, 26 required for victory. Oh, that's going to be a no ball. It's very high. And even if he catches it, won't be out. He probably knows it. Yeah, he probably heard it. He's probably saying, what about? He's probably saying it's dipping. He's probably, yeah, dipping onto his head. Let's have a look at this. This is miles too high. And I like a little bit of that from Majib. Tries it on at least. That's this is Mehta who's bowling now. Yeah, it is. That's Nimish Mehta. So no doubt about it there. And that was a good call. Anyway, free hit coming up. This could be dangerous. Nasir on strike. Well, that's one strategy. I don't think he got anything on this. Well, now. Yeah, they have a look at this. So he can get run out of free hit. Majid was slow to get going here. Oh, yeah, it does hit him. So it can't be a wide. Ooh. Where does this bat come down? Is this over the line? It's down, but where? Oh, probably just in. Just in. Extension of that line. I think on that. Yeah, it's an interesting one. I suppose the issue here, the lines aren't marked beyond the side of the pitch, which is not probably helping the fielding team here. See, once he touches his bat, even if he then lifts it up, he's in, right? That's the rules these days. If you're running or diving for your crease, they say it, not out. So a bit of it, probably not the way I would have done it, but good enough. Anyway, Mehta somehow avoids too much damage with the start of his over. Now goes back and cracks it towards the playground. It's not so much a playground if you watch the introduction. It's more of a climbing nature structure. So it's more of a kind of, I'd call it a cubby house. So I think maybe rather than a playground, I'm going to call it the cubby house or the tree house. Could be a tree house of horrors for bowlers bowling to the left-hander. Nasir on 35. And, well, this is not smart. He's given it out. I'm not convinced with this. He had a chance to stump him a second time. Look. Oh, yeah, okay, he's fine. So he's actually, the ball's bounced into the stumps. So even though the gloves then hit the stumps, he's already out. So actually the umpire's seen that pretty well, hasn't he, in the end? So sometimes drops are good. In fact, that was probably one of the quickest ways to get the ball onto the stumps, but really should have been gone there probably a couple of times. But in the end, it's been a very good innings from Nasir. He'll be stumped by Paramjeet for 35 off just 15 balls. And the score now is 82 for 3. Yeah, it's kind of an adventure playground, Shrug saying. Yeah, I mean, the thing is, yeah, there's only really one thing. It's this climbing kind of apparatus. I won't say that'll make the highlights reel of world's tightest stumpings, but I remember my first senior stumping was one that bounced off my pads down the leg side into the stumps. So, actually mentioned last week, it'd be tough for me to get to this milestone, but I've been stranded on 98 stumpings for quite a while in my senior career. And especially if I continue to not get picked and the rare occasions that I'm free, I can't see me making that 100 anytime soon. Anyway, this next one is going to be hit. It's going to be hit pretty well. Maximo! So, there we go. New batter. It's Mirkel Yar, the captain. He comes out and he says, okay, I've seen it, done. And I like this. It's through the line. It's a proper cricket shot, isn't it? So there's 6 to them. Chris Smith saying technically, isn't it a run out? And the short answer is no. I mean, there's You don't have to be holding the ball. The same applies. You just have to break the stumps, or the ball has to break the stumps after touching the keeper. Can't touch any other fielder, though. Nice shot. This is straight. And I think this has got the distance. It does. Maximal. Put it with the rest up into the 90s. And not looking too nervous, especially Yar, who's come out and gone bang, bang. He's 12 off 2. So, I mean, very, very attacking. Not just these guys, but pretty much everyone all day. Yep, that'll do. There's 3 of them. And this has gone, well, just gone even further. Well, yeah, he's probably happy. He was very quick to get out in the middle on that stumping. He wasn't waiting for any decision. And he's gone and smashed this one. It also brings up the 100. And at the halfway point, this is 200 pace. And now 100 for 3 after 5 overs. The overs so far, 18, 29, 19, 12 and 22. So an average of 20 and over. And so, if you want to see some more fireworks, and you can probably tune in as match 4 will roll around. It'll be starting in around about 35 minutes. And it will be 12 stars who have to field first. So I can tell you the news from the toss is that the Eagles have won the toss and they're going to bat. So that means that we will see these guys get to bat the full 10 overs.
Well, if they bat their full overs, it really could be on for an exceptional total, couldn't it?
Yeah, for sure. Here we go. Zaman comes out, goes upstairs.
That one looked a little bit high. It's been called for the one for the over.
I mean, you got it. Probably is high because the reason is you actually meant to judge at the crease. But having said that, when you're walking down, you're not doing yourself any favours. And so, yeah, I think you probably, if you looked at that one and put your finger on the screen, then probably might have been a wide. But who cares? I mean, I don't think it'll make too much of a difference. Zaman, at least showing some aggression.
And this one goes all the way down the ground. It's an opportunity, and it will be taken. It's a good catch by Sazad Hossan. And it is a little bit too late, really. It's another wicket to go, so 100 for 4.
Tell you who the filthiest guy in Belgium is Miakel Yar, who's gone 6-6-6. And the way things are going, you might not even get to face another ball. You see, new batter out there. It's the taped-up bandit. Here's Kogiani Shakarula, who certainly bowled very well.
Man with the golden arm.
Yeah, he's got the chance to finish things off.
Certainly does. It was
A lot of people excited about the batting of the Eagles as well, thinking maybe they could hit the magical 200. We haven't seen it this year in ECN cricket. 193 was the best. That was Brescia CC versus Zeytinburnu Zafer, the Turkish champions. Baba Hussain scored 100. But anyway, 4 to win.
This has just been slapped down the ground. He gets a boot on this one, but they will come through for just the single. But it's, again, good work, really, from Fakhar Zaman.
Yeah, I was happy about this because he does get another chance. What a great time to probably break a bone in your foot. There's plenty of little ones in there.
Get the splits in there as well.
Here we go. This could be it. Yar's gone 3 sixes out of 3. Oh, jinxed him.
Too much pressure. Too much pressure on him. He can hear you.
How exciting is it? I mean, we've already got a very exciting cricket format, but then you throw, I think, some of the most, I'd say, reckless cricketers in the world out there. And I think it's even more gripping viewing.
It's an incredible spectacle. It really is. Just 3 runs required now for victory. It's a conservative shot into the leg side.
He's the only guy that can block a ball that then lands in the outfield. Because that was a block.
It's just a little push, wasn't it?
It was a block.
Oh, dear.
Yeah, it was a defensive
Pure
shot that went about 35 metres.
Pure timing.
All right, Shakarula. Well, he probably deserves to hit the winning runs. I thought he set it up with some very good bowling in the first innings.
Would be very fitting. It's a good delivery, really. It's a bit of lateral movement. He tried to give himself some room. It ended up being too far. He couldn't reach it.
It's off the wrong foot. Interesting style. It has that little bit of late tail in, doesn't it? And so, yeah, it's an awkward kind of an action. Anyway, so can't believe it. We're going to go to a 7th over. The score is 102 for 4. And you know what? Only 2 runs came off that over. Here's the over scores. 18, 29, 19, 12, 22, and 2. And what's the moral of the story? always try and hit the batter in the head first ball. Because that's what he did. And suddenly we're like, oh, hold on. Maybe it's not as easy as I think. Don't know if that works all the time.
I was going to say, is that trialed and tested?
Worked for Zaman. All right, here we go. A couple to win now.
And this is just a single, so they will be level. Scores are tied, I should say.
I want to say a quick hello to Michael Daub. Nice to see you, Michael. Hope you're well. Enjoyed our 4 weeks in Germany. And sorry we didn't get to catch up in person, but yeah, it was a really fun time. All right, now they're going to bring the field in. That's pretty ambitious. It's just going to be probably further to chase the ball. Any score wins it now for the Eagles.
Will be a single into the onside. Well, a direct it would have been close, but that will be the game. So the Mechelen Eagles have, well, ended up being a pretty comfortable victory for them. They will win by 6 wickets. But it has to be said that the 12 Stars CC, they will feel as if they had enough runs on the board. It was just the bowling that let them down. It was a few too many slot deliveries, and it ended up being a little bit too easy, really, for Mechelen Eagles. But they have made a pretty comfortable win of this one, but they will be back very, very shortly, but they will be setting a score, so we really could be looking at the first chance of a 200s plus score here in an ECS this year, which will be very exciting.
Look, we won't jinx them too quickly because we know it's possible, but a lot has to go right, doesn't it? And this is what's coming up, and you've got a little bit of a break now. You've got around about half an hour or so. Tick over that before we get to the last game of the day. And it will be the Eagles batting first, so strap yourselves in. It could be exciting. In fact, I know it's going to be exciting with some of those hitters that we saw. And how about Miyako Yao? This comes out and goes 6-6-6, but really it was the openers that started it all off with their attack. I suppose the top 3 all going at a very, very good rate. And so that one is coming your way in around about half an hour's time, as we have a look at some of the highlights of this one. And, well, certainly they seemed in a rush to get these 100 runs. It didn't look like an imposing score. Sometimes we talk about the psychological thing of getting the 3 figures. Well, tell that to the Eagles, because they were in a real hurry.
Yeah, no, there really wasn't really much stopping them. It was a bit of a freight train. Once it started, you couldn't really get them to stop. There were some beautiful shots all around the ground. It was 360-degree hitting, it has to be said. But, yeah, again, the top order of the Mechelen Eagles were just top quality. The likes of Tajinder Sadan, Ikram Nasir, and also, well, at the end, well, I think it might be one of your fan favourites, really, Mikael Yard.
Yeah.
Going 20 off of just 6 deliveries.
It just looked like he could hit the ball. I mean, he did. But he wasn't the only one, was he? In fact, we saw 10 sixes in that innings. And considering they didn't really hit one after the first 5 overs, I mean, that's crazy. If you can hit 26s in an innings, I mean, that's what that Belgium coach was saying to do in ECC last year, that's our target. We want to hit 26s. And he actually had a sheet of paper. How's this for coaching? Where every time it's a 6, you tick it off. That's how you just do that. He said, if you hit 26s, well, that's 120. You're going to get some other runs as well. That's a winning score. Certainly shows they're all about intent here. And we saw plenty of it. And the Eagles, for me, were super impressive. And I just think they're not the only ones today that look like they can rip bowling attacks apart. So I think when you take opportunities, you got to try and make the most of them. And this is one still went for 4 into the gap. And I saw Tafail Ahmed hit bowl terribly, to be honest, but didn't have a lot to show for it. His over ended up going for 12. And we had this opportunity, didn't we, where Harishvir just couldn't quite hold on. So it was just a sign that things weren't going well. And this was also a sign things weren't going well. And Mita went and took the court and bowled, but I think he couldn't really have a case there. Then we saw even the wickets they took weren't that convincing, really, because that's the one that bounces straight off the symbols, straight onto the middle stump. But that's fine. That was stumped. And that was the end of the dangerous Ikram Nasir. That's, in the end, look, pretty comprehensive. Let's see if the Eagles can replicate it, because that's what we saw this morning with Austin Exiles. Just doing that in one game, it doesn't guarantee you can do it in the next.
No, exactly. Well, I got a little bit too excited at the start of the day, and you don't want to do the same again, but no, I do feel that it really is an opportunity here for them to really set an exceptional total. But only time will tell. But obviously it was fitting to see that man was out in the middle to finish it off. It was that man, Kogiani Shakalarula, who ended up doing really well with the ball, but also being there at the end with about taking figures of 4 for 17 off of his 2 overs. Yeah. It was exceptional stuff, really, from the Mechelen Eagles throughout both innings. You take a look at the scorecard there. So again, you can just see that, well, 4 out of the 6 batsmen that did bat, they were just, all top quality, weren't they?
Yeah, and just have a look at some of these strike rates. I mean, take Tajinder Saran's innings, for example. He faced 6 balls. He hit 4 for 6, hit 1 for 4, and got out off the other one. And you look at Chima up the top, he hit a 6 and a 4 and got out off the other one. And so, like, you've just got these crazy statistics where these guys are going to hit boundaries, and if not, they're going to get out, they're going to get out of the way, and someone else is going to take over. So the 4 wickets were split between 4 different bowlers. But for me, Zaman, he was impressive. He showed a bit of fire. He was the 5th bowler they used, but he only went for 2 in his over, picking up a wicket. And well, in the end, they got there in a bit of a count-up, but the damage was done in those first 5 overs, which went for 100. So that is 200 pace. Let's see if we see something similar when we return in around about half an hour. Will be the last match of the day from Vrijburg here in Mechelen. Vinny Sandu here, Mr. Maximo. Charlie Hunt with me. Hope you're enjoying opening day in Belgium. We'll be back soon with more FanCode European Cricket Series.
Hello and welcome back to Mechelen. We are in Belgium, the first day of a 2-week series here. Our final ECS before T10 International Cricket resumes. The second ever ECC is coming from the 12th of September. But before then, I think we're going to see heaps more fireworks here in Belgium. And I'm looking forward to seeing these two teams again. Well, one of them, 12 stars, we're seeing for the first time. Mechelen Eagles we did see a couple of years ago, but they haven't had too much exposure at this T10 level. And it's nice to see these guys kind of showing their skills in this fast-paced format. Let's go out to the toss. I can tell you Stefan Gooch is with two captains. It is 12 stars versus Mechelen Eagles in game number 4.
Okay, 12 stars to call.
Heads.
Heads the call. It's tails.
You're gonna bat faster.
Okay, good luck, guys. Have a great game. All the best. Thank you. Have a good game. Cheers.
So it is the Eagles that win the toss this time, and they have elected to bat first. Seems a bit of a trend now, I think, to try and get runs on the board. No surprises either. And look, Mechelen Eagles, they had to chase last time. We all saw how that one went, but I'm sure they would like to finish their day with a win. I think in particular the left-handers on both sides are really going to enjoy the mid-wicket boundary the way it is here. But I think also we've seen some really good catches, and I think that that is one thing that I've already noticed here. The standard of fielding, not an easy field to field on, considering the fact there's been very little rain out here. So I think that is also the aspect that could be the difference between the two teams. Let's go over to Charlie Hunt. Last game of the day, Eagles winning the toss. This time they will bat first. Over to you. Hope you're enjoying your first day in ECS cricket, Charlie. Let's finish it with a bang.
Well, it certainly is the final day, the final game of game number 4, match number 4. There we go. Oh, I'm all over the place. Anyway, it's the final match of the first day here in Belgium. Welcome to match number 4. We're seeing stars, the 12 stars CC taking on Mechelen Eagles. And there you can see the Eagles, they have elected to bat first. And no surprise, especially after what happened in that first game between these two teams. Match number 3 ended up ticking off 104 off the board in the 7th over. Exceptional hitting from a few of their members of the team. And we're going to see it all over again here in match number 4. What a first day we've had, but it all comes down to the final game. And we are set to see an exciting few overs of cricket, and there you can see the expected score. Well, interestingly enough, the expected score for the Mechelen Stars hasn't quite gone up yet, which is interesting considering the Eagles knocked off 103 after in the 7th over, and that 12-star CC expected score isn't really changing. So the supercomputer is putting the work in, but a very good afternoon to everybody tuning in, whether you're on the European Cricket Network YouTube channel or on FanCode in India. A good afternoon to you, and I think you're ready for another thrilling game of T10 cricket. It's been a privilege to bring you the first 3 games here on this lovely Monday afternoon on the European Cricket Network. But we are set for another fantastic game of cricket. And what a day it has been. And I'm sure that many are looking forward to the next 2 weeks of cricket before we get all the way over to Malaga. I know that Vinny mentioned it in the toss. There are many people who are excited for that 5 weeks of cricket extravaganza. 7 days of cricket for 5 weeks on the trot. Plenty of cricket to choose from. Really is great to see, and I can tell you now, you can see there's a little bit of a breeze, which is quite welcome. It's started to get a little bit hot. It's almost actually gone up to 26 degrees, 24. We're ready to get underway, and it will be a volley, and it starts with a wide ball. There we go, classic European cricket style. We start with the wide, but again, don't worry. Welcome to everybody tuning in. If you are on YouTube, do go ahead and get involved in the live chat. We have many members in the live chat that get involved day in, day out. It is very much appreciated. See, this is my first tournament being with someone else, so I don't have to rely on you guys for not making me go crazy, but this is going to be into the leg side, and we'll get the account open with a not so convincing boundary, but it's a boundary nonetheless, and it's 4 runs into the leg side off the bat of Chima. No, once again, I'm not going to lose my mind as much as I normally do when I've done previous tournaments, but it is an absolute pleasure to be out here in Belgium to get the lead up going towards the ECC. See that first week starting in September. What a week that is. A massive group. Ireland, Spain, Czech Republic, Austria. It's just really incredible stuff. But what a first run on the board off the bat that was. A nice little 4 into the leg side. We've seen many shots down into that region. It's just racing away. In fact, we are going to lose the ball into the shrubbery there. Should I say shrubbery? Hope you're all well. Shrugs in and around. Charlie, speaking of shrug, he just asked, will you be at ECC? Unfortunately, I won't. It just doesn't work with my university schedule, so I'm moving back to uni, which is a university in London. So I'll be going back there almost straight away after this, after the Belgian tournament. I'll be moving back to London and then start my second year uni. But ready to get back underway. And again into the leg side, and luckily this clatters into the branding and it hits the banner, and we won't have to lose this one. It'll be another boundary. This is a good start for Chima once again. Eagles continuing where they left off after that previous game, looking to really take the attack to the bowlers here. And it's interesting that there's not been a change in the opening bowler of as Godbole continues. This is a better delivery. Angling in on the pads, unable to really get it away, but it will just be the one run into the leg side. It certainly has been such an exciting day. We've seen exceptional cricket. It's been a complete different game. All 3 games, we've had a high-scoring battle, and then we had a bit of a low-scoring contest, and then the previous game where there was some big hitting towards the end, and there was really something quite spectacular to see. It just goes to show the talent that is on display here in Belgium. So there's a reason why Belgium were able to, well, they did come second in the first edition of the ECC last year, losing out to England in the final. Saran is going to be on strike, and he had a very good first game here just a matter of a couple hours ago. And what a way to start. This is going to clear everything. In fact, it's not going to get quite over, but it's gone all the way. And it's another boundary. This time it goes all the way. 6 runs. And that man, Saran, not really waiting around once again. He's carrying on where he ended up leaving off in the first game. He got 28 off of 6 in match number 3, and he started with a bang. 6 runs. And this time into the offside. It's still going to go all the way. It's going to race away. It's going to be another boundary, and it's another maximum. 6 runs here. The Eagles flying. And they just don't know where to bowl to him here. Tajinder Saran moves to 12 off of just 2. And there's just a question of this opening bowler of Godbole. He's not a bad bowler. It's just not really pushing him for pace. It's just proving to be a little bit too comfortable for the Eagles. This is down the ground, and this time it's not going to go all the way, but it will be another boundary. This time it's 4 runs. And what an over that is for the Eagles, starting off in fine fashion. 26 off the first. And the Eagles 26 for none. And well, there you go. Just a bit of information. In case we get there, you never know. We've had a few games with that one now. That's the golden ball rules. That's always something to keep in mind. That last one in Germany on the 23rd of August. And ready to welcome back Mr. Vinny Sandy to the commentary box. Vinny?
So we have a look at the golden ball, where we stay, or where we are. And yeah, Bat finally got one back. You know, there was that one in Portugal. I think the one that broke the tie was a batting one, right? That went just wide of the fine leg for 4. And we had one, last week. There was a bit of a Tortuga that popped up. And, they probably would have got 2 anyway to the long off. But, I'm pretty surprised. Remember that the count was 10-10 after 20 golden balls. And now it's 13 to the bat, 21 to the ball. And in the beginning, people were saying, it's way too easy for the batter. The first 5 were won by batters. I said, hold on, just let it play out. At the moment, the bowlers have had the better of it, but I think it is a pretty even contest. That's what we want. Just because the bowlers won more doesn't mean it's not even. You can toss a coin 34 times. You could easily get 21 of one and 13 of the other. Anyway, they're going to spin earlier this time. It's going to be Mehta to bowl second over. And he struggled with his first ball the last time, which was, I suppose, a spinner's bouncer, which is a beamer. Because I just pretty much went straight at Had his head on the full. But yeah, I mean, left arm spinner though. Just changing things up a bit. First one went for heaps. Takes this off the stumps. This is 4. So, well, a few people got the tingles about the possible 200. I'm saying it's not that likely, but I tell you what, the first over went for 26, and already there's 5 off this first ball effectively.
I'm going to put a shout out there. I'm saying they're getting there.
Well, okay.
I know I like to jump the gun quite a lot.
Yeah, I noticed
but
that.
I'm going to put it there.
But that's okay. That's just the kind of impetuousness of youth in you. I don't mind that.
Just because I'm half your age, Vinny. Just
You are half my age. Yeah. But I think that's... Let's just say I wasn't as wise at your age than I am now, but I'll give you another good expression that I love. As we see a red dot ball.
Take that as a compliment, by the way.
Yeah, of course. No, one of my favourite quotes is that I think each generation thinks they're smarter than the one that came before them and wiser than the one that comes after them. I'll let that sink in for a second. First, we'll see this turned around the corner. And they're taking on a dicey one, but they'll get there. And Saran back on strike. Gee, he's gone 6-6-4 so far. Yeah, so each team, basically, you think you're smarter than your parents because of all this new info. And, so you think you're smarter, but then you think you're wiser than your kids. You know what I mean? And every generation thinks this.
Okay.
That
is going to have to sink in for a minute. That's going to take a minute.
Do you know what I mean? So just think about it. I mean, I know you don't really, your next generation probably haven't been born yet, but get what I'm saying there?
You'll be surprised.
This is going to go over. This is towards the playground. Well, that's going to be a tough call. They don't know. I thought probably 4, but yeah, let's see. With the flags here, see one flag. Oh, yeah. I think it's probably 6. What do you think?
It's not easy to work out. Again, the lack of the rope really is proving to be a little bit difficult.
Yeah. I mean, I'm just going on the dust storm.
Yeah.
You have to draw a line. Let's have a look here. So you can see that one in the background and where it bounces. Maybe we can get the exact moment it hits the ground. This will be useful.
If we're saying if it's a direct line.
Yeah, direct line is how you got to do it. So it's a direct line. This is literally as close as it can get. Probably go with what they said in the field. On the field, I think they said they've got no idea. So I don't think there is a right or a wrong decision here. I have a feeling that it might have hit the... Yeah, they've gone at 6. Yeah, fair enough. Maximo time. And not that they need them at the moment. Saran is flying. But I think that probably hits the line. That's probably a good call. Anyway, Mehta probably respectfully disagree. Coming in again. And, well, he's going to go again. But this time could be trouble. And he's gone. So, well, once again, Saran hits every ball to the fence or over except the one that dismisses him. So, what a start, but they do get something back. And left arm has been doing the job for 12 Stars as they collect their first wicket. And the Eagles are 38 for 1.
Yeah, well, it's almost the job that you ask of your opener. If you can have one of them that just goes for every single ball, if they get out, they get out. It's not really a worry, especially when you've got a team that bats so deep such as the Mechelen Eagles do. They really don't have to worry if, Sadan goes 22 off of 5 and gets out on the 5th delivery. There's not that much of a worry.
Plenty of hitting to come, we know that. Keanu's not happy because I think Keanu might have thought they'd get 250 if Saran had stayed there the way they were going. Hello to PK as well. Seems like might have hit enter on his message a bit too quickly, but how are you, PK? Nice to see you as well.
I like that. Waz has gone, young Padawan.
Okay.
I like the Star Wars reference. That's a good one. I like that.
Nice.
That's quite good. I like that.
Nice.
Another bit of Star Wars.
Yeah, so who we got now? And look, left-hand, as I mentioned in the intro, I think they're going to have a pretty good time with this boundary. So this is one that is going to challenge the left-arm spinner. You got to stay away from being too straight to Nasir here. You've got to try and get right outside the off stump, probably just inside the tramline. I think if you're on the stumps, you're probably at risk of going to that short boundary over near the cubby house.
It will be interesting to see if he goes for that almost straight away. It wouldn't surprise me.
Yeah, okay, he's a bit more careful first ball, but Nasir certainly showed he could pack a punch in that last game, hey. He scored 35 off 15 with 2 6s and 5 4s. One of the lowest strike rates being only 233. But at the end of the second over right here, right now, the score is 38 for 1 after 2. Have a look at the standings. And, of course, now we have 3 teams that have registered wins. And so 12 Stars, well, they'll want to win this one. And then we'll have it all even with 2s at the end of the first day. Ostend CC will see the first time tomorrow in Group A. Of course, only 4 of these 5 teams will qualify for the quarterfinals on Friday week. That's our QFF day, quarterfinals Friday. And so each team wants to make sure they stay out of that bottom spot. Tufail Ahmed is going to bowl over number 3 last of the power play.
Yeah, no surprise that Volley isn't going to continue after going for 26 off of his first over. That's a good move, I have to say.
Agree with that. High, I think. Yeah, line looked okay.
It's asking a lot.
Yeah. Well, you got to ask. I mean,
You
you're
don't
not
ask, you don't get.
not
But
going to beat the bat too often. Yeah, when I say a bit high, I mean quite high. And it's hit him just in the second bat.
as they say, if you don't buy a ticket, you don't win the lottery.
That's right. It's another saying that I like. See, again, let's just trouble Chima. Can't decide whether to go sideways or straight down the line. It's probably slightly too full to pull comfortably. It's probably slightly too short to drive comfortably. So he just missed out on a couple. And one of my maths professors at university said, and I'll tell you a little something, Vinny, that your chances of winning the lottery are the same to 5 decimal places with or without a ticket. Because they're all zeros. Anyway, this is 4. This one's going to bang. Well, not quite hit the fence. Thought it was going to. That's probably not great for the fielder who now has to chase it about 100 metres. But yeah, this just shows you don't have to be slogging to score runs on this field, especially in the power play. If you pierce that gap, you're going to get value. That's a nice looking shot from Chima for 4. And I think it's a better option than he tried in the first 2 deliveries.
Yeah, it just goes to show you really on a ground like this, it's really nice to see because you get value for your shots. You know, if you hit a really elegant cover drive, 9 times out of 10, as long as there's no fielder there, obviously, it's going to race away and you're going to get a nice 4.
We've seen some really quick outfields this summer in the European Cricket Series just because I think the fact that in some places they've had only like 1% of the rainfalls that they normally get in this period. And so you can see it's only sensible as well as water restrictions, you know, non-essential things. I suppose it's down the priority list compared to sanitation and drinking water and things like that. So that's why we are seeing that. I think a few people in the Southern Hemisphere would like to send some up this way. On the charge this time goes Walkabout, finds the fielder. I don't think we've seen too many Tortugas today. I think for the most part it's been okay.
No, there's been a couple. I mean, there was one for Shelley Butt. That's the one that that wasn't even a Tortuga.
Well,
was it?
yeah, I don't think it was. Maybe
Just
a tadpole.
misjudged.
Yeah, Sherry did field pretty well the rest of the time. Just that one moment, but
he took that good catch running around to his right,
yeah,
didn't he?
and a good one-hand pick-up as well on the ground. Nasir on strike now to the pacer. That's well bowled. Sneaks it just inside, and that's, I think, especially with his mid-wicket boundary where it is, it's exactly where you got to be.
No, I think that's probably the best place to, if you're going to try and hide it anywhere, if you can hide it on there, because then you can provide protection on that offside. And again, as you say, just keeping it away from that leg side boundary for the left-hander is really key.
Doesn't offer a shot. Yeah, and this time he goes bang. So he actually has more of a sideways shuffle because he says, look, you know what? I know you're going to try it again, but this time I'm waiting for you. It was certainly a bigger back foot shuffle across. Maximo. Well, had a bit of a break, haven't we, from a 6? That was the first one, I think, in 9 balls, but now it's back with the bang, and it's Nasir doing the damage.
Yeah, no surprise there. And what a way to end that over with a 6 on it. So at the end of the power play, 3 overs gone 49 for 1. It really is proving to be not the highest. Obviously, they went higher last match.
It's 68 last game of the power play, right?
It's still good going. Still good hitting.
Keanu's saying he read an article about how China seeds clouds to rain. I have heard of something like that. But yeah, you're going to Google that, aren't you? Charlie, this is a bit like when I give you homework.
I don't need to. Look at this. I don't need to.
Okay.
Keanu's dropped it in there.
Oh, that's cheating. That's plagiarism. I wanted to give you some homework. 'Cause you're about that age, you know? Anyway, here we go. Mehta is going to resume. And goes down the ground and just over the field up. Maximo dicing with danger as Sazad Hassan, the captain. He was in the way, but he gets enough of it. And this one's out of the ground. 6 more, and that one brings up the 50 off the first ball of the 4th over.
Yeah, what a way to bring up the 50. And what a way to really carry momentum outside of the power play. You often see that spin after the power play really bogs batsmen down, but really managed to keep that away.
Yeah, has been the literal definition of hit and miss, though, Chima so far. When he's hit them pretty well.
Keanu's right, by the way.
Yeah. Yeah, well, I assume he wasn't making it up. But interesting stuff. Normally, you're not saying they need more rain in Europe, though. Something they don't really have
No.
a problem doing most time. And what you don't know what the unintended effects will be, I suppose. Is it now going to rain more later in the year? 'Cause they won't want
Well,
that.
tends to be the case. I know my hometown back in Spain, they had the wettest winter they've had in about 30 years.
Yeah, I know I was there. So,
Of course.
yeah, trust me. It'll be nice to see Carter, man, the way that I remember it in the good times. I know that last week of Championship Week was a bit, what's the word? Difficult.
Difficult is
But
probably the word.
we got it done. Yeah, credit to everybody
Yeah.
to finish the Championship Week and finish the ECL. We're thinking about all sorts of options, like maybe postponing the Championship Week to the week before the ECC. Thinking about, because we had no play on the first 3 days, but we ended up squeezing 20 matches into 2 days.
It's incredible.
Crazy stuff. And then, yeah, on the Saturday we could resume. And I think it was a fitting conclusion to that 6-week series. I'm not sure if it will be 6 weeks next year. Kind of throwing around formats at the moment.
Always good to keep people on their toes.
Yeah, nice fielding by Ashvir here. Yeah, so we're talking about the best ways to run the tournament, and it could be that we'll still have probably the 30 teams, but it could be a slightly condensed group stage, so maybe each group gets 3 days instead of 5, but still workshopping a few things. Could be a 4-week ECL next year. Last ball of the 4th. Yeah, he's going to go for this, and, well, that's one way to do it.
Oh.
That's a good old-fashioned shin boner.
Oh.
They say get your body behind it. Well, I suppose that your leg is part of your body. And he gets there, and then he thinks he's going to catch it, and then he realizes he's not going to get there.
Oh, I don't want to watch it again. Oh, I really don't.
Ooh, yeah. Charlie felt that one here.
That was horrible.
So at the end of the over, it's 48 without loss. Good time to come to the commentary camera. Vinny Sandu here, Mr. Maximo. Alongside me is Charlie Hunt. And, well, if you ever kicked a rock, then you know exactly how that fielder feels. Anyway, one thing we haven't done today, I've been holding it back today because it's the day one. But you know what? Let's do our lurker call out. All right, so can you do this? Rico does it a bit. You ready?
Yeah, I think I have
So
an
if
idea.
you are watching and you're not normally in the chat, just send us one message. Let us know where you're watching from. So come on, come at us, 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 come at us. We want the lurkers to come out of the woodwork now and let us know where you're watching the European cricket from today. And we'd love to thank you for being a part of our story. And well, the story is going to remain the same, though. The boundary is coming thick and fast as the new over starts. Little uppercut this time, goes straight over Vurakala. And so another boundary, and, well, where will this score end up? I mean, the last over was pretty good. Only 9 off that, only 11 off the one before, so they have slowed it down a little bit. But, yeah, ultimately, Eagles looking very, very dangerous. And, yeah, it's that man Shima who gets the first ball away.
Yeah, they really are looking comfortable at the moment. They just don't seem like they're getting rushed for pace at all. I know it's not easy to say looking from this angle, but they just seem so comfortable.
Well, Zaman, remember he bowled a bouncer first ball, so last game, so maybe he was expecting it there. Cheem up, and he dealt with it nicely because rarely you can afford to have that third man up. I think you'd always want to have the third man back if you can. I believe you'd normally want to have the fine leg and third man back, except when you start sacrificing them for other fielders.
Sure.
So, in this format, they tend to come up pretty quickly.
Yeah, no, absolutely. There's getting a few people coming in now already.
Got a
It's a
few
quick one,
lurkers.
that is.
Yeah, I know you don't mind a lurker call out.
I love a lurker call out.
PK said, which ground has been the driest in ECN this year?
Well, I'll tell you which one it wasn't. Bulgaria.
Yeah, that is very true. Or Khartoum week 6.
Oh, that one, yeah.
Firstly, here's Zaman. It's be a wide, good eye. Now, think about it, but they say, no need. We'll just stay at home, just the one run. So,
That
this isn't
Bulgaria
even in
was-
the top 3 driest grounds.
No.
No way. Go and have a look at Milan and Brescia. That's 1 and 2 right there. That was a dust bowl. All right, in the air, and here's your chance. Not an easy one. He's going with the flight, and he drops it. In fact, he barely gets a hand on it. You can see, and it was always going to be a tough one, wasn't it? And I think that's Godbole, who, I thought it was curving away from him. Maybe he'd call the other fielder onto it. So I think he was probably in a better position here, Mehta, because it's coming towards him, I think, with the curve. Godbole, he was left alone, wasn't he, by Mehta, and couldn't do the job. So just remember that Nasir gets dropped on 7.
Just didn't look like he was going to get into the right position, but I'm sure they'll get another opportunity if they go for it. Wow.
And then you're going to get 4 this way. I think this is a little Little inside edge, and Chima, he's racing towards the 50 at the moment, moves up to 36. This is a good old-fashioned draw shot. Well, good things happen if you can manoeuvre it between your legs, and that's exactly what he does there and gets another boundary.
Yeah, well, you take however they come, don't you? Even though it's not the most convincing on camera and on the field, but it's a 4 down in the book, and that's all that matters at the end. It's an interesting couple of lurkers.
Yeah, so I want to say hello. So Sultan Diwan Ali is watching. We saw him this morning playing for the Exiles. Well played this morning, Sultan. You know, you got disappointed you didn't get both, but got your first points on the board. So we see a rare dot ball. Also, I've got Ivan watching from Norwich in the UK. Hello to you. Got Dilip watching from Slovenia. Well, Ljubljana, we should see them in the Croatian series, even though they are from Slovenia, just after the ECC. So looking forward to that. To Mandrake, watching from Bradford in West Yorkshire in England. Hello to you, Mandrake. Always a pleasure. This one will be called a wide, I think. And who else have we got? We've got Steve Cook lurking at home in Rotherham instead of working. That's because it's a bank holiday in the UK today. So you're working on a bank holiday. I know that you're a Spanish resident, really, for the most part now.
Yeah, half the year, half the year. That's what
half
I did.
and half. Not a bad way to be.
Can't complain.
Short. And this is going to be 4. Well, interestingly, I wonder if the first one was called about. So probably not. And yeah, Chima is up to the task anyway. Says, I don't care. This one for me is probably above the shoulder, but doesn't matter because perfect hook. He does well to keep that down as well. So finishes the over, another 4. How many came off that? There were 16 off that over. And the score at the halfway point, 76 for 1.
No, I was just going to say, he did really well to roll his wrists, keep it from, when it's above your eye line like that, it's really easy to sky it high, but he did really well just to roll his wrists over it. It just rolled beautifully along the electric outfield and went all the way. But no, interesting at the halfway stage. I think I did jump the gun a bit early.
Yeah, we'll talk about how far off the mark you were soon. But first I want to say hello to Adil Diwanali. We missed you this morning. Adil, how are you? He was our first hat-trick taker in season 2022. So we'll see his name up the top of the screen when we see a player on a hat-trick. As we see, start of a new over. Slightly mishandled, but just a single Nasir. Just gets 1. Yeah, Adil and Sultan, both lurking from Belgium, not surprisingly. We'll see them for Austin Exiles again before too long, I'm sure. Got Ben Rayner watching from Reykjavik in Iceland. Wow, that's a place. We were meant to have a series there, a 2-day series back in 2020, but because of the restrictions, we got there, set up and everything, and weren't able to play, which is a shame. Hit sideways, and yeah, that's going to be 4 crashing into the banner. So Chima gets within 1 big hit of a half century. And yeah, this one, it's not a bad ball really, but it shows you, even if you get a little bit straight, these guys, they're prepared to take a chance, and more often than not, they're getting away with it on this pitch.
Yeah, it really is just going to show, anything that's off the bat mostly, it's going to race away. There's a bit of extra pace. It's just helping its way along. It's just going to race into that shrubbery. But what I will say is obviously the lurker call-outs are fantastic because you get to see where people are watching from.
Sure.
It is all over the world, isn't it?
Yeah, definitely. So speaking of Iceland, I mean, when we were trying to put that series on in 2020, I've got a great story about Iceland. I wasn't there personally, but I have heard it a few times. Wait for this ball, though. Not well located, but about it. Makes a mess of this one.
Iceland's cricket's quite famous on Twitter.
Super famous, and they've got like the volcanic ashes they play for, the midnight ones. They've got everything. They only got 4 teams, and that's why it's hard for us to go there, right? It's not as if you can walk there from any other country either, right? So that's what makes it a bit tough. Anyway, I'll wait for this ball from Hassan, the captain. Slower ball, hit into the gap. This will be 4. So Chima goes to 48. Pretty clever bowling, I think, from Hassan. But, I mean, these batters, they're pretty good at picking these ones. And even though it's outside the off stump, he has time to just wait on it and whacks it through mid-wicket for 4.
Yeah, it's just interesting here. Chima's just quietly going about his business, really. He's going at above 200 strike rate, but he's just sort of quietly going about his business. Doesn't really seem to be bothered about, playing these extravagant shots. He's just playing it on its merit. And getting the luck he deserves and hitting some glorious shots.
It's been a good knock. That might have rolled so far they're considering replacing it. Normally that's the part of the area we won't lose the ball, but oh well, we did. So might wait for this ball because there's a fair chance that Karam Chima could bring up his 50 here. Not to jinx him. And he's dropped. And we'll have a look at this on the replay. Well, I did my bit and tried to present Paramjeet with a chance. But you see, look, he's wrong-footed. That's what does him here, that left foot, and then he has to change direction. So That's all about a positioning thing. It tells me he's starting too far outside the off stump. The fact he has to move and then change direction makes it tougher than it should have been. And now he will get his 50. So, well, Chima's had a couple of slices of luck, but he's made the most of it. And he brings up his 50 off 25 balls. He scored 52, and that's included 10 fours and a single Maximo. So it shows he's done a lot of his work along the ground.
Yeah, well, it just goes to show us what I said earlier. You play glorious cricket shots, you buy a little bit of luck, if anything. Obviously getting that drop on 48, and then next one gets a bit of a lucky snick down the leg side, and he brings up his 50. But it's been an excellent innings, it has to be said.
Yeah, for sure. 87 for 1 after 6 overs. All the bowlers in double digits. Mehta ends up being the cheapest so far. 21 off his 2 overs. All the other bowlers have gone for more than that. Good bowler. Will he get another over? We'll have to see. I mean, it's hard because when you have a bunch of bowlers that have been smashed, which we're going to see in this series, sometimes you've got to go back to them. That's why I think it matters how they deal with the adversity. Going to go back to Tafail Ahmed. This is probably... Oh. No, I think he knows this is a wide, but he can't quite pull the trigger. Let's have a look here. Okay, yeah, it comes across a bit.
I think it's just inside. You can't see the line because
I
it's
think
covered.
that's over the wide line.
You reckon?
I think he got put off by the fact that the batter took a bit of a step, and that's why he said, okay, I'm not going to give it. I'm going to give him a bit more leeway. All right, this one's a bit more of a top edge, hanging in the air. Fielder will take it. So Nasir runs out of luck on 9. That's Rajiv Sharma that takes the catch. So Tafail rolls the dice with the short ball. There's a fair chance some of these might end up kind of in that climbing wall and Adventure Island over there. But yeah, this time, a little slight ice cream cone for Rajiv, but he holds on. Nasir is gone. It's 87 for 2.
Yeah, not quite the way that he really would have wanted to go. He got a good first game, 35 off of 15, but this time just struggling, and he has to go 9 off of 8. But when you're bringing in other batsmen who can really hit a long ball, you know, you've got the likes, still got the likes of Mirko Yar to come in, the skipper, of course.
Sure.
Yeah, you know, he was, what, 20 off of 6?
Yeah, he's
in
18
that
off
first
3,
game.
if you want to be more specific, last game. Hey, so, you know, this is such a fast-paced game, it's hard to get any story out. But pretty much Iceland was on until the Friday, and then the government at 5 o'clock changed the restrictions and said they couldn't do it. But then all our crew was over there having a dinner. They found out later it was very expensive. And this is what Iceland's like. When somebody was able to go to the Prime Minister's house and knock on their door and have a chat with them and ask, hey, any chance you can give us an exception here? Right? Anyway, here's Yar batting down the hatches as he's going from the get-go. It'll just be a single first up. Yeah, so still, unfortunately, the answer was no.
Begging on his
She was apparently very, very friendly about it, but said, sorry, can't make an exception. That was in the midst of the pandemic, of course, mid-2020. Hello to Wendy Konstantinov, who's watching from Bradford, also in West Yorkshire. Well, it sounds like we've got a few viewers from that region. Hello, Wendy. Hope you're well. And this time he will be gone. And so Chima, he runs out of luck as well. Look, credited to Fail. He's got a couple of wickets now. And this is it. Look at the umpire, little flinch here. Look at that. That's the little fly, which has bothered him there. And I can tell you, I had a mosquito in my room last night. But yeah, it's an interesting one. He doesn't call it. I don't know if it distracts him in the end, but he just had to kind of hold on for one more second. He couldn't, but I suppose neither could Chima, who goes for 52 off 26. And now the score is 88 for 3. What do you think of that one?
It brings an end to an outstanding innings, first of all. But you know what? I think he's lucky that it was such an obvious nick. Otherwise, he could have had a few.
Not just that. I mean, is that distracting for a batter? I mean, I would... Like, I suppose you're meant to be watching
it depends how focused you are.
But, I mean, you'd sometimes see umpires call dead ball in that case. So anyway, see it all here. See it all here. Hello to Zaid Aziz. He's saying that Wednesday is Independence Day in Trinidad, 60 years. Well, big congrats to all of our viewers from Trinidad and Tobago. This one's going to be called away. Probably grabs a bit of the inside half of the line. Yeah, so unfortunately, we haven't been able to put an Iceland series on. And, you know, I guess things have changed a bit as well since then. We're not really doing 2-day series anymore. I mean, the Belgian series was a 2-day series. Just hit along the ground. But I think people wonder about this. And the main reason is, you know, obviously it's quite expensive to set everything up. So just to have a 2-day series. And I think that was just filling in the gaps because we started just with 5-day series, Monday to Friday back in 2020. Yep. But then suddenly people wanted so much more that they say, hey, can you do some on the weekends as well? So because we'd already kind of set up the plans for the 5-day series, started kind of filling in the gaps. But I think you'll find that most series next year will be 2-week minimum. All the ones, the rest of this year will be at least 2 weeks, and Croatia's the exception, I think, with a 1 weeker. All right, this is smashed, and this one is long. Going, gone, Maximo. Well, did somebody say yar? That is another huge one. He has been so strong out there. His first one of match 4.
I didn't realise there was a pirate sat next to me, but there you go. What a lovely shot. Just takes a bit of a step outside the crease and really takes that to maximum effect, and it goes a long, long way over that boundary.
Yeah, 96 for 3. Let's see what's coming up tomorrow. And 12 Stars back in action. Austin CC. Well, they're the team we'll see for the first time here in Group A. They make up the 5 teams here in Group A. Only 4 will survive, of course, to quarterfinals. Austin Exiles versus the Mechelen Eagles in the afternoon. Well, talk about fire meeting fire. That could be a really spicy one tomorrow afternoon. Join us for the second day in Belgium, 6:30 a.m. GMT, 8:30 in Central Europe, and noon in India. Back to the action. And here is Fakar Zaman. He's got a slightly unusual load up, but I mean, he's tried his heart out with the ball today for the 12 Stars.
Yeah, well, there's a Mandrick just saying horns, horns, horns.
Oh, I love horns.
Bit of a shout
Did
out
you
to
say Tyrone was in before?
No, I don't think so. This
All
has
right.
gone high, though.
All right, here we go. And this one needs to be held, and it is held. So Shakarula, he can't do too much either, but this is the way they all play. They can all bat. There's only under 3 overs to go now. One thing for me, he takes his footwork away from the ball a little bit, so he finds himself reaching a ball that if he just kind of held his position, he probably could drive that away over cover a bit more comfortably towards Adventure Island. But instead, he goes, and beautiful number 71 will have to head off the ground. And the score now is 96 for 4.
But no, it's an interesting point. It's always, I remember there was one aspect where I was being coached when I was being a little bit younger, and it was more of a sense of when you're coming down the track, always, as you said, make sure that first step is really straight rather than sort of back down towards the leg side.
Correct. Unless you're like a Damien Martin or something like that. I mean, hold your position. Now it goes after this. This could be 2 and 2 here. They're raffling it, and it will be held. And it's a man that dropped one earlier. Ashvir doesn't make any mistake this time. To fail was coming in from his left, but Ashvir, he was too big to fail, and he holds on to the catch. And so 2 and 2 suddenly. We got Zaman on a hat trick. The score 96 for 5.
Well, Fakar Zaman, he's doing a pretty good job here at just restricting the sort of the middle order of the Eagles. Obviously, that shout of getting towards that 200 is a terrible shout. Maybe don't take everything that I say for a word,
look,
but here we go.
Adil Diwan Ali, who's in the chat, he's number 1 hat-trick for the year, all the way back on the 4th of March. Took 6 weeks to get one, but since then we've had quite a few. Austin Exiles versus MSC Frankfurt. Yeah. And the last one was Aravind Muthusubramanian, who took 3 for 26 for the Clone Challengers against the Spartans. Spartans end up winning the whole thing. It was in match 13. Things happen in match 13. Hat-trick ball now for Zaman. And he misses out. Or does he? Well, doubt it, but let's just see, because this will be stumped if it's out. There we go. He's all right. He's all right. That's a terrible appeal, really. But I suppose when you're on a hat trick, it's worth trying everything.
It's worth a try.
It would have been the weirdest looking hat trick ball ever, or hat trick taking ball. We had one hat trick with that in the middle, actually, I think.
Oh, really?
Yeah, last week. Amanula's the new batter. Gets a pretty good in-swinger, which is probably on middle stump. And well, that's why you have a backup fielder. Because Tufail, who was pretty keen to catch the last one, and Tufail is giving a little fairy clap, and so he should, to Ashvir, who saves his bacon that time.
Yeah, it's a serious begging of
you wouldn't expect that
gratitude.
to get through him either. He did really well to react.
He did the hard bit, he got there.
Just inside the boundary as well. This one gets away from him for a wide. Now they're thinking about a run, but they didn't take this into account, and we're going to have a run out. And I tell you what, the pin code, Malikzai Amanullah, he's not happy about it. He's regretting the choices of Yar, who, by the way, is his captain. But, well, 7,881 reasons to be annoyed right now. And said, hey, you know what? We might get a run here. Well, you could have told me, because the bowler is in his follow-through, and he had about a 3-metre head start. Now, well, the bat does not end up in the hands. I'll put it that way. So unfortunately, for Malikzai Amanullah, that's the end of him for 1. And the score is 97 for, it's got to be a wide, so it'll be 98 for 6.
Yeah, well, it's all happening here, isn't it? It's just another example of some interesting cricket. But it's interesting, the sort of lower order of the Eagles is just struggling here. It's almost failing, if anything. It's what now, 98 for 6.
And I think Yar, I know this is one which probably isn't on anyway, but thing is, he shouldn't really be looking for it. He's the guy, I think, that you want to have most of the strike. And okay, I know, maybe you think it's last ball of the over, so he gets to the other end, but I think he could have either blasted that for a 6 or gotten a single anyway to get back on strike. New batter comes out there now. And you know that's a keeper to bowl a run out, so each of them get half a credit for that run out. So sometimes when you miss, it's good.
The old fantasy's going well. Getting plenty of those points in.
So let me go back to the lurkers then, because Michaels is back from Mahela and Sanga's country. I know that he was in Sri Lanka. Michael down, and now back in the centre of Germany, about halfway from Dresden to Krefeld, and he is lurking. Hello to Neville, watching from Harvey Bay in Australia as well. Steve Cook saying the first day in months that the temperature in his hobby room has been below 30 degrees. Yeah, it has been a hot one.
That is the struggle in the UK, isn't it? It's the heat. The heat on its own is not great, but when, you know, for example, I'm quite lucky in Spain, the likes of aircon and a pool, quite nice.
Yeah.
But when you're in the UK,
makes a difference.
You can't go anywhere. You can't escape it.
Difference.
You cannot escape it.
So we are ready to go. No, maybe not.
Yeah.
While we're here, Bidal Mummanzai asking, is Corey going to be here for commentary? Well, he will be at the ECC, which starts in a couple of weeks. Corey's just wrapping up a few things in Holland. I think originally we might have had him down in the plans for this series, but I don't think he could do the whole 2 weeks. So that's okay, because he's going to do, obviously he'll be coaching Spain. And so he's a mixture of wrapping up in Holland in that season and also preparing for the ECC, which you can totally understand. And yeah, weeks 2 to 5 we'll have Corey. We'll have him a little bit in week 1, and then he'll be doing Croatia with Rico. I'll take a week off. I'm pretty annoyed to miss Croatia though, but that's okay. It gives me a week to catch up on a few things before the final flink, the final 7 weeks of the year. Last ball of the over. Not a bad shot. And this is what happens because Yar, I think, maybe tries to steal the strike. Now he will do it anyway. So the throw couldn't be handled. And now, well, they'll stop it too. So everything happening out there. This is Tejpal Singh. Gets off the mark with 1 and an overthrow. So he moves to 2. And the 100 comes up. 8 overs down now. 100 for 6. I suppose they're halfway to that 200 that you talked about as you were expecting it.
I just like to get quite excited, all right? There's nothing wrong with it.
Well, at the halfway point, they were 74, so that's 14.8 and over. Yeah.
Doable.
Yeah, so...
It's not impossible.
At that stage, I was getting pretty smug with my 150 par, but I think ultimately we'll end up... I think my first instinct was probably about right, 120 to 130. That's because, okay, but there's going to be more variation in the scores, or a bigger standard deviation than we normally have. Well, the worms cooked. Didn't even turn up that time. Anyway, this one's hit pretty well. This is going to be 6 Maximo. Well, guess who? This guy is so good at hitting sixes. It doesn't waste any time. I wonder if you ever think of him opening. You know, because they've already got 2 very good openers, but you could easily throw him up the top. I'd love to see him in the power play. As it is, that's another 6 to the total.
No, it's an interesting point here before we get on to that next delivery.
Yeah, go on.
The way that the scores work. In fact, I'll wait until after this one.
Yeah.
It's a bit of a long one.
No, just be a
Just
single.
So they seem to be more confident when they don't try and muscle it into the leg side.
Yeah.
So, for example, in the last game, match number 3, 66 runs on the onside, 30 on the offside.
Yeah.
In this game already, it's still 56 on the onside, but 44 on the offside.
Yeah, maybe we should start talking offside run percentage.
100%.
As a thing. It depends where people bowl, but I mean, these guys are pretty good bowlers, and they're pretty good at actually keeping that offside channel. So it depends whether you want to try and stand still and drive over the offside, or whether you want to try and cheat a bit with your position, get across a bit more, so you can hit in that kind of power zone. Some people wonder why is it so many players tend to drag to the offside. I think it's biomechanically, it's a more natural swing for power. Like this one, it gets dragged slightly to the leg side. And I think I'll just settle for the one this time. And see, Yar's trying to... It was actually, to be fair, it was Tejpal Singh was trying to manufacture a way to get Yar back on strike. But I've got to say that it shows these guys are thinking. I think some of the innovative running between the wickets is something that's really caught my eye in European cricket series. because who's on strike is super important, especially when you get towards the end of the innings.
No, for sure. I think it really does come down, especially when it's such a short format. Every ball counts, and if you can have the right people on strike at the right time, it will make a huge difference.
Thick outside edge. Well, it doesn't matter if he's on strike. He's going to get a good result here. I think this has run away for 4, and it has. So first boundary for Tejpal Singh, and put it with the rest. And his score, you know, it's a decent score, but I don't think they've batted them out of the game just yet.
No, not yet. I think, you know, there was chances where I think if Star CC can really avoid a middle order collapse, they can really get up towards that par score of around 120, 130. So I don't think they're out of this game whatsoever. Still, obviously, an over and a bit to go.
Steps away, hardest shot in the game, and well, he's going to be gone. And what a good catch this is. He's in the shadows, and he's on the border of Adventure Island, but he stayed on the terra firma, the right side of the line. Like I say, hardest shot in the game, back away and hit over cover. And then in the shadows, I don't think there's any problems here. I think he's well inside of the flag, and I don't think he's going over it. So what a fantastic catch by Rajiv Sharma. And perhaps a game-defining moment, as it is the end of another batter. The Eagles now a 113 for 7 in Tejpal. After entertaining 7, he has to go, and 1 over remains.
Yeah, well, that was just incredible. I mean, from where we are, it just looked like he wasn't even. He didn't see it off the bat, and he just didn't look like he was going to be with a chance of getting there. But that last-minute dive, last ditch, was just perfect. And to be able to, you know, hold on to it and land softly and not let it spill out is an incredible skill that it's almost impossible to master.
Yeah, a great landing. Planned for the landing well. Yeah, going from sun into shade, or the ball going from sun into shade, super difficult.
It's also not easy to pick it up in and around here. We mentioned it earlier with the trees. The white ball's never easy. No, that's an incredible grab.
Some people talking about the Icelandic team names, which I had a bit of practice when doing a bit of work in 2020 on that series. So you've got Hafnarfjordur and you've got Vestavero volcanoes.
You've done really well there.
Hafnarfjordur and Fithithastadun is the ground there.
That's really good. You've actually really impressed me there.
It's got characters that I'd never seen. There's one that basically loosely translates as a TH. So that's my best.
That's genuinely impressive.
And that's without practicing, because it's been a couple of years since I've had to have a go at those.
And that's genuinely surprised me. That's actually really, it's really good. That.
Appreciate that. Well, my language skills are pretty limited outside English. I know everyone knows that. Anyway, here we go. There's a big filthy swing and a miss. It's probably not smart cricket, is it, from Majib, who's kind of hungry for his own glory, but you've got Yar at the other end, who is the man you think will be the one that wants to launch these last few deliveries. I wonder if they considered running there on the slower ball anyway. But I suppose Yar's a bit gun shy after he's already run Amanullah out. Oh, good straight pull, this one. Should just be 1. I think I'll be happy with that to get Yar back on strike. So, yeah, I will say, if people are asking questions in the chat, and if I don't answer straight away, a good way is to tag me at Vinny Sandhu in the chat, because I know that sometimes people get a bit impatient if people repeat questions, but we don't mind it if it's not.
Guidelines.
Within reasson, okay. I do like to answer questions. If I don't, it's because my eyes aren't constantly on the chat, because there's a cricket game going on out in the middle that I do have to keep my eye on as well.
Forget that one.
But it's very good. PK is excited for the ECC. Can't wait to see the new teams which are going to join this year. Let me name the new teams. We've got Ireland, Scotland, Denmark, Malta, France, and Switzerland. They are the 6 new teams that we didn't see last year that will compete. Okay, that's a footer. Just made that up.
Footer.
That's a footer.
There you go.
We've seen a shinner.
Shinner, footer.
I think footer is slightly better because you've got more protection in a shoe than a pair of trousers. But
worried that was going to go onto his ankle. That's when it's the worst.
So, I mean, everyone that thought it was going to be 200 or whatever, a lot less, but still decent. Slower ball, and you've got to get your running shoes on. Well, Yar isn't. He's just happy with a single here. And maybe he doesn't realise, but that is the end of the 10 overs. They're going to finish with 118 on the board. Well, pretty good score under most circumstances, and it'll certainly test 12 stars. Don't forget 12 stars. They kind of fell off a cliff in their batting innings last time to be all out for 103. So it is more than 12 Stars made last time. But still, I think it's a very evenly poised game at the halfway point here. Last game of the day. And, well, we know that these teams can be explosive, and that was the way the start went with 26 off the first over. It was Godbola. He was on the end of a hiding early in this one. Yeah,
no, it's an interesting matchup this is as we take a look at the rest of the highlights throughout this first innings here. Again, that man at the top of the innings, Kuram Chima, incredible hitting from him. 52 off of 26 deliveries. 40 of his runs came in, but in fours, with just that 1-6 striking at 200 exactly. It's incredible stuff from him, but I think the interesting bit about this matchup going into the second half of this game is the fact that you feel that Mechelen Eagles, they're more of a batting side than the bowling side, but then you'd also say that the 12 Stars are more of a batting side than the bowling side.
Yeah, it's probably a fair observation. I mean, I think once we have a bit more data and we have a few more games in T10 on this ground, players will start to wake up with what their scoring areas are. And I think that, if you're not the kind of player that is comfortable hitting over cover, it's going to be a lot more difficult for you to do it consistently. So I think players are going to, and maybe we'll see more left-handers up the order, kind of make the most of that leg side boundary, or we might see just slight reshuffles from some of the teams. Had a bit of luck as well, I've got to say. I did enjoy the innings that we saw from Kuram. I think that it was pretty good, wasn't he, in the first half of the innings. 52 off 26, 10 fours and a 6. So just one solitary 6 shows you don't always have to go in the air or all the way to score quickly on this ground.
Yeah, well, he did get dropped on 48, didn't he? And then, well, when you're playing excellent shots, you really get reward for him. You get a bit of luck, and then you get a nice little nick down to fine leg to bring up your 50. But no, then towards the end of the innings, there's a little bit of a middle order collapse, sort of down from Shagdula all the way down to Manila. It was 1.1, Golden Duck 1 and 7, and then after that it was kind of sailed ship again because there was the likes of Yard still in at 18 for
something interesting
8.
though. I mean, the last over only 5 singles off at no boundaries. So Sazat Hassan, the captain for 12 Stars, really I think keeping his team in it because it looked like they could be chasing something kind of 130 plus, potentially if that last over gets out of hand, but he's able to keep it to 118. Okay, I can't wait to see this again. Just doesn't get a running start. To be honest, he could have backed up a bit more. And toys out of the cot time for Malikzai Amanullah. And that's the captain who ran him out as well. So that'll be an interesting conversation. Sometimes I think we should mark up the players. That probably isn't one of the times. But anyway, we saw they keep swinging. This was a very, very good catch out there by Rajiv Sharma. And he launched it back into the sky. Well, no one could even see him because he was in the shadows. Mechelen Eagles, the team that, of course, based right here in Mechelen. And they were the runners-up in the previous series that we had in 2020 in Belgium, albeit a 2-day series. They do have 118 on the board. Wonder if it'll be enough, though, as we look at the scorecard. And Chima dominates it at the top with 52 off 26. Saran, though, he's amazing. The only 2 balls that he didn't score boundaries off today were the 2 balls he got out. And he got 22 off 5 here, which was 3 6s and a 4. He got 28 off 6 with 4 6s and a 4 last time. So he combines for 50 runs off 11 balls, and 2 of those he got out on. So he's got 50 off 9.
That would technically be a record, wouldn't it?
Well,
essentially.
It could be. You could say that. But anyway, 2 for 20, twin figures for Tufail and for Kazaman. But I've got to say, Hassan really impressed me. Only conceding 18, including only 5 off the last over. A couple of wickets at the top as well. Godbola got 1, although it went for heaps, I suppose. And we saw him and Mehta with 1 for 21 off his 2 overs. Kept things reasonably tidy, the left arm spinner. So quick turnaround, last game of the day. We'll be back and we'll see what I think will be a pretty interesting run chase. 12 Stars chasing their first points here on day 1 in ECS cricket. And look, if they win, we'll have a 4-way tie. All teams on 2 points, so should be great. Make sure you join us in just a few minutes. Vinny Sandu here, Mr. Maximo, Charlie Hunt with me as well. And you are watching the FanCode European Cricket Series.
Good afternoon and welcome back to everybody, whether you're tuning in all around the world. Welcome back to sunny Belgium here in Mechelen. You join me, Charlie Hunt, here on the European Cricket Network for the second innings of match number 4 of the FanCode European Cricket Series here in Belgium. And we've got a lot of, well, a very exciting match here. It's been set up for an incredible chase here. 118 set. As 119 is the target for the 12-star CC. And we are in for an exciting battle here as these two teams look to battle it out. As the Star CC yet to get points on the board, obviously losing out in the first game to the Eagles. But as I said just before we went off air, I feel like the Stars are more of a batting team than a bowling team. And I also feel that the Eagles are more of a batting team rather than a bowling team. So I really feel that this is going to be an interesting matchup nonetheless, as it is going to be the same opener for the Eagles. It's going to be Abdul Ramzai Idris for the Eagles. He's going to be looking to get a breakthrough. Wasn't able to really get going with the ball in the first game. He ended up with interesting figures, but this time starts off with just a nice dot ball outside the off stump. Yeah, in that previous game, ended up with figures of none for 23. So he'll be looking to improve on this one here, as he has an opportunity once again at the top of the order. Going to be really looking to start the innings off well for the Eagles as they look to make it 2 from 2 here this afternoon. It's a lucky edge and it will run away, and it's that man again. So Sazad Hossein, he gets off the mark, opens up the bank account with an unconvincing 4, but he takes it nonetheless. It's 4 in the book and it's 4 runs for 12-star CC. And interesting, you can see there on your screen, there's a change in the top of the order. So no Namesh Mehta, he won't be coming in the opening position. As Palamjit Singh, he did look comfortable with the bat in hand, but just missed out a little bit as he ended up going for 17 off of just 7. But he's more than capable. I think if you give him enough time, obviously not donning the floppy hat due to the increased pace of the openers, but again, he is more than capable. If he can stay in for a bit of an elongated period of time, he can really look to be dangerous. But this is going to be a wide down the leg side as towards the middle of this first over. I can welcome Vinny Sandu back into the commentary. Vinny, how are you?
Thanks, Charlie. Happy first day again. I mean, not very first day, but first day in ACS and first day with some company. You've been great company, got to say.
Thank you very much.
Hope Rico's enjoying his first day of holidays as well. Edge, oh, that's unbelievable.
That's incredible.
I mean, right in the webbing. We've seen some incredible keeper catches, and this is a guy, he's just a highlight reel. That's Tajinder Saran. This one is half in, half out, but in the end, it's the batter, Hussain, that has to go 5 for 1. What a catch.
Well, that's a huge wicket, especially after Hussain went really well in the first game. He's more than capable of getting a handful of runs on the board, but he's not going to be able to do so, and it was going to take something exceptional to get rid of him, and that certainly is one piece of excellence right there.
Oh, brilliant catch. I mean, there's this little bit of webbing between the thumb and the forefinger for the keeper. See, this is the difference. He doesn't wrong foot himself too far to the left. So he's actually got a bit of power to dive. That was an absolute all-time worldie, isn't it, from Tajinder Saran. And so it will be the first wicket with a score at 5. And as a keeper, I really appreciate that one. That was an amazing catch.
That was incredible. But the thing is now, from an Eagles perspective, you want that to set the tone. That needs to be the intensity that they flow through for the next 10 overs or less than if they can bowl them out. But then if you're a 12-star CC fan, you're going to want them just to reset themselves and just try and go again.
Now, a slight miss here, but he'll get away with it because, well, luckily for him, one of the outfielders is a long on. I mean, there's no mid-on. I think we're doing straight down the throat of mid-on. But this is Sharma who gets off the mark. And Rajiv Sharma took a pretty good catch of his own, you know.
No, for sure. It just goes to show that all standards, in all, I've said it many a times, but in all 3 elements of the game of cricket that we love, they've just been incredible. Not just the fielding or the batting. It's all 3 of them have been really top-notch quality.
I mean, there's been 4 one-hand keeper catches today.
It's just incredible.
So, you know, when it rains, it pours.
That's mine.
We have to try and get them all. Is that what you were saying? Is
Stole it.
You came up with that one?
I'm not trademarking it.
Okay. I feel like, how old are you? 20? I feel like it's been
Too
around a bit long enough than that. Longer than you've been around. But yeah, I would like to see maybe those 4 catches back to back. And that's just one day of ECS. Next one, big swing and a miss. And yeah, they don't have to go too crazy here, but they got to be just crazy enough, I think, as we get to the end of the first over. And a pretty good one, isn't it? So 6 for 1 after 1. And that one, it's all about the keeping there. It's a specialist position, and that was just a special catch.
Yeah, it really does. Only the mentally insane, I think, class themselves as wicket keepers. And
Yeah, that's true. You got to be a little bit different, let's say, and something different about ECN cricket. We're the only competition, I think, at this stage where we have a golden ball. I have heard it in a few local European competitions, but nothing kind of televised. That if we have a tied match, it goes down to a golden ball. 19 matches since we saw one. We saw one last Tuesday. It was my second day back. So after all of that, 11 weeks, no golden balls at all. Everyone was into my ear because then, of course, Rico got his with Tyrone. Tyrone's a golden ball magnet. We know that he's the common link now. And yeah, I think Ujwal got one potentially. But I don't know, maybe Ujwal didn't. But I got one last Tuesday. Anyway, let's move along. And here's Shahzad. First ball, knocked away, no run. So, yeah, power play here. You're probably wanting 40 in the power play. That's looking unrealistic now. Okay, fine. Can we get maybe mid-30s, or even 30s at this stage, and just set something up, get this partnership going?
yeah, I think you're completely right. If you can just, without losing any more wickets in the power play, you'll be happy, as this is just pushed into the offside for a dot ball. Yeah, if you can just ensure that you don't lose any more wickets after the first 3 overs, and then you can look to build and push on from that.
Yeah, very good point that you make.
Continues here. This is just under the bat of Sharma. Comes in at number 3 here. And he just misses out on this one. Chris Smith asking, speaking of Tyrone, what's him and Corey up to? I know Corey's still in the Netherlands at the moment.
Yeah.
He was doing a bit of commentary work out for the Netherlands Pakistan stuff, wasn't he?
Yeah, he was. Yeah, he did the third one day of that, Corey. Pretty good job as well, if I don't mind saying so myself. Had some kind of things to say about ECN there as well.
Yeah, I didn't get to listen, but
I was on the move, but I did catch a few highlights on the plane, and downloaded some highlights, and yeah, good to see. I mean, Netherlands, good things happening with them. I'm happy to see them in the T20 World Cup later in the year. Of course, quite a few names that we know from ECN, even back in 2019 there. Oh, wow, that would have been a catch and a half. We've already seen one unbelievable catch. This is straight to Yar, but it's timed so well. I mean, I don't think you're catching this very often. Powerful drive, in and out.
Yeah, well, that's one of those shots as well. Is anywhere else on the ground in a gap to the left or the right of that man, it's going to race away and be 4 runs. So he'll feel a little bit hard done by, but it would also just relax the nerves a little bit, knowing that he's able to find the middle of that bat. Just able to give himself a bit of confidence within himself.
There goes off the inside half of the bat. This will go for 4. I mean, it is pretty fast outfield. We know that. So, yeah, trying to get things moving. And Paramjit, again, not quite where he intended to hit it, I think, but still runs away to the boundary.
Yeah, Paramjit Singh in that previous game, 17 off of 7, 2 4s and a 6. So he is a more than capable batsman, as at the end of the second over, the 12 stars are 11 for 1.
Yeah.
And we also get to take a look at, obviously, the standings at the moment. Obviously, so 3 teams with 2 points on the table. Obviously, yet to see Austin. We'll see them tomorrow.
Yeah.
And 12 stars. Well, if they can look to get a victory out of this game, it'll set us up for a cracker for the remainder of the week.
For sure. I mean, I think you already see that all teams can compete at this level. I mean, some of them have a little bit of T10 experience. Probably Exiles have the most because they've played the ECL, but yeah, it's going to be an exciting week, that's for sure. No one's taking a backward step. Oh, we sent him back very late. I think that I had a feeling he might have just been out here. Let's have a look on the replay. You see, digs it out. More with a foot than anything in the end. And by the time he turned around, yeah, he would have been gone. So that's a real opportunity.
He would have been gone by a long way. But he did well to keep it out, to be fair. Making the most use of all that bat. But he's just chewing up a few deliveries here.
Yeah. Yeah, it's a strange start, isn't it? From Rajiv. Let's see if he can turn it around. No, won't have to do too much with this one. It's clear wide. So I'm just going through the chat and just trying to catch up on a few things. Shrug at some point said, don't think the 200 is on last time. Yeah, I agree with that.
I think that was in the
How's the
ninth
par
over,
180 looking? I can't wait till we see the first day run rate graph come out. We might actually, okay, I've got a surprise for you.
Uh-oh.
Just saying. I won't give it away from the air. Right now, here's Idrias driven, and they go on the hit. They'll get a single. So PK saying he's eager to meet Corey. Hasn't been on commentary for some time now. Well, we had him for a couple of weeks in Italy, so it wasn't that long ago. That was probably about a month ago. He did week 3 and week 4 in Bologna and Rome. We had a really nice time in Rome.
I have to say, I think he was
Bologna.
the one man who was disappointed when the golden ball was broken.
Oh, yeah. Because
he did say, didn't he, on air?
He loved having that bragging rights. Yeah, and he had the last one before the long break. This is hit hard. Well, you can forget this one. Well, that's got a long way away. And it's almost like a long drive competition in golf down an airport runway. This one has probably gone, I'm going to say about 120 metres off the bat, and that'll take some time. Gives me a chance to catch up in the chat. Michael's asking, what's different? I mean, what's more difficult, a dry heat of 40 degrees like we had in northern Italy for ECN, or like 30 degrees with high humidity, as I'm sure you had maybe when you're in Sri Lanka, tropical kind of heat? I mean, they're both pretty uncomfortable, aren't they? A lot of people enjoying the one-handed catches that have been coming. Zahid Hassan's saying, can he play ECS as an immigrant? Yeah, of course he can. I mean, if you are in the country, it's open to anyone who's in the country, regardless of your status. Of course, when we get to internationals and stuff, there's some qualification criteria. Full toss again, and he's not going to get away with it either. So just kind of letting the pressure off a little bit after he's been pretty good early. But yeah, this is the other side of the coin. If you get that attempted Yorker wrong, it's got a knee-high full toss. It's normally an easy put away. The batter, really, they can put that away wherever they want.
Yeah, anything that's a little bit lower than that, that one was just too much of an easy full toss. If it's a low full toss, then it really just makes things 10 times harder to get away because you can't get underneath it. It comes at you a little bit quicker than normal. Just, all adds up to be a little bit more difficult. But that was executed to perfection for a full toss just to whip it away.
Yeah, and you shouldn't be missing those if they're full tosses. I mean, even if they're on the stumps, I mean, good batters won't. Well, you're taking out the variation of the bounce.
Just goes to show my skill. I got 2 full tosses. Tried to pull them, broke my knuckle.
Oh, ooh, nasty. Slower ball. It's going to be 4 anyway. So this look like the off-cutter from Idris. And so, yeah, Paramjit Singh, he's not getting a lot of help at the other end at the moment, but he probably doesn't need if he's hitting the ball this well, and he gets yet another boundary.
Yeah, well, that one just goes to show. I've said it many a time over the last few hours. Anything along the floor, you're going to reap the rewards for playing proper cricket shots, and that certainly was one of them, really making the use of the electric outfield, and he's raced along to 16 off of 6.
Well, get your steps in if you're fielding in this tournament. If you're fielding, a lot of it's chasing balls off the boundary. Keanu's looking forward to seeing Terrakel. Yeah, of course, seen him in Belgian colours. A lot of Belgian national representatives on show in this series. Last ball of the power play, it's worth 25 now. Decent one. And Paramjit can't do too much with it. So, look, a good power play, I'd say, for the Eagles, because they stay in the hunt at least. 25 for 1 after 3 overs.
Yeah, no, well, that's what I said, didn't they? After they lost that first wicket early on, in I believe it was in that first over. Yeah, to be able to come out of the power play with just the 1 wicket down, you still going at, okay, you're 2 runs under what the required rate is, but 2 big overs or even just 1 big over. That's all you need to get back into this game. They're not out of it for sure. It's, what's that, 94 off of 42 now, so just under 13 and a half and over. It's more than doable. All you need is 1 or 2 big overs and you're straight back into this game.
Absolutely. Well said. Just looking at the chat. I've got some homework for you. I think one of the things I'm going to have to do is start sending your homework. I'm not going to say it's like I'm your teacher or anything like that, or your tutor.
I'm not calling you Mr.
mentor.
Sandy.
I mean, do you want to call me Dad? but what I will say, that was pretty easy to get utilised, is it? Mandrake would like to know, could you find out about the 12 Stars team name in the break? I think we missed the boat on that, but we will try and find out for you what's behind that.
I'll try. Sorry, that's. I had to take a step back there.
To make a change. Here we go. It's whipped away. That's be a dot. Yes, doing a pretty good job, Eagles, trying to keep the brakes on here. Hey, so we were talking about, can you play ECS as an immigrant? Michael's given a much better and more comprehensive answer than I did, which was a simple yes, it's possible. But he's given a 3-pronged answer.
Okay.
So I'm going to go into that because Michael, he knows a little bit about this kind of thing. Yes, should be gone, and it is. Miss hit. And well, Sharma put out of his misery, really. Had a good moment in the field, but just couldn't do anything with the bat. And he's got them behind the 8 ball. Mercifully, this innings comes to a close again. Just nowhere near the middle, down towards the bottom and slightly off the inside half of the bat. He departs for 3 off 10, and the score is 25 for 2.
Yeah, he doesn't look happy with himself, his body language. I think he knows that might be a bit of a blessing in disguise, really. He just was chewing up deliveries that, especially with a total like this and that run rate creeping up more and more, it's now up to, 13 and 3/4 now and over. It's just, I feel like it is a blessing in disguise.
Yeah.
No discredit to him. He's a talented batsman nonetheless. But sometimes when it's just not going your way, I mean, how many times have we...
He can absolutely do it. You're exactly right. Some games it happens, some games it doesn't. And when you say blessing in disguise, not even a very good disguise. A bit like 3 kids trying to sneak into a movie wearing a trench coat in that disguise. Because I think that's what they needed, to get somebody else there to see if they can move it along.
No, for sure.
Okay, so Michael has answered, yes, you can play as an immigrant, but you have to understand, 1, all is amateur cricket. You don't get paid. You have to pay your club fees and all these things, so you legally have to be able to live in Europe or be in Europe and need an income to be able to join a cricket club. That's true, yeah, for the most part. Shakarula is the man that takes the wicket, and he's been brilliant today, hasn't he? Another dot ball. New batter coming out there is Mehta, the left-hander. So, number 2, your European club needs to be admitted to one of the ECS tournaments. Yes, that's also true. And number 3, this is probably a key one, you need to perform well enough so that your club chooses you to play in the playing squad.
Well, you've not been playing well enough.
Well, that's
not
what
been
I mean.
Selected.
Yeah, I mean, I qualified and was not picked, and so that thanks you. Stranded on 98 stumpings a bit longer. Okay, well, this might be a chance as well. It'll be a tough one. Yeah, it doesn't carry in the end all the way out to Majib.
This is the partnership for me for the 12 Stars CC. 2 batsmen that are capable of hitting a long ball. We saw Mehta in the first game. He got off to a good start, hit a couple nice boundaries into that leg side towards the playground. I don't think it's being called the playground now anymore, is it?
No, it's Adventure Island. It's just got that feel about it. Once I've been over there and seen what's inside it, it's got a bit of a pirate ship feel about it. You'll know what I mean. You want me to go and push you on the swings over there? All right. Nice time together. Anyway, this is up and this is launched. And well, Paramveer, he's seen a couple of partners come and go. And this one is going to be Maximal. 6 runs. And with that, the Stars move into the 30s.
Yeah, it's a lovely shot. Elegant. Nice drive down the ground. Just elevates this over the fielders. And there's no worry about clearing it there, as he knows that with these short boundaries, just 50 metres down towards the straight boundary, he knows that he's got enough power. He just got to time it. And that's all he had to do. And this time, it sails over and Singh moves into the 20s. So he'll be happy that he's able to get on from his previous score of 17 in the first game. But again, as I say, this is, for me, as we eventually try and find the ball.
That's where the delay is.
As we eventually try and find the ball. But this is the partnership for me.
Yeah, I think you're right. Yeah, it could be a close one to finish the day. Could be your first golden ball potentially with somebody else. It's a lot more fun when you've got 2 involved. Anyway, this is going to be whipped away and it's going to be sideways for 4 more. And this is pretty nicely worked away. Yeah, Paramjeet's on at the moment, isn't he? And he's just kind of worked them back into this contest. As we get to the end of the 4th over, the score is 36 for 2. Vinny Sandhu here, Mr. Maximo. I'm here with Charlie Hunt. First day in the ECS for you, Charlie. And I think you've done a very good job. I think everyone would agree. Now, some people would talk about Adventure Island or whatever we want to call that over there. But somebody talking about Fraggle Rock, which was a concrete slab on the field in Milan. There were actually 2 of them because it was a former football dugout.
Okay.
Tell us some of the quirks in the fields, ECN or otherwise, some quirks in cricket fields. We already talked about the one in Kent with the
Okay.
tree on the ground. VRA Amsterdam had a tree on the ground. Tell me about anything you might have had. Like, for example, I played a game in Barcelona. Have you ever played that? They have a wall behind the keeper. It's only about 15 metres, but that's only 2. It's not 4 or 6.
Yeah, okay. Yeah, I've
Yeah.
heard of this. That's the one that stands out for me is Sporting Alpha. That's obviously where the first ECS was in Alicante. There's a tree there, so even if you clip it as it sails over for 6, it's 4 runs.
I got to say, I don't like that ground rule. I feel if you hit the tree on the full, it should be 6.
I agree.
Because
I agree.
Most of them probably are 6. Yeah, it makes sense,
Yeah,
right?
no, I've played a lot of cricket up there.
I know it's just a ground rule, and people say it's just because it's the way it is. But if no one can give you a good reason,
yeah,
then I think it's.
And the one for me, I remember watching it. Where was the ground?
We had the first ever ECS in Alphas.
There was, in Alicante, yeah. Where was the ground? There was a football post.
Frankfurt.
Is that where it was?
Football goals on the field. And I mean, like, pretty decently on the field, just outside the circle at mid-wicket.
Yeah.
But it's okay. They had padding. I think it was improvised padding back then as well. Hey, time for some spin. And, well, this is pretty well placed, but the fielder does very well to get there quickly. That's Idrias that does the fielding. Nasir into the bowling lineup now. I think it's smart. He goes over the wicket and he just tries to keep it just inside the tram line. Yeah, so tell me if you can think of any others. I mean, there's been a few, haven't there?
Yeah, they're the two that stand out for me. I mean, that Alphas. I mean, the one for Alphas that stands out for me is one of my good friends. I play cricket with him, Tommy Knowles.
This is when he runs into the post, and that might have been first day of the ECS.
I think it
or
was
first or second day.
But that's a clip
that's asking. We'll put that up tomorrow. Remind me. That's amazing. Well,
he'll be furious that I brought that up.
Andrus is
as well.
pretty good, so I reckon if I get that to him now, I reckon he might be able to stick that up for us at the end of an over.
Oh, do you know what? If he does, that will be hilarious.
Yeah. Nice. Thanks for bringing that up. I mean, that was actually off the field by about a metre.
Yes.
The funniest thing about that was he got absolutely wiped out. And there's someone just wandering around the boundary. He didn't really rush over there to check if he was okay, did he?
No
He
one.
just kind of wandered around.
Everyone started laughing again. And this has gone up in the air into the offside. There's an opportunity, and he takes it and he keeps within the boundary. So that's out for me. And the big danger man has got to go as Paramjit Singh goes for 26. Another wicket falls, and the star's 37 for 3.
Yeah, it just stays inside. Well, left arm spin, the cheat code in T10 cricket, as we've said a few times. Yeah, there's no problems here for me. You can see he's well inside the 2 flags if you join a straight line there. So it's going to be the end of a pretty entertaining innings. He'll be hoping that he got a few more, though, as Paramjit goes for 26. And it is 37 for 3.
Yeah, no, that really was the partnership for me. And I think that big wicket isn't the final nail in the coffin, because it's cricket. You never know. It's why we play the game, why we love the game so much. You just never know what's going to happen. However, in the concept of this game, I feel like that might just be the nail in the coffin. But only time will tell. Only time will tell. Plenty of cricket still left to play out there in the middle. This time is just fended back to the bowler. A bit of respect, met with the full face of the bat. It is just a dot ball, but this is again being pretty tight from this here early on. Only the one run and also the wicket coming as well.
No, he's knocked him over.
That too.
And you see, and he's just swung all around this, hasn't he? And so your left arm spin, some don't. I think that's why they're so effective. And this one maybe goes on with the arm. Let's have a look. I think he plays for a bit of spin. I mean, probably not where to try and hit it, was it? From Fakhar Zaman. Tried to go that mid-wicket region. So Eagles fighting on. The runners-up back in the only other series we've had in Belgium. Sending a message. This might have been one that, he doesn't really try to turn it. I think kind of just comes out the front of the hand.
Yeah, the thing for me, the way he's played that shot is, you're stereotypically taught, if you're going to pull a shot, that back leg has to come across. And then it just makes the shot a lot easier. But his first movement there, his back leg comes away. It just makes it 10 times harder to play. Your weight's all over the place. Your head's in the complete wrong position.
Yeah.
And eventually you get
head's
like
nowhere. That. I think that is probably the thing which you can really tell it wasn't on. So 2 for 1. This is a game-changing over. It was already kind of threatening to change through the first few overs, but you really done a good job here. It's gone 1 dot wicket. And new batter out there now is Ashvir Singh.
There's a lot of pressure on these two now. Mehta's been in there for a while. He's only faced 3 deliveries, though.
Pretty confident looking shot though from Ashvier, who will retain the strike. They've got to get a move on now, because I think that means they need, what's that? Need 81 off the last 5 overs, so about 16 and over. So it's now or never, I think, and it's 38 for 4 after 5.
Yeah, again, you just have to wonder. There's just been a lack of application really from the 12 stars batsman. There's just been moments of just slight lapses in concentration, and you can see that on just the middle right of your screen just shows you where we are in the context of where this park is. There's a path that goes all the way around the ground, and it really is beautiful. You can see there's a family there on a nice bike ride, just going to show, enjoying the lovely weather here in Belgium, here in Mechelen. It's been absolutely wonderful, and the cricket has been able to match it as well.
Yeah, for sure. It's been a beautiful day. No one really knew what to expect out of this ground today. We talked about it a little bit in Germany towards the end, but I think it's going to be a really interesting tournament. And now here's a guy, Malik Zai Amanullah. I think needed to get on the stress ball after his dismissal in the first innings when he was run out. And now we'll stop his first attempt at getting there. So he's coming on to bowl the 6th over. And yeah, 2 for 2 from Nasir. It's a brilliant contribution. So they've got to get going. And just having a look at him first. Ashby gets 1. And now Mehta, maybe the left-hander, can get something going. They're leaving the run really late. Naeem was asking, where's Rico at the moment? Rico is off for a couple of weeks before he does a reasonably big stint. He's going to do the ECC as well as Croatia and Malta. So he'll do 8 weeks in a row. So
That is a long stint.
Giving Rico a little bit of a breather, but he'll be working hard. He'll be in the kitchen, his restaurant. So whenever we're near Rico's restaurant, let's go.
Yeah, 100%. Well, I only live 20 minutes away, but that's a lovely shot.
That won't be stopped. That's going to come cube-wise as well. And yeah, so Amanullah pitches up, and just a good-looking cricket shot, really. He just tries to hit it straight and hard. And there's long on in place. He couldn't do too much about that.
Yeah, it's a nice high elbow as well, which just ensures that he's able to really strike that through the line, and it's really powerfully struck down the ground. It's a beautiful shot, and he gets the reward, 4 runs.
Yes, I mean, I wonder. I think I did 43 weeks in a row last year, and probably that was a lot to do with the fact normally I get back to Australia for a bit of time every year, but couldn't do that at that time. So kind of committed to the whole season. And so, yeah, I think we've got a 45-week season this year, but obviously trying to get a few breaks and bringing other people, just like yourself, Charlie, into the box. And I think everyone enjoys a different perspective sometimes. So obviously we love Rico, and obviously want to keep him fresh so he continues to enjoy it as much as possible, and he certainly does. It's hard to always force him to take a break sometimes, but
I've known Rico for years now, since I was honestly tiny.
Yeah, okay, that's my next question. But first, we're going to watch this, and so we talked about an incident a second ago. We're talking about obstacles. Technically, we're talking about obstacles on the field, but you were talking about an incident that happened. Well, I think it was all the way back on the first day of ECS cricket back in, it was March. I think it was the 1st of March 2020. This is pre-pandemic. I mean, sorry, it's not pre-pandemic. It's pre-lockdown. It's just when something was up.
Yeah,
something was up around this time. So we did 1 week of ECS, and then we had a bit of a hiatus during the worst of the lockdowns. Yes, this is going to be worked away. This will probably go for 4. You know, it does. And that's a bit of a. Whoa! Looks like he ran into a tree trunk there. Have a look at this. He certainly stopped abruptly. He got a good look at something. Yeah. And so anyway, everyone's okay. Last ball of the over. Oh, this one may have a little nick, doubt it, but second bounce anyway. 6 overs down, and it is 48 for 4. Okay, so who is this? And let's set the scene.
Right, so this is obviously Alicante. This is the first ECS. This is going 2.5 years ago. This is La Manga Torrevieja up against Madrid CC. This is one of my best mates, Tommy Knowles. Here we go. Donk.
Oh, that hurts. And look, who's this guy? Who is that? And I mean, as a first responder, I don't want to be critical, but he took a long time
That's
to get going.
That's the situation. Adam Alga's the keeper. Paul Harvey's bowling, and it's run away down to, I think it's fine leg.
Yes, yeah,
It's
third
commitment. It's such good commitment from Tommy. It's incredible.
And he's the only one there. Like, there's only one pole and that whole side of the ground, and he just managed to do it.
So good.
Anyway, so Knowlesy, hope you're okay. Is he recovered?
Yeah, well,
Forgot
no,
to ask.
never
Like,
recovered.
physically, yes, but mentally, no.
No, never. There was no returning after that.
Oh, good chatting today.
Oh dear.
I
No,
like that.
Tommy, hope you're well, mate. I think we actually lost yesterday.
Old one collarbone Tommy, they call him now. Anyway,
Oh,
hello to Lily
dear.
Panda watching from New Zealand. Hope you're well. Jeez, I'm falling behind in this chat. It's good that we've got so much chatting. Mandrake's off for a little while. And this is a really good looking shot. This is coming our way. And that is going to be
Whee,
four.
there we go. Oh,
And
it's
that's actually
out.
gone throughout the back of the cube. So, well, I remembered my training.
I was
Covered my
not there.
laptop. I'll give you a few of your safety tips here. And even though this seemed like it's going to bounce under the table, I still am careful of a Tortuga, which could take out the laptop. Anyway, it brings up the 50. They've left themselves a big task here, but if there's ever a ground you can score 18 and over for a few overs on, it's probably here. But you need someone to get going and get going fast.
No, for sure. This is a key moment here. This over's big for both teams.
Yeah, miss hit.
Wow.
That's the kind of one. He's going to get away with it, but it really, that should have been on a one-way trip to Adventure Island, because it was a little bit short from Nasir. And the left-hander, yeah, just couldn't quite pick the bounce.
Yeah. There's the La Manga Torrevieja group chat's now kicking off now.
Yeah, did you give him a bit of notice that
I
that was
did.
coming
I did
up?
have to let
Yeah,
them know.
fair
I
enough.
did have to let them know. A bit of inside knowledge.
Yeah, takes it on. Does he win? I think he probably does. Well, he'll probably stay there and we'll have a look at it. I've got a feeling it's probably 6. But, I mean, someone's going to come and have a look at it. Well, yeah, let's have a look, because someone's got to have a look at between the two flags. This is one that the umpire is probably going to have to go stand there and try and pick it up, because that's pretty much where he ends up.
He's not moved.
He's got to go behind that flag and then have a look in a straight line. All right, am I going to help with this?
I think you might be called.
Go and stand over there.
All right, Vinny's off. He's off to have a look. Here we go. He's there now. He's 3, 2, 1. There he is. He's giving it. I think he's giving it. It will be 6. So it's 6 runs. Vinny, a multi-talented man. It is going to be given 6, so it's a maximum, nonetheless.
First maximum I've actually called. But, I mean, just needed a bit of a geometry lesson there. You can't really tell the straight line unless you get behind
Need to get the protractor
one of the points. Yeah, we need the protractor.
Get to pal.
He'll be coming up soon.
Hey, he won.
the
He
ECC.
won the game for. Who's it for?
For Raw Tigers.
Yeah, yesterday.
Abhitesh Prashad was the real hero there. Yeah, bit of news on ECL front. And we'll be putting together graphics soon. Bit of foot fielding. Haven't seen too much of that today, but now he uses the hand and a pretty good throw. And we'll get a couple. Yeah, so Raw Tigers qualified as Hungarian champions. They needed like 64 for the last 4 overs against the Budapest Blinders and did it. So incredible stuff. I think also we had another qualifier. Just escapes me at the moment. Probably from running that 20 metres and back.
Good comment there, Michael, saying Mr. Maximo will always opt for the Maximo.
Yeah,
It's very
that's true.
true, actually.
Got to say, it was a very, very good catch by Chima, though. Take nothing away. And he did the right thing. This will be worked away. And, yeah, this will be 4. Yeah, so, I mean, he did the right thing. He stood still. That's what you normally do if there's no boundary line. It's kind of the right thing to do, so that obviously you don't really know yourself. So you want to at least give the umpire normally an opportunity to have a look.
No, but fair play to Chima. He didn't move. So
Yeah.
he took the catch. He knew that it was a question, so he didn't move. So that's, good
Yeah.
spirit of the game. It's always good to see.
Lock him in for the Player of the Match award for his 50
100%.
and for his sportsmanship
100%.
as well.
If it doesn't happen, I'll be furious. Just a single into the offside for just the 1.
Yeah, so it was a club that's coming back. I know that CIYMS qualified from Ireland and forfeit qualified from Scotland, 2 that had qualified before but didn't get the opportunity to go. So that's good news for them. Matches 5 to 8 tomorrow, 12 Stars versus Ostend CC. First chance to get a look at Ostend Cricket Club. We'll see Ostend Exiles in the afternoon in a high octane clash against the Mechelen Eagles. I mean, that's going to be something else, isn't it? Matches 7 and 8. So join us 6:30 a.m. tomorrow GMT, 8:30 in Central Europe, and noon in India for more FanCode European Cricket Series. Looking forward to it.
I'm just looking forward to the Ostend derby.
Yeah, well, that's coming up on Wednesday afternoon.
Wednesday, yeah,
Ostend
that's
Exiles
gonna be
versus Ostend CC. That'll be good as well.
Plenty of cricket on show here on the European Cricket Network. As we're now going to see Alexei Amanullah coming into the attack. This one just stays low and it just comes through to the keeper. Does well. Neville saying, does Vinny always move that fast?
Yeah, not always.
Certain instances.
Tell you what was moving pretty fast was the one mosquito in my room last night. Had the lights on, had everything on 2:30 in the morning. There's nothing with. It's the how it gets louder so gradually annoys me the most. Yeah. Pretty well struck. This will take some stopping, but it is stopped. Yeah, I mean, probably the other night that was the worst for that was in Desert Springs where I left the window open.
I remember you saying.
That was, yeah.
Not fun.
I wasn't really too thrilled with that. I was trying everything. It was pretty hot, but I was still trying to go under all the blankets just to protect me.
Yeah.
You know?
That's the worst, because when it's one, it's even worse, because you hear it, and then you spend the next hour trying to find it.
Exactly. Anyway, Mehta left-hander tries to send this one over to the island, but it's going to go the other way. It's going to go to the bush. Well, it is Sydney or the bush time now, really, for the Stars, who have to get moving. Quarter innings left. They're up to 71. They've kept that required rate below 20, and they're going to need a magical finish here. Mehta, he's swinging it no matter what. And the pin code, Alexei Amanullah, he hasn't had too much luck this game.
The pin code.
We had a
Do you reckon that is his pin code?
Yeah, well, we had pin code Kumar. Started it all off back in Milan last year, and we saw him actually playing in the Super Series this year as well. Just going to do a quick date of birth check, because 7/8/81. He looks way too young to be 40.
That can't be right.
41. And I always think, why? Yeah, this one would have been a wide. It's annoying. Couldn't get inside the line of this. So it'll be a leg by instead. Well, maybe a bit of bat, sorry, onto the foot. Giving us runs. Giving us a run, yep, maybe.
I have to say, though, take the moment. Officiating the umpiring today has been top quality. Top quality? I'm in between words.
I like it. You're allowed to make up words in the last game of the day.
Top
it's
quality.
Okay.
It has been top quality.
Right, Archie as well has been lurking today. Nice to have you with us. Well, this is going to be an easy catch, you'd imagine, for Chima. And this time he's got no problems with the border. He's had a really good game, hasn't he, for the Eagles. And he spells the end of Rashbir Singh, who has to go for 20. Pretty well put together innings, but again, it's so hard when you need 3-4 boundaries and over. So he falls now as the 5th wicket, 72 for 5.
Yep, there's a good bit of fielding again. He's been pretty solid down at long off. Obviously, good bit of sportsmanship earlier, but this time doesn't need to worry about it. Takes it cleanly, and it's another catch. And well, Stars now 72 for 5.
Yeah, I've got to say that I've been particularly impressed with the way the Eagles have defended this score. And not as many runs as I think they were planning to put on the board, but we've seen a couple of really good defences here, haven't we, in second games today?
Yeah, they certainly have, and I think that's going to be what the tactic that most teams will employ over the next couple of days is going for that defence.
Here is next ball. It's worked away and it gets past the fielder. Might have a chance at running this down. He does. Throws quickly. Pretty good work from him, but there will be 2. That's the end of the over as well. So 74 for 5. And yeah, things not looking particularly good for the Stars with only 2 overs remaining. Well, Sujit said, with that catch that was on the boundary, he thought it was out because the line is a little curved. But see, normally it would be curved if you had a line there or a rope. Then you go with it. But if you don't have it, you can't. Yeah, you have to take it as a straight line between the 2 markings, because otherwise you're just guessing, right? A straight line, you can at least judge. So that's why, when we had a look at that, we could see he was just over the straight line between the 2 flags. So yeah, agreed. If you had the rope there, if you had the line even painted there, you take the line. But
Yeah, for
in
sure.
the absence of that, you can't really guess a curve, right? it's
No, true.
It's really hard to know which.
Here's a question.
How hard?
If it's a
curve.
line,
Yep.
and the foot's hovering over it,
Yeah. Okay. I love these hypotheticals. Firstly, oh, hello. Goes from
Listen.
ramp to reverse ramp, ends up with nothing.
that's his third attempt at that shot in today, and all three of them have come off. He just needs to put that in the back pocket for now.
Okay.
It's
So
not
if there's a
coming off.
line, okay,
Yes.
keep going with me.
So if it's a line, not
Yep.
a rope.
Yep.
And say it's hovering by literally an inch, the
Yep.
back of the foot. So
Yep.
the toes are in play.
Yeah.
Back of the foot's hovering.
Yeah.
What is it?
Okay.
If that makes any sense.
Yeah. So you're saying his heel's hovering over the line, but doesn't quite touch it. Well, then it should be okay.
Yeah.
Right, because you're not touching
Not
the line.
touching it.
So if there's a line, you have to be touching the chalk. Or you have to be touching the ground.
Yep.
I know what you're saying. You're saying a rope is slightly higher, right? So if you're like an inch up.
That's yeah.
Yeah. No. Well, if you're touching the boundary, so the boundary might be the rope or it might be the ground, depending on what it is. Anyway, this is going to crash into the fence, and there's Diana down there. Well, Diana hovering around the kids' playground. That's interesting. That's in the end, I don't think anyone will be able to get over that fence, and so I know Rico would enjoy that. That's for sure. He always loves to give Diana a bit of stick, but she's a wonderful member of our ECN team and
Very
what will be for?
talented.
Very talented.
Very talented.
Look her up on Instagram, Diana Oros. Anyway, this is Sherazade. This is hit pretty hard but flat. Just haven't been able to come up with enough out of the middle here.
There's a great bit of chip chat going on.
All right, I'm missing. What am I missing? All right.
So
I'm gonna go right down to the bottom.
Shrug asked. He said, "Yeah, he added you," but I replied,
Chips and mayonnaise.
"Yeah." And we haven't
Yeah.
had any yet.
No, but I wanted some, but the line was too long yesterday at that festival. Full straight, squeezed out. They get a couple here if they run hard. And they will. To fail, gets a couple of runs. No, but it definitely will. I mean, that's a very Belgian. It shouldn't be so busy tonight. There was a huge rock festival. We're talking like 3 stages. We're
was
talking
incredible.
like 15, 20,000 people here in the square yesterday. It was crazy. And most places weren't even doing food. They were doing just beer and little snacks. So, and then there was a line to get the little tokens to buy stuff.
Sure.
Then there was another line to get a burger. There was another line to get your chips and another line to get a drink.
Crazy.
No, I just packed it in and went to a little bar to grab something. Yeah, so definitely we'll be doing that soon. This one gets through one fielder, but not another. 9 overs down. The score is 82 for 5. 82 plus 30, 618. 6 sixes for a golden ball.
It is indeed. Well, it's the last over of the day.
So Keanu is asking, we're talking about strange shirt numbers, and Zabi Zahid, he just had a lion on the back of his shirt for Naka in Stockholm last year. And that's because he said his brother always steals his number. So he just said, I'm not going to have a number, I'm just going to have a lion. It's not like they were the Lions or anything, the team. He just had a lion. So we had to put him down in our little systems as lion. Yeah, that was Zabi Zahid. And we also saw him wearing number 45, though, for Sweden in the ECC last year. Looking forward. And we'll see him again for Sweden, I think. He's in the squad.
I do love the
Preliminary squad
Swedes.
that I saw. Well, this is in the air. Catching opportunity and taken. So, yeah, it's party time now. Looks like the Eagles will go to the top of the table after day one. And unlucky for Tafale. Tries to take on this short boundary. Again, it's creating wickets, I think, these shorter boundaries, particularly in that area. And, yeah, right shot, just doesn't quite get it out of the middle. So he's the sixth to fall, 82 for 6.
Yeah, and it's come down to this last over, and well, that is almost all she wrote, isn't it? It's mathematically impossible unless there's a no ball or a white, or well, it has to be a no ball and a 6. But no, it's a shame really for the 12 stars because they're not going to fall terribly short.
Yeah.
It's just there's just elements of their batting, a lack of application, just the wrong shot choice at the wrong moment. That's just it's going to cost them.
Yeah, it's hard to know where the line is between aggression and recklessness. It's kind of what I think sometimes, or aggression and foolishness, I suppose you'd say. Says Godbole. Well, he'll want a few consolation blows because he's the one that did go for a few early on in this game, that first over. So let's see if he can put something together with the bat.
Yeah, got a bit of revenge here now. He tries to flick this into the leg side. It's half of an appeal. Well, Vinny seems to like the appeal.
Yeah, sometimes I like to have little mini appeals. And they were more ironic than genuine because this is going over another set of stumps, almost going down the leg side.
I tell you what, I think the worst appeals I saw were in Portugal. There were
I love prolonged appeal. I know it might be the minority, but I love, sometimes they think, well, no, the first 4 have been ignored, but what if I ask a 5th or 6th time here in quick succession? And like appeals with a breath in them as well. Right. That's another one I never would have thought of. I always had a 1 breath limit on my appeals.
Well, you'd hope so, wouldn't you?
It's a different type of appealing
Sound like you
that
need
I'm
help.
used to. I also had a theory, and I've mentioned this to Rico, that I always felt like the 3rd appeal was going to be out. So if there'd been 2 close ones, the 3rd one, I'm not going up half, even if the thing was out.
No,
it worked
no.
60% of the time. It worked every time.
Don't hate the player, hate the game.
Yeah, that's right. Well, wicket keepers, we're wired differently. Hey, I just want to say a big thank you to everyone for joining us. We've just got a couple of balls to go here on day 1, and hopefully you've enjoyed the first day in Belgium. Again, a few quirks, but I think it's been really entertaining. I don't think you can argue with that. Well, this one should be caught, and this looks like Yar, who wants to take it, and he will. So that'll mean that we'll have 1 more ball. Manto goes for 23, but just couldn't quite go at the pace required. When you look at this target, there's about 2 a ball. He was able to go about 1.5 a ball. So just not quite what he would have hoped for. So, yeah, nice one late on, as it will be another wicket to Verma, who's gotten a couple in this over. The score now is 85 for 7.
Yeah, this is looking to be a pretty tidy over, really. But no, just have to say a huge thank you to everybody for tuning in over the first day. It's been an absolute pleasure. And obviously plenty of more cricket to come over the next few days, and well, 2 weeks, essentially.
Yeah, so I was asking a bit about the selection of this ground, chatting to someone from the Federation. They said, the thing is, they thought originally it probably would only be 1 week, of course 2 weeks, and then so getting a ground that's available. And then, he did say to me, there are lots of grounds in Belgium with boundary ropes, and I said, well, that's fantastic. And maybe we could organise just to borrow one. That would be useful. Anyway, last ball of the day, and well, a single or a 4, take your pick. And I think it will be just a 2, I imagine, in the end. I don't think it quite gets there. And so it will be a couple. They'll finish on 87. So, yeah, they go down by 31 runs. And I've got to say, another very good defence. Verma, well, he had a good last over. I suppose the game was already won by then. It's Pankaj Verma. He'll certainly take the figures. He'll finish with 2 for 4. And end of a really interesting day's cricket. I think, it started with a crazy flurry of boundaries, didn't it, early on? And we thought then that, the 200 was a mere formality. And Charlie, the infamous words, I think 180's par. I mean, that'll come back tomorrow to haunt you. Don't worry about that. But, I still think what we've seen is if you bowl well, and particularly if you field well, that you can force mistakes. It's still not easy to go out there and bat early. Not everyone can do that. Anyway, this is what's coming up tomorrow. 12 Stars versus SNCC in the morning. Austin Exiles and Mechelen Eagles in the afternoon. Join us for another exciting day of cricket. Day 2 in Belgium starts tomorrow. 6:30 a.m. GMT, 8:30 in Central Europe, and noon in India. Let's look at the highlights for the final game of the day. 12 Stars trying to open their account. 119 they needed. Where did it all go wrong, Charlie?
Yeah, well, the start of the innings wasn't terrible really for them, but that was the moment that changed the game. It was so early on in that first over, but what a catch that was by the wicket-keeper. Diving full stretch to his right, it was an excellent grab from him, and to be able to take that, it just changed the note of the game, and it just allowed for the team of 12 Stars CC to really struggle, to be honest with you. And then there were just moments throughout the game that just didn't go their way, and then just got too far out of their reach. They just weren't able to stick along.
I feel that, if you're going to win this tournament or go deep in this tournament, you need to be able to get yourself out of a tight spot. Both with the bat, if you have early wickets, you still need to be brave enough to go for your shots. But also, when you get banged, we saw some dramatic games in Germany last week. We had the Spartans concede 85 in the first 5 overs, still managed to win a game. We saw, thanks Cologne CC, they were 43 for 7 at the halfway mark of their first innings and found a way to win a game. So you don't expect that games are going to be one-way traffic and you're going to dominate all the way through. And I think that's the lesson. So I'm looking for teams that can kind of come back from adversity. Got to say there were some good contributions in there as well. And with the bat, I think Paramjit Singh, he fought hard, didn't he, for his 26 later on. And yeah, some nice looking shots. It was an interesting moment here where, might be this one here, where it gets caught. And then the question was, where was he? And yeah, just stayed there, and eventually the decision was made, and just took the 6th umpire to work that one out, just to where to stand. Again, that's not in the training manual, but it is. I think it is probably the position to judge whether he was on the line or just over. I think it was just over. Anyway, so yeah, Amanullah later on. You know, he didn't have a great time after getting run out, but at least he was able to hang his hat on that catch. A much simpler one for Chima, who had no problem staying inside that time. And look, later on, we had the fence peppered a little bit more. And yeah, they just got out of hand, didn't it? They found a way to fall behind. And look, again, look at all these catches. They're getting taken, aren't they? I mean, the fielding, I think, here in Belgium has been second to none.
Yeah, no, well, it's classic saying, isn't it? Catches win matches, and examples like these, it just go to show that, you know, there really are key moments. If you're going to win matches, you need to take your catches. And for example, in these games, it was just how it went. You know, the fielding, as you said, top-notch quality. But I also think every aspect of the game, fielding, batting, bowling, and the spirit of the game, all the games have been played in excellent spirit today.
Yeah, no, I agree with that as well. No, I think the players really enjoyed the format, enjoyed getting out playing ECS cricket for the first time in 2 years, and for some of them for the first time ever. So 26, the top score for Paramjit, who opened the batting. Only 11 balls used up, couldn't do a lot. Mehta, look, he does get 23, but just not quite quick enough in that middle period. But, you know, can't really blame him. Wickets were falling around him. Ashvir with a handy 20 off 11. They just didn't have enough that could do it and do it for long enough, I suppose. And pretty disciplined bowling as well, just the 2 wides in the 10 over. And it was a pretty good example of how you defend what I'll call a marginal total on this field. So Verma stole the figures with 2 for 4 at the end, but earlier on, I think that Hediatullah Shahzad was really good. Didn't take a wicket, but only conceded 13. 2 wickets for the spinner Nasir, and 1 each for Idris, as well as Shakarullah, who had a good day. 5 wickets in total, and Amanullah got 1 late on as well. And so we really want to thank you for your company today. And I know that James Stewart in the chat saying it's nice to see Charlie out there playing with the big boys. I don't know if I'm the biggest boy, but I'm really happy that you are here, and hopefully you enjoyed your first day in ECS cricket. I know it's not going to be your last. In fact, I know it's not going to be your last, because you'll be here tomorrow, and we'll come back and we'll do it all over again, hey?
Absolutely. No, a huge thanks for everyone for being so welcoming. It's been absolutely outstanding to be here today, and it just goes to show that there's plenty of talent here in Belgium, and we're going to find it over the next 2 weeks.
Yeah, biggest hitting country, I think pound for pound. They all have this approach. You just don't see many people nudging. They don't make the 11 in this format of the game. They got plenty of guys that like to whack it. They've had all the way down as well. I want to say a big thank you to Keanu as well, Chris Smith as well, and Shrug, Steve Cook, everyone that said goodbye there. I know Maiden Waters was here for a while, Lily Panda was here for a while, and Luke Belgium was here for a while. I'm sure he's taking a keen interest in this series. Just a reminder, our social media at European Cricket, great place to go to catch some of the viral moments. And I've got 4 one-handed keeper catches today. I think we might try and put them in the one video. And don't forget, we're also on TikTok, things like that. Our YouTube channel, we ticked over another 1,000 subscribers to 307,000. So we have to start planning what we'll do for 400,000, won't we? And who knows? But maybe your suggestions are welcome. Make sure you subscribe if you haven't already. And also, tell your family, tell your friends, tell your cricket team, tell your mixed netball team, tell whoever it is that you work with about ECN, because it is a fantastic way to spend some time, and it's a really thriving community. Right, are you out ready to knock off for day one?
Oh, 100%.
Yeah, I think so. Oh, well, we're going to leave you with some highlights of the day on behalf of our fantastic crew. And I know that we've got Andres here, and we've got Andres, who stayed on from Germany. We've got Karina back as well, so great to see them, to all the Blue crew that have arrived, all the players, officials, to everyone that helped get this ground ready for play this morning as well. It was a big effort. We're going to say goodbye from all of us here at the European Cricket Network and the European Cricket family. Well, less than 2 weeks to go now to the ECC. The countdown is on, but there's plenty more fireworks before that right here in Belgium. Until tomorrow, it's hasta mañana. We'll see you tomorrow for day 2 of this FanCode European Cricket Series. Good night, everybody.
Hasta luego.